Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Karting Live TV. Well, where are we this week? We're at Ellough Park. Ellough Park for the season finale of the Access Karting series. It's new ground for Karting Live TV. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm going to be with you throughout the day, and alongside me will be my ever-present, shadow,
not ever-present.
Nick Damon. Well, you are going to disappear in a moment.
That's, not ever-present today, and also not ever-present last week. But we're back. Karting Live TV. It's me and Joe all day at Ellough Park. And
yes, it's too loud. You're far too loud in my ears.
I'll sort that in a second.
All right, okay.
That's nothing.
Where's Ellough Park, Nick?
I'm too loud.
You are too loud.
I'm too loud.
Yes, you are too loud.
Wow. Ellough Park is near Lower. We've got a lovely night in Lowestoft, didn't we?
It's nowhere near Hull. That's
nowhere near Hull, but it is on the coast.
It is on the coast.
We had a lovely night in Lowestoft, and we are very, very excited to be here with the Access Karting gang and the range of 100 UK, F300, GX UK Senior, GXK Junior, Mod 160, GXK Cadet, GXK Senior. Look, 115 UK with all of them in this one.
Well, we have got an array of new and fresh classes new to Karting Live TV.
And they are fresh. Now, what you tend to need with a new and fresh championship is someone who knows what they're talking about.
Yes.
Now, obviously, normally that'd be me. But I know, apart from the fact these are karts, I don't know very much. But luckily, very luckily, we have an expert standing behind, waiting to tell you, Joe, everything you could ever want to know during this warm-up session about what the heck is going on with the Access Karting Championship. So I'm going to pass over. Do you know if you're on 1 or 2, by the way?
I'm on 2. You're on that one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it's there. Yeah. Yeah. Fresh classes of karting for you this weekend, and I want to welcome, if you want to sit down, James Purchase, who is one of the people behind the Access Karting series. I've got to say, James, when you invited us along to live stream your season finale, I was looking into your series, and it's a bit of a jewel in the crown. It's out there. We were unaware of it because the karting world is wrapped up in the world of Rotax and iArmy, aren't they? But
indeed,
you've got little secrets out there, aren't you? This is some class racing that has been going on all season long, and I'm really delighted that you've invited us along to do this for your season finale. I hope we can come back and do more. Actually, tell me a little bit about the Access series, and if you can, a brief story of how it came about and how you're involved.
So Access Karting was originally purely 100 UK, and it was the dream of Matt Scott, who I know you all know because we interacted when we did the Super Prix, didn't we?
Yeah,
back in 21.
Yeah, was it that long ago?
Yeah, wow. Matt sort of brought back the class that he loved as a child, enjoyed the dad and lad, turning up with it in your car, take it out because it's all stripped down, build it up and then go racing. So very much that sort of camaraderie on the grid, keeping things sensible, not having excessive costs, not having to go and find a team and pay thousands and thousands of pounds to be in a network of other drivers and data, and just doing it sort of on the cuff and enjoying the race. Old school.
We all started that.
Indeed.
Karting was. Can you remember when karting was a hobby, not a career path?
Yeah, I remember when I used to just turn up on a Sunday morning and that was all you could do.
Yeah.
So it's kind of evolved from there. So we've kind of kept that ethos, but I suppose it's developed in the sense of looking at owner drivers and how expensive and how daunting it can be for new people to enter the sport. The first thing that you see when you go onto like social media forums and things is, oh, come and be part of this team, pay all this money to test, and you don't even know if you like it yet. And then we saw the growth of the sort of rental market. So you see like Club 100 and you see D-Max and you see all these things where they're incredibly busy series and filling that gap of I can't afford or I don't want to afford to go Rotax racing or whatever it might be, or X30, because it's just too daunting and too big a step from rental to that, like if you've done indoor corporate. So we've built some of these classes with the ethos of either the two-stroke series, so all of our 115 UK, 100 UK, being the cheapest, closest, fairest way to go racing and as a privateer.
They are air-cooled TKM single-cylinder engines. Again, quite an old engine, weren't they? I mean, they started back in the 90s, didn't they? That engine.
I think that the original homologation was 88, yes, I think. Yeah. Because when it was 100 UK before TKM was even a thing, they were using the BT82.
That's right, yeah.
So that, it's well tried and tested. It's been going a very, very long time. Loads of second-hand engines available, loads of second-hand chassis available because we've locked the periods in. So 100 UK currently is 94 to 2000. But next year it will move up to 2003 because those chassis are kind of in the same family there. Yes, same shape, same basic design.
They are chassis before we got into the chassis designs which incorporated the caster, the camber adjustments into that front end.
All that.
When we raced, it was you tweaked, you bent your chassis to get more camber.
Yeah, essentially it was before we went Italian. Before we
that's a good way of putting it, actually.
When we were British made, before we had big fat axles and Italians making them.
Your Gillards, your Wrights,
exactly. So that was sort of how 100 UK's ethos was, and all the TKM chassis, how they've been born. And then the GX series is, we were thinking, what is the most sensible, cheapest and appropriately speeded way to go racing as a newbie. So we built, you have to use a chassis that's 2018 or older, so obviously the second-hand market is much cheaper than the new market. It's unrestricted 200cc Honda engines, which are bulletproof.
Which is basically what we see in sort of Vera Tools British Championship. Yeah. That will be the Honda Cadet engine.
Yes, but we take the restrictors out, so that they're pulling a little bit more power. And then essentially you do a couple of small modifications, so you have to inboard the axle, change the throttle cable, take off any exhaust mountings that you don't need. And then it's pretty much good to go. And then you're going round, when we did the tests originally, we went to Hook Park and we went to a couple of other places, and we targeted being closer to the TKM classes in speed than corporate, so trying to fill that gap. And they've kind of ended up about 3-4 seconds slower than 100 UK and 115.
That's not bad.
No, not from driving around on a bulletproof Honda engine. But they are probably 15-20 seconds faster than a rental, or 2 seconds, maybe 1 second faster than Club 100.
So it is a progression. You want to get into what I call proper outdoor karting, away from your indoor tracks, etc. Now away from those series. That's a good route. I mean, there's GX classes from cadet, junior through to senior.
Yes.
And the thing I noticed when I was looking into this was, for instance, one of your competitors in the senior class, Alex Van Geen, does a fabulous. I urge everybody to go out and have a look at Alex's YouTube channel. Alex Van Geen, spelled Vangeen.
Other YouTube channels are available.
Other YouTube channels. Yeah, I'm using Alex because
absolutely.
For me, what Alex showed me was just how pure the racing is in that GX senior class. It's not about how fast you can go on a kart. Everyone's on the same sort of speed.
Yeah.
And everyone's so equal. The actual purity of the racing and the racecraft that you see, or we are going to see today, for me is just ticks the box of proper racing.
Yeah. So when we were pulling the regulations together, we sort of had a few key things in our heads when we were making that, which was, one, how would you spend your way out of this regulation? And if you could, we changed it.
Good idea.
Two, how do we make it as close as physically possible? And if we couldn't make it close, we changed it.
Right.
And then it was all about how do we make it as cheap as possible within those parameters. So that is how the regulations came to be. So we've gone from...
You made that sound really simple, actually.
It is. I think karting is simple.
You made that sound really simple.
Yeah, I think if you take politics and the economics of wanting to make money out of karting, it is incredibly simple. And we've got no interest in making money from the series. Me certainly came back to karting because I wanted to enjoy it, and didn't want all of that over the top. And make it really competitive. It is competitive, but it's not do or die. Everybody's going to work on Monday. No one's going to Formula One, and that's what we're aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw. Just to give everybody an idea, James is sat next to me with his T-shirt and rib protector and his race overalls, because he's not just a series organiser. You're going to be out there competing as well, aren't you?
I'll be out there.
You'll be out. Okay, you're going to be driving your car around.
Yes. I'll circulate.
So we've got right the GX classes, the Honda engines. That's what you see on screen at the moment. That's the senior class. This is the class that if I could drop 10 kilograms, which isn't undoable, I can see myself getting one of them. Nick, don't look at me like that. I would love that. There's Brad Philpott. We know Brad from car racing, and he's currently I think he's clinched the championship at the moment, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been very, very consistent this year.
Yeah, his attention to detail is why he's won that championship.
His attention to detail on his kart is greater than my attention to detail to win the championship. But
phenomenal.
But he does a good job.
I want to talk to you about a couple of other of the classes that we're going to see that really... I'm an engineering geek, I'm a mechanic by trade, I've worked in motorsport. F300.
Yes.
Now, we have gotten used to, not just in karting, but in motorsport in general, into what is called a spec formula, where everybody's on the same chassis, everybody's running the same engine, so that you're looking for those little nuances. A bit like what we have to do with the GX classes. You're looking for that little edge. In the F300 class, we've got rotary engines, we've got V4 engines, we've got V2s, V engines, straight engines, and there are people out there that are tuning and modding these engines within the regulations, of course. Give us an idea of what the F300 is all about and what we're going to see.
So F300 was a class that's been going for a few years now, but they were similar to 100 UK, sort of on their own, entering IKRs, and didn't have a permanent home as such. So when we created Access Karting, Guy, who he'll be on track today, and he was last year's champion, and I think he's pretty close to the mix for the win this year. He approached us and just said, like, what you're doing seems like our ethos. So we said, it makes sense. It looks like the same thing. So they've come along and they've been really, really happy with us this year and sort of agreed that we're going to be part of the family. So the branding of F300 is going to change to F300-UK. So it'll be the same as all the rest of the family, and they're going to be permanently with us moving forward. So that's it's a great partnership for us. But they're how do I put it?
They're tech spec.
Yeah,
they are. You know what? That's going to attract people who like to fiddle a lot with their karts.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not just. I think you describe yourself as you just throw the kart down and hope for the best. You haven't got time for it. You haven't got time for that prep.
But I'm definitely the exception, not the rule.
Well, you are the exception, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody likes to fiddle. It's just the length of fiddling that with the kart that we see. An F300 with those different configurations. That's going to attract somebody who enjoys the engineering side.
Yeah, so with that, they've got these mixture of engines. So they've got Swiss Hutlands, they've got Acros, they've got the V-Twins, they've got a couple of others out there, Billans, I think. So they go through a process as a group of working out what the appropriate weight regulations, restrictors, rev restrictions, things like that are.
It's like a balance of performance.
Yeah. So there'll be tracks where, like Mike, who's on the V-Twin, Landau, because the characteristics of the track, the V-Twin just worked, and he was down the road, and it was amazing to it. He drove brilliantly that weekend. But then you'll go to other tracks where the characteristics are different, like they're not as bottom-ended, top-ended, whatever, and you just see different karts move forward and backwards a little bit in the mix. So it's almost like trying to set your kart up for that sort of that average, I suppose. Not just like I'm only going to set it up for X track, but the regulations are always being tweaked to make sure that we don't have somebody turn up with something totally new or unseen, like the V-Twin was, and then it doesn't just take off.
So you can't exactly come out and bolt a Cosworth V8 to your kart, and
you can, but we might only let you have tick over.
Yeah. I love that though. I do love that, and I totally get what you mean by the ethos of racing, and it's not just about the driving. We kind of focus on the driving, hitting your apexes and your braking point, but there's people here who that's secondary to, and it's about tuning that car, tuning those different configs of engines and stuff, and maximising and optimising what they've got underneath them. And it doesn't matter whether they come 5th or 6th or 1st or 2nd. It's about racing the car, which I love.
And I think you'll see that in like some of the period classes as well. Like if we look at Gordon Smith, he's been racing modern TKM. He's in the fight for the championships today with Luke Ogden, and they're the only two that can win that one. And he saw the class, and he was so interested because he just literally walked into his garage, pulled out his right that he raced in 2008, put his engine on it from modern, and off he went. And he was in the class straight away. But he's racing the period chassis that he raced, and it's his chassis that he loved at the time. And
so is he in the 115?
Yes.
UK? Right. So I was about to come to that. So we've got 100 UK, which is the 100cc. Older iteration of that air-cooled single-cylinder TKM engine on the older chassis. The 115 UK class is the modern TKM engine that we see running in Formula TKM in the British Champs.
So it's not the TAG, the electric start version.
Okay,
they're still either the outboarded electric starts, like the horse. Or direct drive. So, but they're the modern, what you would class as senior spec from a CC perspective.
Right.
But again, it's still before all the Italian stuff came in. So I think that the major difference between the chassis would be that you've got the parallel sidebars, so you've got like the 90-degree pod bars with the crash test Unico bodywork or newer, and they run Ackerman steering, whereas the 100s still run single bolt. So the steering characteristics are slightly different. But they're not, the way we've written the regulations, they're not massively different in performance. They're sort of half a second between them at the moment.
I was going to ask that. I was going to ask the difference in performance from the motors with regards to the 15 extra cc's.
Yeah.
I mean,
So typically, I think an extreme compared to 100 would be sort of 0.8 of a second a lap, maybe. But what we've done is we've made the weight category higher in 115. So they
tried
to
bring it together
a bit more, because what we didn't want a glamour class. Like, that's not what we're about. We're about everybody's here to enjoy what they do, and everybody's on an equal footing, and we don't see one class as like it's not like a hierarchy. It's just a flat structure of classes.
You didn't want a class standing out as the fastest class, so everybody's that's the premier class of the series. Everyone's on a level footing, so I can understand. That's kind of what you've done there is a balance of performance. The series name, Access Karting Series, Access Karting Championship. That's a perfect name for it, James. I've got to
we
say.
think so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously that was the thinking behind the moniker. And when I was talking, we've walked around the paddock, we've engaged with your customers, your competitors via social media, and there's a lot of people have said, especially the kids. Started off in indoor karting, I did a hire car championship, and now I am, owner-driver racing. And you've bridged that gap between doing it yourself in this environment.
Sure. Yeah, that was exactly what we were after. Just to make it viable for people to enter the sport more easily. We feel like we're filling the gap that we wanted to fill. But I always say we're not a lobster pot. We don't. We're not here to capture anybody. From a membership perspective, we're not here to make money. So people will join us, and the GX regulations were written around, it's a modern chassis. So if you wanted to, you could take your Honda off, you could bolt a Rotax on it, you could go race wherever you want.
Yeah, right.
But also you could bolt an F300 onto it, and you could go and race with that.
Yes.
Or you could keep your engines, and you could go and race Pro Karts, or you could sell the lot and do our TKM classes. And, it's all very fluid, and we don't try and... I think once you're so invested in a class, once you've spent so much money, you can't really move. And we want people to be enjoying the karting journey, not enjoying our class per se, or they're not. We don't see them as beholden to us in any way.
So your GX UK cadet class, are they on a 950 chassis?
No, they're on anything old 2018 or older. It's the same as GX Senior.
So it's
it has to be a
900.
900
is
it? 1050's front track width, I think.
Right. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So I'd have to check that reg. Yes. It might be rear track reg. They could go and just stick a 200 on and go and race wherever, or they could leave a 160 on and go and race an IKR, and whatever they want to do.
Ideally, when they get to that age, they can move into the junior GX class
and take their engine with them.
And then into seniors. The engines, I noticed, was sealed. Always a good idea, because then it becomes a checkbook war and all sorts of shenanigans coming into it.
Absolutely.
But what I loved, and we've got an interview with Brad Philpott. It's quite a long interview. I knew it was always going to be a long interview with Brad.
Absolutely.
But it was my fault, because I asked a lot of questions with a view to where can I get one of these, and where do I sign up?
Yeah, no problem.
Because it's relatively controlled with a sealed engine. And because they're so close in performance, it's all about the level of preparation. Yeah. It's the way you lubricate your bearings for the rolling resistance, etc., etc. And again, that brings in a purity of racing. And if we use that term, purity of racing, you've kind of took us back a few years with Access.
Yeah, I think so. That was what we were hoping for.
I think you really have achieved that.
Yeah, this more harks back to like the way I would have done racing than how modern goes racing.
Well, I started racing in the 80s. I did it the wrong way around. I went Formula Ford.
Yeah, you'd probably like my 86 DAP Greyhound.
I would love I had a DAP Greyhound in 1986.
Yeah,
did it have a cable brake?
Yes,
I loved a cable brake.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the cable brake had so much more feel.
Yeah, loved it.
I hated hydraulic brakes.
Apart from when the
have you still got it?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. I planned to take it to the Shennington Revival this year, but unfortunately we had a clash with our
Why do people not do cable brakes these days?
I don't know.
You've got so much feel in a cable brake. Anyway,
so
we digress.
I hopefully will be. I'll plug the Shennington Revival because Retro Racer use it a lot as well. But hopefully next year I'll be out there with my T75 bolted onto my DAP Greyhound, and I'll try and make it all pretty and whatever. That might be a kart I actually spend some time prepping.
I want to talk to you about the championship so far, just to give people an idea of what's happening out on track. We've got our practice sessions, which has enabled James and I to get this debrief or briefing as to what you're going to see today from Ellough Park. So we're getting through the practice sessions. We are at about 10:30, which is about 9 minutes away. It's flew over. We're going to start our first races. We're going to have heats. Everybody gets 3 heats. And the final, the heater mixed grids. Everybody from Karting Live TV, if you're a regular, you'll understand mixed grids and in comparison to time qualifying. We're all over that. The championship, James, some cracking tracks that you've already visited. Started off at Fullbeck. You went to Lydd, a track I haven't been to. I'm from the northeast of England, so you understand that.
Lovely.
Hooton Park.
Yes.
That's become a popular little venue, Hooton Park, hasn't it? It looks an interesting little track.
Hooton have been wonderful to us. That when we've made these new classes, and I'll plug Shretton as well in that. When we started GX and we had a grid of 6 juniors and 8 seniors or something, and they just said, you can have a grid and we can see what it does and we can build it. And they were wonderful to us, and they let us hold our O plate there at short notice in last October, which Brad won. But it was really competitive. That was sort of our first one where we got into sort of good double figures. We had like 15, 16 turn up, I think it was. Yeah. And to say we'd only launched the class like 3 months before, it was quite a big step. And we were like, oh, actually, this is really going to work. Yes. So love Hooton for the way they've looked after us, for sure.
We went to South Wales, Landau, where we ran for the D plate, the Dragon plate, which is basically a Welsh champion, isn't it? Really, we can call them the Access Welsh champions.
Yes. And Landau's very close to our heart as well, because Landau was the first place we went to with 100 UK, where we said, you know what, we need to do something for ourselves. We need to be our own series. That's the only way we're going to get justification for the quality of the racing we're doing and for the people that are out there. We need to build something around it and make it its own thing, rather than it being an add-on to other series all the time. So that was sort of where the inspiration all started, really, because we all sat round having a barbecue saying, you know what, this feels like how it should be. And then we started to think in terms of what we've got now.
Yeah, brilliant. And then round 5, the previous round of this one, Clay Pigeon, old school track. I've raced all sorts of, and I'm from the northeast of England, but even I made the track down to Clay because it was one of those tracks where everything happened. Super One, whichever championship you were in, you had to race at Clay. And I noticed the GXs, the seniors at least, they're racing with that long curving straight down to turn 1. That brought out some fabulous racing. And then you've rounded off your season finale at Ellough Park, just outside of Lowestoft in Suffolk. Yeah. And they've done a cracking job in getting a lot of racetrack in a very short area of real estate, haven't they? Yes. It's a cracking track. It's very, very fast, but it's also very, very technical. And it's in complete contrast to places like Fullbeck and Clay. You've got a very diverse choice of tracks there, James. Yeah. And I know how hard it is to put a calendar together. It is absolutely important. You've got clashes with whatever. But was that a deliberate thing, or is that just how it came together?
So I think when we were thinking it through, we had a very sort of deliberate thought process of having to work with what tracks are going to work for TKM, what tracks are going to work for GX, and having to find a balance. Definitely what we've come up with, I think, is the right balance. Some tracks are better for one class than the other. No, that's always going to be the case, but we work towards what we've got.
James, I want to thank you very much indeed.
I'll be all right. I'll be back.
Okay. I think he's been called. He's been called by a very official-looking man with a orange bib on. Nick, you want to put your headset back on?
He's been clipboarded. There's a man with a clipboard is coming after him.
Dragged him back. We were just going through the.
Also, don't worry. If you're watching, you're thinking, there's holes in the timing screen. Don't worry, that's because it's just practice. And because it's practice, not all the transponders fire up initially. So it'll be fun for the races. It's like this every practice day, but we show practice.
Well, what the practice did was give us an opportunity of.
I think he's coming back.
Doing some research.
I think he's coming back.
Of course he's coming back.
There's a man with a clipboard.
James talks more than you.
Nah, not possible. Thank you all for tuning in. It's great to have you all with us. Just say hello to a few people on the stream while we can. And of course, there's a lot of very chatty. You a bunch, aren't you? Good luck to Andy Hicks, Tom Stalker, Tom Angier, Lee Jones, Seth Jones, George Matty, Ben White, and Tyler Nicholson, and Rich Max to Nelson Baxter. Well, basically, good luck to everyone, really. Are we getting Steve Gross on comms? No, this is the only comms which we've got a guest comms person. Good luck to everyone, says Junior Jones, absolutely covering the races. Fletcher Racing, when's the stream start? Well, obviously, it started. Good luck, Eric, says Le Petit Tigre. Let's go. Good luck, everyone, says Paul Hanley. Some very First Impressions Photographer says good luck for Seth X. Congrats to you from JP. Oh, good. Michael Burke's with us from Bathurst. Michael Burke's with a lot of. We're always getting a bit. But hang on, isn't
What time is it in Bathurst?
It's 1,000 soon. Is it next week, the 1,000?
I don't know. Same as Petit.
The only reason I know it, well, perhaps not then, because I know they're doing the 1,000 on iRacing this weekend, so ignore around that. Rich Baxter says, mods. Lux Shampoo has a bloke. And Kate Angier says, come on, Tom Angier. I wonder why that would be. We've lost him. He's been a minor, more important problem we thought. So they're going to go run around. There's a few more of the practices to go, and then we get up and running with the racing proper.
I think there's only one, Nick.
No, there's more than that, isn't there? It's 2027.
But we've had the GX UK Cadet.
We've got Cadet, and then we've got two more. We've got Junior and 115 UK Senior. So we have two more things to go.
We've already had the Senior.
No.
Oh no, the 115 senior. Yes, we've got a lot of classes to get through.
A lot of classes, a lot of races,
and there isn't going to be a lunch break, everybody. So we're going to take you all the way through. We're going to be every class gets 3 heats, and every class gets a final. There's going to be no break. So we'll just rattle on through. We might have a few interviews to insert here and there.
We have done a paddock show, but we have no point to put the paddock show in. So if you are a fan of the series, the paddock show will be live on Monday or perhaps even Sunday night. Perhaps not tonight, but Monday it'll be live, and you'll be able to see a proper paddock show. We're going to try and insert some of the interviews if there's a gap. So if it looks like they're rescuing 19 different carts, we think, we'll give it a go. But in advance warning, we might have to crash some of the interviews. Oh, the racing started.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, more of that later. We'll come back to that.
So we're just saying, this is just a chat. Whoa! Got replays. Go for it.
That is my favourite camera angle. That is coming out of Degner.
There we go. That's the wrong line. Even I can tell that.
And that's called tyres, isn't it? That is called tyres.
Yeah, we've had a long conversation about that camera angle based around the quality of picture against potential cost.
That was Lexi Hewlin getting caught.
I have information about her.
I know you have,
but not for now. I'm saying
right.
I'm saying all the. I've decided that we're going to demarcate ourselves in that you are Mr. Talking what you're seeing, and I'm Mr. Oh, what do you want to know about Barry?
That's just because we've got a very small desk and we haven't got anywhere to put any paper.
I had to go to the computer, yeah.
And you've put it on the computer, and I've got nowhere to put my streams of paper because I'm old school. Because I like to scribble, you see. You can't scribble on your computer screen.
I've just realised something. We've just had more fun the last 2 minutes than the whole last weekend.
Sure, you can say that. It is true, though. It is absolutely true.
My fingers crossed for Tuesday. Fingers crossed for Tuesday.
Yeah. Yes.
I got told off first time.
Yes, you are.
Stefan Rees, best of luck to my cousins Paul Handley and Brad Philpott. Well, Brad doesn't need any luck because Brad prepares his carts to eliminate luck.
Yeah, he's eliminating all the luck in the world, is Brad Philpott. And we know Brad from... he's done some car racing. I remember first meeting Brad at the Silverstone 24 Hours back in, dare I say it, 2016, 2017. And Brad really works hard in getting together and putting together deals to go racing, and he put together a deal to do some British touring cars back in 2020.
That's an expensive deal.
That's a very expensive deal.
How much is it a weekend now? Was it 60 grand a weekend now? It was 30 grand about 10 years ago.
We did it. It was 35 grand a car per weekend back in 2007, 2008. So
no offence, how much profit was in that for the team running it?
I couldn't say. Not much, actually. Not much. 12 grand of that per weekend was tyres. Yeah.
Good old
tyres alone.
Is it still Dunlop?
Which is now branded as Goodyear.
But
same thing. Mike Butler is the man that's still in charge. Been doing it a long time, Mike. What was I saying? Yes, Brad Philpott.
Philpott, yeah.
The attention to detail on that cart. I knew when I walked up to that cart, they've got the cling film around the tyres. One set of tyres per season.
What is the clean film on the tyres for? Does it put some heat into them?
No.
Stop the oils coming out?
Yes, I think so. There's various opinions, philosophy of that, but I think it stops them losing and evaporating those oils and those. Anybody out there can tell us the technical and chemical reason, but there's a lot of people do it.
This is a cracking story we didn't know about. Daniel Crinton, mate's son Bradley Beggs, in his first race today, did his ARCS test yesterday.
Tremendous.
Now,
if anyone knows what class he's in.
Yeah, what class he is and what cart number would be great. But if anyone knows the story of my ARCS test, knows I couldn't have raced the next day.
No, you couldn't. You did it all wrong, didn't you?
I cracked a rib during my test.
He claimed to have cracked a rib. I think you scared yourself, didn't you, when you were
No, I loved it. Loved those. Yeah, I was young and fit then.
It was TKM as well, wasn't it?
No, it was Rotax. This is when I took my test in 2002 to come my comeback.
Oh, your comeback,
which never happened. Bought the stuff, did the test, cracked the rib, thought perhaps not.
Did you not want to do it after the rib had healed?
It's quite complex. It's a very long story, which really isn't. You don't want to hear
Actually,
about karting.
I know a lad who was really quick, won the one-lot championship, James Mueller, and he came back after about a 15-year break, and he said, "I'm not sure how many ribs are going to go because of this rib injury that I got like 15 years ago." He did 5 laps, had to come in. His ribs were still broken.
No, I just it was a combination of financial and slow decline of marriage that got rid of that one.
Oh, right. All right.
It's all right. I'm happy now. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Somebody else entirely. It's fine.
On to his third wife.
No. Do you think we'll get our first karting live wedding? Do you think we'll get that next couple of years?
I hope so.
Yes, I do. Our first karting live wedding will be lovely.
Yes. Our producer today is Lara.
Lara, yep.
Ashley Ontine's first wife. Or going to be.
Well, we're pushing a bit hard at the moment.
What's Lara's surname? We haven't given her full details. What's Lara's surname? I know it will be Leontine.
It's Leontine.
Sometimes. What is it? Because it wasn't Lara's brother tuning in before.
No, I don't know.
Is your brother going to be with us today?
Is he? Or
is
not?
Is he not? You haven't told him, have you?
Oh, hang on. Let's send me a message. I've got I've passed that message on. Sorry about that.
Okay.
That's no. Yes. So apart from being called Lara Leontine, obviously it's Crockart.
Crockart.
Which actually sounds like something you'd find in Camden. Come and see my shop. It's full of Crockart. What is Crockart? I saw you coming.
I'm going to quickly move on. And
this is what you were missing.
Yes, exactly.
And now you don't know why.
And now I really don't know why.
Right.
What was I
we will talk about karts in a minute because it's going to start counting for something.
Well, we're still practicing.
This is the last
we can
one.
Still talk about this series. I've got to say, Nick, fabulous to be invited along. Fabulous that James and James, isn't it?
Double James.
The two Jameses invited us along to live stream their season finale. We're hoping to be able to bring you some more of the Access Karting series in 2025. And I really do.
Depends how well today goes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on probation here, everybody. We are very much on probation here. So if they like what we do, if you like what we do here with the Access series, then please write in.
Tell your friends.
And tell our friends. James had to go. James has come back. James, we're about to go racing, mate, so just crack on with your day. That was... You want to do the first heat? Does he want to be a commentator, do you think? I think he's got his Gillard overalls.
I'm getting a bit fed of being fired at the moment. It's
Yeah,
happening quite a lot.
It is happening far too often. It's becoming a pattern of behaviour.
Yeah. I'm not even doing next week. Not that I've been fired next week, but I'm just somewhere else.
No, mate, you are doing. It's Bathurst 1000 next week, by the way.
The same weekend as
Petit. Yeah, there it is. Michael Burke.
Well, they're completely different time zones, of course.
Completely different time zones, which means Mr. Hindhoff will be up all day. We have got the heats coming, and it'll be the first of our heats will be for the 100 UK Senior Championship. We've then got the F300s. This is the one where you heard James and I talk about with regards to the different engine, completely different engines, from rotary engines, V4s, straight 4s, singles, twins, you name it. They'll bolt it on and they'll go with it. Billand engines. I forget what configuration a Billand is.
Isn't that off a sidecar?
It's basically a huge thing that you sit next to.
Rolf Billand was a world sidecar champion.
I'm not sure if that's the same family.
I'm pretty sure it is. Two-stroke engineering.
On the Google, you've got the computer.
We've got very aggressive.
GX UK's 160 mods. Now, we haven't spoke about 160 mods, and that's what I did. When James had to get dragged away, that was next on the list to talk about. Basically, the 160 mod class that's coming up. That's race 4 for us this morning. We'll be sweeping through the heats, no doubt. The 160 mods is basically Team Billand in collaboration with Rolf Billand. There you go, mate. You know your stuff. You should work in motorsport.
Nah.
The 160 mod class is basically a pro kart class. We're all familiar with twin engine pro karts. However, the term mods is exactly what they let you do. You do what they say on the tin within reason. I think there are regulations there, but the regulations are quite open. Rather than having sealed Honda engines, we've got quite open regulations, so allowing the competitors to basically engineer as far as they want to go. And I know that the Honda GX engines, the biggest thing at the top end rev range was valve bounce, so that was one of the first things when Pro Karts first made an appearance back in the early 90s, was it?
Pro Karts?
Yeah, early 90s. No, it wasn't. I remember working at an indoor track.
Yeah, but
Shildon.
Indoor karting started in the late 80s.
Late 80s.
But that was like everything was cobbled together individually. But
yes,
the actual concept of a pro car.
Yes, but I remember working at.
Do you mean a twin engine pro car or a single engine pro car?
A twin engine pro car.
Yeah, I reckon that's mid 90s.
No, it's not. It's early 90s. Honestly, let me explain.
Okay.
I worked at a place called Superkart in Shildon, and I was kind of like a race administrator, race director, driver coach, whatever. Mm-hmm. And for the crack, we developed it. We created a twin rail chassis either side of the seat,
right,
with a bit of welding and a bit of brazing, mm-hmm, and we bolted two engines on this thing. And this thing, indoors on an indoor track, and Superkart at Shildon, which isn't there now, damn it, was the fastest.
Every time you say Supercar, I want to do a theme tune for it.
Do a theme tune for it.
Supercar game, Supercar. It's like blank.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Supercar.
He's here all week.
I'm not actually, but I'm being sacked in a minute.
It was the fastest indoor track at the time.
Right.
I mean, it was when we had Playscape, Bob Pope's place down in Clapham.
Yep.
And then Superkart was one of perhaps the first indoor kart track at the North East before we had, the proliferation of indoor tracks that we have these days. So it was very new. It was very new and innovative having an indoor kart track. And these sheds, it was a big railway shed in Shildon, right, and the shed would fill with fumes. and they quickly understood, they're going to have to cut some holes in the roof or the walls or something.
They didn't buy big fans.
Anyways, we bolted this engine onto this modified chassis and went out on the track. It was like driving a firework. This indoors, it was like, felt like a Formula One car around Monaco. It was mint. And then it gradually grew. The idea grew. Hey, you know what? This would be a great outdoor racing kart. And hey, you know what? It absolutely did become an outdoor racing kart. And Pro Karts were born. And it wasn't just one area or one kart track that, bore fruit and created pro karting. It was kind of evolving across the whole of the country. And Pro Karts became perhaps the entry-level form of karting because of the cheapness of the GX engines. But then the GX engines, people learned how to modify them and how to get out of creatively, innovatively engineer them and tune them. I didn't say cheap, but yeah. And I think that's what we've gone back to here. The 160 mods is a pro kart class where you can actually modify the engine and optimize your engine. We have got a race in hand. It's the 100 UK Senior Championship, Heat 1. And the 100 UK 100cc engines.
I've had a question answered. I didn't know. It's a 7-minute heat.
7 minutes and 1 lap. We've got a 25 kart field. James Ogden and Dominic Pine lead the field round for this one. Just to give you an idea of what we're going to do here this weekend. For the heats, we're going to have a look at all of our competitors. We're going to try and have a look at all of our competitors. And then we will focus on the lead battle going into the finals. So for now, we'll try and pick up some racing down the order. James Ogden, Dominic Pine leading the field round. Jamie Scott shares the second row with James Reeks, the E-plate holder. And we're already got them coming through.
Are they waving round? They go in. Or is it second lap?
I think that's a wave round.
That's a wave round.
So third row of the grid, Matthew Lawrence, Sergio Taggio. Row 4, Scott Williams, Liam Hamling, Owen Potter and Cyril Smith are on row 5. Richard Wake and Wesley Graves are on row 6. I remember some of these names from when these were part of the NKC.
Who's in the front row? So it's not 0 and 9 are on the front row.
No, the D plate. It's a D plate. That's
no,
the Dragon.
It's down as a 0.
Is it?
Yeah, because it can't handle letters in the timing system.
Sorry, I thought you were looking at the cart.
No.
Right. So the D plate is the Welsh champion.
There's two.
Winning
there's two. There's the E plate as well. This is what's confused the timing. It's got 2 letters.
Right. Okay. So that's why there's a gap for fourth.
Yeah.
Seventh row of the grid is Ben Miles and Paul Streether. Nathan Williams and Ross Goodwin are next. Andrew Bradley and Sean Taylor on row 9. Row 10 is Brendan Williams and Matt Rivet. Leonardo Taggio and Samantha Topless are next up. And then on the 12th row, Sam Forbes, Alex Foster. Forster, I should say, and then John Allen rounds off the 25 kart field. We'll give you a bit of an idea of the corner names here at Ellough Park. It's a cracking little track. It reminds me of a round the houses kind of track without the houses. It's a bit like
we forgot to build the houses, but that's okay.
Bit of it like a street course. It's very, very tight and twisty, lots of switchbacks. But then there's these open areas here.
For it this time.
Yeah, I think we are. The pall of blue two-stroke smoke fills the air as we get off racing at Ellough Park for the final round of the Access Karting Series. And it's the 100 UK Senior Championship out on track at the moment. A couple of karts off at the back, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a treacherous start on cold tyres, and they've managed to, but we're missing the theatre of someone trying to restart his kart, obviously. As they come round here, it's really close. They'd already past the corner.
Already lost it, hadn't they?
I think kart B with the white helmet actually tagged kart A with the red helmet, but no harm, no foul. They got rolling again, and they sweep round for the first time into Barney's. And I'm going to apologise for the timing, because there were two letters in the timing. It's having a bit of an issue.
Well, that was the number 55 there that had that little spin was Sergio Taggio, and Sergio is one of the series sponsors, one of the series supporters with his Duprecchio company. I hope I've said that right, Sergio. I don't think he's bothered how we say it. It's an Italian name.
Yeah.
Basically commercial vacuums, isn't it? The Duprecchio.
So that is an E plate versus the O plate, which we can't currently see because they're both down as the O plate.
That's James Rees.
And who's the other one? It's James Ogden. So Ogden in the E leads now, so he's not on the time, but it's Ogden who leads from Rees. So they are first and second. There's kind of a gap in the timing for Rees staying up and over. And let's put the elevation change here. And I love the fact they've painted like a very sharp corner there, which everyone ignores.
Yeah, they have. That's Barney's. The kind of
very wide there.
The adverse cambered Clinton's corner, as it's so named, not for the reasons Nick wants to say. But
no, I'll get it at some point.
No, you won't. And then out across the start-finish line. Let's have a one lap of this circuit, shall we?
Yeah, let's just drop back to that group of four, who are third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Who's Scott, Pine, Williams, and Liam Hamling, as they sweep round what is Schumacher's, and that's spelt as a shoemaker, not as a Schumacher. And then down to another left-hand, not like a hairpin, but a wide 180.
Oh, it's definitely a hairpin.
They're allowed to go as wide as they like, apparently. There's no track limits. No track limits. And we're up and over, and it'll rise over Clinton's, and then they drop down, as we said before, into Barney's.
And Barney's, that looks like a tight right into a left, is now just a tight right, because they've opened that corner right up. And then the paddock straight there that you saw, into Wounds, named after a person here at Ellough, and then through the sweeping right-hander with no name, and on across the line. It's 4.5 minutes remaining. James Ogden on the O plate, still not the O plate, the E plate.
Rees is leading.
James Rees leading. Yeah, I'm going to forget.
Look at that one.
Yeah, James Rees, James Ogden, Scott Williams, Jamie Scott, Dominic Pine, Liam Hamling, Owen Potter. That's the top 7.
Yeah. So they come back towards us again. Let's just take the kart. Yeah, let's have a look in the middle of that pack. Sort of the blue, the 49, the purple helmet there. That's Jamie Scott. Okay, it's kind of misconstrued in many ways. As they come round the hairpin at the bottom at Wand. Slightly lightening up that shot. And they sweep through. Not quite halfway down. Rees from Ogden. Kart's now settled down. One thing that was very interesting in all the practices, we saw quite a lot of attrition with the 100 UKs and the 115 UKs. It's that so far, and I'm looking around, just about everybody seems to have kept rolling. If you just wait for a second, there's another group of 3 karts behind this, Ash. There's the one kart, then there's kind of 3 or 4 karts. Just let this next bunch go through. And here we go. So we pick up with the 66, 22. It's the 88 actually. Richard Wake and Wesley Graves.
I remember Wes Graves, number 22. That's a name that I remember. Richard Wake on the number 88. The number 27 there, Sean Taylor.
He's got a problem, I think. Or is he just out of position?
I'm not sure. He was.
That's one of the interesting things. You know when we're doing the normal commentaries, we sit there and you're going, oh, he's with Strawberry, he's with Optum, he's with something else, because they've all got their body kit. This is fabulous. This is just people who've got plain side pods or a sticker they made up themselves.
And
No
people,
teams.
the people with the plain side pods are obviously right on the weight limit, aren't
No,
they?
I think they're not sponsored by anyone. They don't need a sticker kit.
Well, they don't need a sticker kit, but you would always, the choice of
Save a
just
few pounds.
plain black. Yeah. What did we say a sticker kit weighs? Was it
1.5, I think it was. No, was it between 750 and a kilogram?
Right.
Beautiful move up the inside there by the 28. I'd say 28, 48, I don't know.
It's just ahead of the 22, so that's the 88 of
26.
Richard Witt.
It's a 26 of Paul Streeter.
Oh, 26 moving through Paul Streeter.
Yeah, he's got the kind of the red and white side pod designs there, and he's picked up position number 9, I think, is where he's on. Yes, he's now 9th, going round with a couple of minutes to go. These three sweep round the bottom of the track, and they're going to go past our impact camera and up to Schumacher's again. I mean, it seems to be quite a lot of flow on this track, even though it is the most amount of tarmac in the small pub area.
You've got to keep that hairpin there. It's called Hulmes, after Denny Hulme.
We think
the 1967 Formula One world champion. This part of the track here, Clinton's, it's got like an adverse camber, hasn't it? And then it opens right up here, past the paddock on the left, into Warnes. And then after this hairpin right, which is a pure hairpin, then they're into a left-hand hairpin here that comes back underneath us, and that's called T73,
obviously,
which was always a very good year.
It was,
if you're a Sunderland fan,
yes.
Which I am.
Yes,
all the way down here.
Just sounds like a kind of another sequel to the Terminator films to me.
T73, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's another version of the Terminator. I asked why do they call it T73, and I got a shrug of the shoulders as to I don't really know.
Let's see if we can move our focus back forward a little bit. I think second and third are relatively close. They're coming underneath Leicester's camera now. Second and third are going down the straight towards the hairpin. There we go. There they are. They always move, I think, to second place, and it's successful into the hairpin. So taking over second place now, though it's been scrapped about. It's the 41. So Liam Hamlin takes over second place. It's still, because the O plate now has dropped down to fourth. So still leading actually is James Rees. Ignore that because it's picking up the O plates wrongly. It's
James
fine.
Ogden's on a D plate.
Yeah, we're going to have an issue with it.
You're just going to have to put your glasses on.
No, I'm going to have to stop looking at that because
people
are looking at the screens.
Yeah.
That fourth is correct, but he's on the top. Just so you know, this is the first time our timing system has had to deal with two different letters in a race.
That's right.
And I'm going to have to work with Stefan after the event so we sort this problem out. But I'm afraid that's going to be like this for the entirety of the meeting.
Which is great.
Because there's too many letters.
We are easily confused. It's the E plate holder. We didn't clarify with James Purchase what the E plate was.
It's the Yorkshire. Yeah, one.
E, the Yorkshire plate. No, we can't say that. It's a good one though. The Yorkshire E by gum. Liam Hamlin second. Scott Williams on the number 3 there is being followed very closely
by the number 2.
By the number 2.
I think what it is. That's the number that's on the back of the O plate. It's
the D plate.
Yes, sorry.
Stop doing that.
E, O and
is
D. It's a 2 and a D.
It says a number 2.
Yeah, but it says a D on his nose.
Yeah, well, that's not confusing at all. When he's coming towards us there behind the number 3.
It's a D.
It's a D.
And then going away, it's a 2.
It's a 2. Can we sort that out, please?
No, because that's how they rendered themselves into the official entry.
What, is D and 2?
No, it's just D. Keep on going.
We've got one lap of racing to go. The leader already through, and the checkered flag will fly, and it will be James Rees on the E plate.
With the E, I've just been given a text message. The E plate is the Retro Racer English Cup winner.
The Retro Racer
English Cup winner, yeah.
Excellent.
English Cup winner.
Right, Retro Racer English Cup winner.
Thank you, whoever said that, who I don't know at the moment.
The Retro Racer English Cup winner. Yeah, find out who sent you that. That's brilliant. James Rees is our Retro Racer E-plate holder, and he takes the first heat. Liam Hamlin will finish second. Scott Williams third on the number 3, moved nicely through the order. The D-plate winner, the Welsh champion from the round at Llandau, was fourth. Fifth is Jamie Scott. Then we have Dominic Pine. Owen Potter, who has been on our Karting Live cameras before. He was with the 100 UK when they were with the NKC. He was at the first ever 100 UK Super Prix back in 2021, which kicked off our relationship actually with the NKC. One of our first ever Karting live streams.
It's Matt from 100 UK who told us that.
All right, thanks, Matt. Down the order, in 8th, Richard Wake. Wesley Graves was 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 was Paul Streether. Your remaining finishes are there on the timing bar. That's the Parc Fermé area where the drivers will pull in. The results that we call on track are then open to technical.
Matt sent us a picture of himself.
Yeah. Matt, that is the weirdest look. Is that your thumb?
Yeah,
is that your thumb? I can't. I've got an angle.
Sorry, we're talking about a picture on a screen you can't see.
Yeah, really good.
Now
really
I've now wondered whether we missed our chance to get an interview out because they're putting a cart back. I don't know.
Yeah, we probably have.
Yeah,
we were.
We've blown that
was
one.
Matt's fault.
That's Matt's fault.
He
Yeah.
sent us a picture of his thumb. It's very funny. From this angle, though.
Dear, oh dear.
From this angle, brilliant. Right.
Well, Michael Burke from Bathurst has a pertinent comment.
Yes.
He races the Aussie version of Pro Kart and had another podium last weekend.
Excellent. It's brilliant to have Michael along all the way from down under, and obviously a big.
Why did you hold your
karting fan.
nose then?
I didn't. That was just coincidence. That was just coincidence.
Right.
You're right, though. More fun in 10 minutes than we had for a flipping 40. Race 2.
I do think we're a bit loud, actually.
F300. This is we heard James Purchase tell us about the F300s, and this is basically the engineering and kart tinkerers class, really. Different engines, not a spec formula at all, open to whatever chassis you can find to fit your engine on, and then the engines are absolutely not a spec formula at all. We've got we've got rotary engines, look out for, and we will try and grab a look at the number 43 Lily Braham, who's on a Wankel rotary out there. Lily, an engineering student, motorsport engineering student at Oxford Brookes, and has worked for Williams, has worked for Accelerate, and will indeed find a career somewhere in
we've
motorsport.
Got so much information about the F300
we absolutely
people.
have, yeah.
The thing is, do we burn it all in heat one, or do we try and save it out? Then we have to remember which ones we've spoken about.
That's right. We'll just drip feed it in. We might not.
If you sent it, thank you so much.
Yeah,
for the information in. We will try and get it through, but I guarantee we'll do some people twice and some people not at all, because we're old. So
Mike Kenworthy on the pole position.
Yeah,
he's on the He's on the V twin. He's on the Honda GX620 twin.
How much power have some of these things got?
And he's you know what? I'm not even going to take a guess. So he's number 620, aptly numbered. I'm trying to find out where they are on the track to my right. He's on a Formula One chassis. Now, if that is a Formula One chassis, that could well have been made by my mate Chris Purdy, who is Formula One chassis manufacturer up in the northeast. No parts available, so everything has to be made, machined, etc. That is tremendous. He did win the D plate at Landau, but he chooses to run the number 620. Here they come then, and it's Mike Kenworthy, Jason Cooper, Guy Hefford, Ryan Martin, James Reeve, Rob Hewlin. There's the grid on the timing bar. The red lights are on. The red lights go to green, and his heavy acceleration here. Looking forward to our curb cam here at the hairpin. The Degner hairpin.
My camera!
We've got the Gulf livery cart of Jason Cooper there, using all of the road and more. But out in front is the 620, and when they get the tyres to actually bite, these things are like driving a firework.
You're not going to miss the 17 kart with his Union Jack sticker kit, I must admit. That is Ryan Martin in the 17. It blew from behind, but all Union Jack all day. There he goes, floating into the first couple of corners of the leaders, second and third. Second place, I think, is it Cooper in second? Yeah, so it's going to be Kenworthy from Helfer from Cooper from Martin with the Union Jack. There he is in fourth place. And behind him, it's the kind of Italia number one of Guy. Oh no, Guy think going third. Yeah, I should really wait to actually wait for him to go past. I'm out of practice. I've done it for a week.
Yes. Oh, really? Yeah. They're already down that very short back straight and into Shoemakers.
So we're with one, which is Guy Hefford. Have I got any information about Guy Hefford?
No, I haven't.
No, but we could make stuff up, couldn't we?
Yeah, we could. He's the number one, though, so I presume the F300
previous champion, yeah,
which James Purchase said will become F300 UK and become part of the Access Series going into 2025. They've kind of floated around different series and raced with different series, but Guy Hefford, I presume, carrying the number one because he's the current champion. And just look at the size. I mean, the size of those motors.
That thing is moving. Sorry, I should have really watched it yesterday.
We've got a great interview with, where is she? Lily Brim. Currently down in 14th, just coming underneath us now is Lily, where we get a look at the size of the chain and sprocket. And, you know, when you're used to Class 1 karts like Rotax, like what we see here, the GXs, the chain-driven drivetrain on these things are huge, beefy things, because the power that these motors are putting out. I mean, these things are you know, peddling motorcycle sidecars and motorcycles, aren't they?
Amazing things. This first four having a lovely time. But let's drop back, Ash, and see who's behind them, which I think is another couple of groups there. And we've got 3 karts running in 5, 6 and 7. They go around the bottom of the track now. It's led by the bright blue helmet, I think
that's the number 6, is it?
Is that Reeve? Yep, James Reeve in the blue outfit. And then behind him, with the actual blue nose cone, is Nye Cortizo White, who I have got some information about somewhere.
Right, well, Cortizo, I think, is we're going to see at the Spanish
hang on. He prefers to be called Chubbs.
Okay, Chubbs.
All right, Chubbsy. If he's racing since he was 13, he probably wasn't chubby. He used to rate there's a lot of ex-KZ races in this, you know, the gearbox karts. And he's been doing F300 since 2016. He's a minister of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, which probably makes me the only pastafarian on the grid. Every single one of the F300 has done a witty, amusing little something. So he's a pastafarian called Chubbs. That's the guy. That's the second place guy there. That's in this shot with the blue side pods and the yellow helmet. Chubbs, or Nye Cortizo White.
Wondered, as we left here last night, I did notice the F300 paddock liked to be.
Oh my lord! You see that?
He hits the curb on the apex of Hulme, the hairpin at Hulme, and that kart. In fact, I don't think he even hit the curb. I think he was just carrying grip.
Just grip roll.
Yeah,
grip
I think that was grip roll onto 2 wheels. Quite a circus act. He hangs on to that.
Oh, blimey.
And we're talking about the number 16, Chubby.
Chubbs.
Chubbs, sorry, not Chubby.
We don't know.
We don't know if he is.
We've no idea about the size of the man.
He can't be that big to put that onto 2 wheels.
No.
There he is, off down the straight and into the right-hander at somewhere. I can't tell where I am on the track. Into home again onto 2 wheels.
Blimey.
Now behind him is the number 69.
Yeah, let's look at the golf colour one. There's one back.
Yeah, that's a great Libby. And look at that. He's got his overalls and helmet the same.
Someone's decided.
Someone's a motorsport fan there.
Someone got a Christmas present.
Absolutely great. That Jason Cooper, that is. Now then, I have got that's Jason Super Cooper. He's been racing for 18 years in that golf cart, and he's twice F300 champion. He's raced all sorts of things, and he's got a phobia of dwarfs.
I don't believe he has.
Well, he tells me he has. So
has he had it for a short time?
I have not. I have no idea. I have no idea whether that stunts his racing or what. You know, but I do like his livery, and he obviously understands. You know, he likes his sports car racing.
2 weeks of stuff built up.
I don't. Jack Reeve is the number 5 who's catching him. That's the green helmet, the green overalls with the black trim, and if that number 69 isn't careful, Jason Cooper's going to be overtaken. Looking down the inside, going into Warren's hairpin. They come out through T73, and then the sweeping right-hander that takes us on to the start-finish straight. These two look very racy indeed. Now, they are battling for 7th and 8th place there.
Yeah, around Degner 1. Yeah? It's lovely calling it Degner 1, but there isn't a Degner 2, which you kind of need.
Well, we can still have Degner 1. I mean, that's paying, respect and homage to Suzuka.
It's just Degner.
The Degner. We'll call it the Degner.
Mr. Degner to you.
Yeah, 3-card battle now developing. That's
Chubbs.
Or to give him his full title, Nye Cortizo
White.
White.
Called Chubbs.
I love with a name like Cortizo.
Always just slightly overcooked the entrance into Barney's, but I think he's got away with it because there's actually a battle behind them.
There he is, sliding very wide. You know what though? The thing had power just to pull him out of it.
Yeah.
It was like, I'm just going to like.
I think these are a different experience of racing, to be honest.
You know what? It looks like you're driving a firework, because when the thing grips up, it just fires.
Here back with our leaders again now, I think.
I think we are.
So we're looking at the number 1. That's the 4th place. Let's just shuffle forward if we can to the leader, who's or first and second, because it's been out in front for a while now. It's half a minute to go, all the way to the front. Let's go to the leader, pick up, and he comes back round in a second.
He's the leader's Mike Kenworthy. Interesting, Nick. That Mike tells me that no parts are available off the shelf for these things, and everything is machined and made. And this is really an engineer's dream. I know Chris Purdy, he's on the Formula One chassis as well, which is Chris Purdy's chassis. And I'm just trying to see if it's got the raised caster adjustment.
Well, he's sitting quite to the left of the car, isn't he? The engine's so big, he can't even sit in the middle.
You've got to sit slightly to the left. He has been chased down rather well by Ryan Martin and Oliver Warner. They're not letting him escape, are they?
Mm.
Here they come through the left-hand hairpin, called T73, and then out and across the line. It will be the 1 lap to go board. Yes, it is. 1 lap to go, Nick. This is flew over. But Mike Kenworthy has kind of commanded the lead. He's been under pressure. If he's made any slight mistake, Ryan Martin and Oliver Warner were right there to really take advantage of that. That hasn't happened. And he continues on his way. But getting back to what he was saying, everything being made by hand and crafted and engineered. If something breaks, then you have to make it. I mean, there is off the shelf parts for the chassis.
We appear to have lost 3 of the cars, don't we? Lee Brame, Jason Cooper, and Frank Soto have all stopped as well. This is a scrappy battle. There's the 3 of the cars coming through there. Yeah. Now that's a 16 car.
Right,
that's 5, 6, and 7. They're having a right old battle there as they come underneath now, just to complete the last lap. So over the line, I think our leaders have probably gone, and it's going to be a win for Kenworthy. 2nd place is Martin, 3rd is Warner, 4th is Guy Hefford, 5th is Reeve, 6th is Nigel Tiso White, and then 7th it's Jack Reeve. Oh, sorry, I said Reeve twice. James Reeve and Jack Reeve. There's 2 Reeves. Double Reeve.
Yeah, Jack Reeve and James Reeve, 5th and 7th. Gary Woodward was 8th, 9th was James Price, Andrew Warren was 10th. And then with the 17 kart field, got time to mention who was outside the top 10. Brett Knapp, Andy Martin, Nicholas Clear, Rob Hewlin came through in 14th. Lily Brame and Jason Cooper, Frank Soto rounded off the 17 kart field. Jason Soto, thought I had, I've got Frank Soto, who is, where did Frank go? There he is. Yeah, it was Frank Soto. Where did I get Jason Cooper and Frank Soto? Started racing last year with his son Oliver, who's in the GX UK. So Frank spanning 2 karts, it appears, out there. So moving on to our next race on the card. Let's see who we've got. So race 3, GX Seniors. This has already become a favourite of mine. We've got a grid of, it's our largest grid of the weekend. 30 karts. We've got 7 karts on the novice plate. We're on the pace lap. James Purchase joins me again. We've had the F300s. Hang on. There you go, James.
Can I now be heard?
Yes. Yeah. Now you can be heard.
Marvellous.
Just had the F300s out there, and it was Mike Kenworthy who gave me some information about how a lot of that stuff that go on those karts are not off the shelf. They've got to be made. They've got to be machined, engineered, created from something, whether it's billet aluminium in a CNC machine or whatever.
They're certainly creations.
That's brilliant. This for me, this race that we've got out next, the GX UK Senior Championship, this I think is pure racing. We're going to see some proper racing here. It's all about keeping that momentum there. It's all about not making a mistake. We've got a 30 kart field. There's your grid on the timing bar. There is too many to go through. Remember, this is mixed grid, so we've got Cone of Shame. Cone of Shame on the Labradoodle.
Just had a visitor in the complex. Just for anybody.
It's a dog. We're always distracted by dogs. Here we go, though. James, we are going to be getting this thing underway. We've got the red lights flying. Dominic Hemp and Ethan Hall, Alex Van Gien and Charlie Furman on row 2, and we are going green. And we head down to turn 1, which is Degner, and it'll be all 31 karts that will make their way around. And this is where you can't get it wrong, because look at that. Everybody there was in the lead, it seemed. Into Shoemaker.
And we've got a few off.
We've got at least 3 off. They're going to come round at the back of the grid, and it's so easy, so very easy to fall down the order. This is this class of racing here on this GX engined adult senior level GX kart. This is a new innovation, isn't it, from Access?
Yes. So this configuration I think I'll take a step back. So the inspiration came from what is called Class 11 at NATSCA, which is the schools championship, which great series for juniors, got to say. But slightly different ethos to us. They're a registered charity and they do wonderful work. So I'll give them a little plug because they gave the inspiration for this. And they obviously do it for kids, and we took the idea, but we've changed the regulation slightly, a bit more power, consistent tyre, consistent weight. There's a few things that are different in there because it's a little bit more open in what they call Class 11.
Interesting on the tyres, one set of tyres for
the whole year. No wets.
For the whole year.
No wets.
And no wets, which is again sort of erring from the pro kart world, where in pro karts you're not allowed wet. So if it starts to rain, and by the way, we haven't mentioned the forecast because there isn't any forecast. We've got a slight chance of rain. I think it's going to blow over. But if it does rain, we go into slow motion on these things because they have to stay on slicks.
They do.
Great idea though, because it keeps the cost down.
Yeah, so we include the set of tyres with their memberships. So they get them delivered at the first round. We've already recorded the barcode numbers, so it's all...
How much is a membership?
So the set of 240 this year, which included your 140 quid set of tyres.
Right.
So we just passed that out and then deliver them all at the first round. So I have to say, with a new owner series, it was quite interesting watching them all put tyres on for the first time. Because a lot of them had bought rims that already had some tyres on, and they just sort of practiced on those. So that was quite an interesting education piece, showing everybody how to change rims. But yeah, so we turn up at the first round with all the tyres that they need, and away they go.
That is cracking, and then it's basically just down to them putting their karts together, finding the means of getting to and from the circuit. And Brad Philpott, who is the provisional champion this year.
Yeah, all he needs to do is not be naughty and get excluded today.
Not be naughty, that's what he said. But he said that the biggest cost is purely that, which is bizarre. The purely cost is the travel and the hotels. Yeah, that's the biggest outlay of the weekend.
Yeah, we've made the cart as simple as possible, so the cost is what you want to spend rather than where it has to be spent. So what we tried to do with these regulations is try and create it so that for around £1,000 realistically, you can buy the cart, buy the engine, do the conversion and have it ready to go. And I think if you're spending much more than that, you're just spending on sticker kits and looking pretty. You're not spending, which Brad has a penchant to do, and others. But we try to find a way that they can't spend their way to performance.
We've just seen there a move by Alex Van Gien, the number 88, currently in 4th. He's going to find himself behind, I think it's the number, it might be Paul Handley, and that's ahead of him on the 99. So Alex went down the inside of the 99 there. That's the yellow kart with the black overalls. And then because he went down the inside, completely took away his momentum, and that allowed the 53 through of Matthew Roberts. Now Alex Van Gien, you can see his name on the back of his overalls. Now he has to find a way to get back on terms with that 53, who's making progress ahead of Paul Handley.
So Paul, interestingly, is Brad's brother.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Right.
Obviously different surnames, but they are brothers.
Yeah. Right.
So he got him introduced.
I think we met Paul yesterday.
Yeah. So we've obviously got Matthew and Jacob, and they're fighting away with Tom and Jean for second in the championship, which is the latest position up for grabs. So we've got an interesting scenario where Jacob is in the pole position points-wise. He's got a 16-point lead, but he hasn't got a drop round to play with because he didn't do one of the rounds. So he can't afford to have a DNF or a bad one. But so there's points in the bag versus points on the table per se with the drop round.
So what I'm saying here in Heat 1 is the championship beginning to pan out for second place.
Yes.
All right, they can't catch Brad unless he messes up and gets a 0. Yeah. This would then be his drop round.
Yeah, but they're definitely fighting for that. Yeah. So you've got all 3 that are fighting for second in the championship in the top 3 at the moment. So it should get interesting towards the end, I'm sure.
Mega stuff. We've got the number 88 of Van Gien there, the red, white, and blue kart. Alex does I mentioned Alex's YouTube show that he does after each round, and it really is that's a good promotional program that you need to fire people towards, because it really shows this in great light.
We've obviously done the normal type of promotion. We've advertised the class, explained the class, but really it's been the drivers who've driven the numbers.
Yes.
They've been. I suppose it's a different breed to your TKM drivers who are coming back to the sport potentially, and they just want to come out and enjoy the racing. Whereas these guys are new to it and they want to show it off. It's something that they haven't done before and they really want to talk about it. So they really have grown their own class here.
I can see this taking off on a national level for seniors because of the cost effectiveness. Great racing here. So down the inside of Alex was George Massey there, didn't quite come off, and here comes Brad Philpott on the O plate, on the purple and black cart there, and just sat there down the inside. He's catching his teammate Van Gien. They're in the same awning and sharing.
And they won't. Well, all three of you've got Paul, Alex, and Brad all sharing an awning together.
Right.
I can't imagine any quarters given here, so it'll be interesting.
But you know what I did notice about these lads is the way that they race is very clean, because you can't afford to make mistakes. No. You've got to be precise. You've got to be clean. Because of the lack of power from the engines, you've got to absolutely drive these things smooth. And the slightest mistake, the slightest misbreaking point, and it's going to cost you dearly. Already looking left, looking right on the number 9 is Paul Handley. And around the outside, Bradley.
Oh, that's brave.
It is, and it's side by side. Look at pushing the cart with their backsides out of the seat. And that was purely down to Paul and Alex squabbling over real estate, and Brad Philpott. That's why he's won the championship. Just looking for that opportunity. He looks over his shoulder. They're not there, are they? As they come towards through the left-hander, and then the right-hander of Clinton's over the brow of that off-camber, and then that very wide Barney's. And then they have got the Warnes hairpin. Still defending the number 9. 99, I should say. And then through the left-hander of T73. So it's all
we're on to the last
now
lap.
There, last lap board for the leader, Jacob Sharrock. As this battle rages on, it's not just about on track, though, it's about the championship as well. So we'll just follow this last lap and see who does get through. Brad Philpott already up to 4th. It's Sharrock leading, Tom Angier 2nd, Matthew Robertson 3rd. Then we've got Philpott just ahead of these two, but these two squabbling. Alex Van Gien trying to find a way by. That was a bit of a challenge at home. And look at that, because they're defending and attacking one another, that's allowing George Massey back into the fray. And Massey, who dropped back slightly.
And just off camera, I think Matthew Roberts has just got past Tom Angier for 2nd on the last lap.
Oh, has he really? So, where are they? The leaders are already...
Just coming around the final corner.
Yeah, coming through the left-hander at T73. That's the leader there. Across the line, just in front of the number 53, Matthew Roberts, who took Tom Angier on that final lap. Brad Philpott 4th. Paul Handley 5th. Alex Van Gien 6th. George Massey 7th. 8th is Tom Sully. Dominic Hemp. And Oscar Prietti.
Yeah, to give some context to Paul celebrating a 5th there, this is his first round off novice plates. So
is it really?
Yeah, so
right.
That's a big result for him.
That was so. He was punching the air. Like Jacob Sharrock, though, he had a pretty steady race there. 1.2 seconds was the gap. I think a round of applause, James. You're going to go off and do some racing now, are you?
I'm going to go and pretend that I can drive.
Okay, mate. We'll look forward to seeing you out on track. Please feel free to come back and fill us in on the finer details about this
James
championship.
Cannon might not let me come back too much. I think he's busy. But yes,
well,
thank you for having me.
James Purchase from Access, the man one of the men behind the series, and it's very much an entry-level national series that we've got quite a privilege here on Karting Live TV to be invited along to televise their season finale. Most of the championships are wrapped up, so it's down to the purity of the racing here this weekend. There are still the other places to go for, the vice champions, etc.
Champions of Vice.
Not champions of Vice, vice champions. Got a completely different meaning, Nick.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it absolutely
you keep
has.
believing that?
Yes, it has. So that was the GX UK Seniors. We've got next out the 160 mods. In other words, modified pro karts. Right. Now then, I haven't got any information from the 160 mod class, Nick.
I think I got 2 pieces of information. Fletcher Racing, so guys, I'm not racing, but life happened, and Rich Melton Bax is obviously a very big fan of the GX scene because he's posted about 9 times. Hello, Rich Maxenberg, how are you in your 9-time posting? Let's see what I've got from Mod 160. Hold on, I think it's at the bottom of my thing. Lee Mitchell.
Right, well, Lee will start on 4th on the grid. We've got 7 karts in the 160, so it's our small.
I've got a whole novel about Mod 160 whilst you're waiting.
Oh, come on then.
Morning. I am the organiser of the Mod 160 Pro Karts that run with Access. I'm entered for Sunday in Standard Pro Kart, and I'm collecting for some Pro Boat race more than a heat. Trying to get some numbers. He said, unfortunately, due to our championship title being decided at Clay, and a couple of drivers still out with injuries after big crashes at Clandale, we're a bit thin on the ground, to say the least. He's happy to come and chat. You're welcome to come and chat with us about the plan for GX UK Pro Kart subclass next year, with sealed motors as a stepping stone for GX UK drivers. Okay, it's a subclass or a stepping up class, a bridge, an even closer bridge to rental karts.
I'm not sure if I kind of like the idea of modified engines. I like the idea of playing with the motors and trying to tweak the optimum.
This is from Steve. I haven't got his surname.
Okay, Steve. We've got a Steve Gross.
Let's say it's him.
Yeah.
So it's a smaller pack. In the 1.5 lap warm up, because they're released sort of more than halfway, 2/3 around the lap, aren't they, Joe? So you get a bit of extra time to get some heat into the tyres. Joe's watches. Oh, I messaged him watching Joe saying thumbs up to another message I've received.
All right. Okay. Yes. Sorry.
Every message. Oh no.
I do forget that it appears on your little wrist.
It does. My little wrist.
Your little wrist. Your little femur wrist. 6 cards. 6 karts.
Oh, who we lost then?
The beam.
Is it Steve Gross? Steve Gross.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously he's trying to get stuff going. So they have a bigger cut. Normally they have a bigger. Blimey. Oh, yeah, it's 2 engine pro karts. Yeah. Normally they have a bigger field, but they've had a Finnish championship, and they've also had. Why are they going round again?
They've just been given another warm-up lap. Matthew Spragg, Ben Wesley, Chris French, Lee Mitchell, Phil Richards, Ryan Clark. 6 karts, 6 pro karts, twin-engined machines using the GX Honda engine. This time we pulled 2 on there to give you an earlier rendition of the history of pro karting and where it evolved from. And this is kind of going back there. All right, you've mentioned changes going in the next year with sealed engines. That stops it being a checkbook war. Yeah, Matthew Spragg's the pole position driver.
So who's missing out that 6 who crossed the line once?
See the different. Is that the different exhausts there?
Yes, it appears to be. Oh, the 6th person's catching up was a long way behind. That was the
right. That's why we.
That was Ryan Clark, and the pole man was a long way behind for some reason. He's now trying to regain his position.
And Matthew Spragg's pole position. Matthew Spragg, Ben Wesley.
Oh, he was scored in pro. I see. I think right. Okay, let's all. Let's count what happens and see what happens now.
Right, Matthew Spragg's on the pole position. That's in the orange overalls.
Mm-hmm.
He's in position. The 63 with the big nose fairing. You see that a lot in endurance racing.
Keep them dry.
They're about to come through the sweeping right hander that leads towards the lights. The lights are on red.
They're on green.
And now they're on green, and away they go. And it's 3 wide in 2 rows of 3 wide. Oh, and there's a spinner.
That's first. Good avoidance there by the 63 or 33.
I think that was Matthew Spragg.
I think the 33 did some good avoidance at the back. The 63 is spun. Let's have a look. They go into that first corner.
Turns in. And the back end wasn't there. He was on the brakes as well as he turned.
And it was the 63 did the good avoidance. But yeah, that's...
bit of a heavy left foot on the brakes and cold tyres.
So away in the lead is 37 of Lee Mitchell. Closely followed by the 33 of Phil Richards, come from last to second.
So the 2 black karts, the leader on the 37, is that?
Yeah,
yes,
37 and 33, yeah.
That's Lee Mitchell.
Round the hairpin for the first time, and now back up towards and underneath where we're basically here, where it's actually we're behind Ash by about 10 metres in a hut. It apparently gets very hot during summer. Luckily it's autumn. Yeah, luckily it's autumn.
None of the windows open.
No.
Which will be great in the summer.
And that's why Lester was telling us he had a sort of blackout curtains up here for the summer event.
Yes.
So
a little bit of a
hang
slide.
It all out there.
Yeah, through Shoemakers, and then into home, the hairpin, the number 37 there of Lee Mitchell, He's getting a bit of a rear end slide.
Think about it.
And yeah, that's a different line now.
Yeah.
Through Clinton's. This is Barney's, the right-hander, which is a right-hander now. It's not a hairpin and then a left. It's just a right-hander. And then on down to Warnes, which is the hairpin right there. And then out of that one into T73. This one here. And then completes a lap. Just under 5.5 minutes remaining. And he settles down. I think his tyres have come on.
Yeah, let's drop back to the next two. Let's just let these two come out of frame and the next two. I thought were quite close. There we are. You see, I thought they were quite close.
Yeah, they are.
It's almost like I knew what's going on. Oh, marvellous.
Yes.
Over ambitious cornering there from the 24 of Ryan Clark. And he's let, I think Matt Sprigg, was it, who came in behind him? I don't know.
He just tried to carry a lot of speed there on turn.
I'm not braking. I might brake.
Four-wheel drift.
Apparently I have no grip.
Opposite lock, and yes,
Sprague gets through with his. Sprague with his very interesting exhaust. You're absolutely right. There's some very interesting exhaust outlets on that one.
It's great. You know, just you play around with it. You can modify the motors. Brilliant. And you know, it's all about the valve bounce in these GX engines as well. So
you don't have to explain that to people.
Well, what happens at high revs, your valves are opening and shutting like microseconds in it.
And they've got rubbish springs, have they?
And what happens is that you're revving it so high that the springs.
Oh, he's got a problem.
The springs are opening and closing so
fast.
fast.
Looking behind him because he's got a problem. It's smoking.
That could be down to.
Look at it. Look at the smoke.
Yes.
One of the engines has got an issue. Now, the question is, do I just keep on going and bolt a new engine? Oh, that's very blown.
Yeah, that's catastrophic. That's probably a piston ring or something, or valve.
But he made oddly, you don't necessarily lose that much power initially because it enjoys burning the oil as well. It's extra oomph. But
the number 28.
Bad luck for 28 there. Bad luck, Matthew Sprague.
He was going so well as well, wasn't he? He took advantage of that.
Hopefully he's got a spare engine because that's not going to be a simple screwdriver to pick it back up again.
They are relatively easy. Remember, they've got
a splash. You can pop out. Yeah, it's
splash lubrication.
So the biggest problem he's going to have? Wait for it to cool down.
Yes. Yes. You know what a splash lubrication system is?
Sounds exciting.
There's kind of a finger off the bottom of the conrod.
Ash made a film about that.
There's a finger on the bottom of the conrod that dips into the oil and creates a splash.
Because it hasn't got an oil pump.
And it throws the oil everywhere.
So do we get to the bottom of valve bounce before his valve bounced?
No, you didn't. You interrupted me.
Before his valve bounced out the engine.
Of course not. You interrupted me. You're back. I love being interrupted and talked over. So because the valves are opening and closing so rapidly, the valves begin to bounce out of sequence with the valve, and you then on the compression stroke, the valve isn't necessarily closed; it's open, and it kind of and that's at the high end of revs. So what you do is you put stiffer springs in to stop the valves bouncing and for it to get to operate the way it should be in a four-stroke motor. Induction, compression, power, exhaust.
Chris French on camera on the 6th kart. That's why, of course, Formula 1 cars don't have springs. They have pneumatic valves.
Oh, for the what? You mean on the engines?
Yeah.
They have for years now.
Yeah. So that's why.
Yeah, for the valve. Yeah.
But what is the other performance engine that doesn't have springs and does its valves mechanically? And is currently leading world champion. No, 4 stroke.
What you mean leading what world championship?
Bike world championship.
Oh, I don't know.
Desmodronic valves with Ducatis, where they have a physical opening and closing of the valves, which was designed to overcome valve bounce in the sort of wartime, because they didn't have pneumatic valves. They thought this is we've actually physically open and close all the valves. It's absolutely fine. Very complicated, but obviously eliminate the issue of valve bounces.
So what do you mean? You haven't really explained how the valves are opened and closed.
Effectively, the cams operate fingers, which are. But they're locked, so they can both open and close the valve. So just direct mechanical
so it's connected to the valve.
So you get mechanical collection between the valve and the finger and everything else. It opens and closes.
All right, okay.
And it's called Desmodronic.
Right.
And it's most Ducatis have it even now. It's a bit of an affectation now. It's a bit of a kind of look at us, we've got Desmodronic valves. I mean, it does work, but it's
as old as
it was a design to make up the fact that they couldn't overcome valve spring bounce. They didn't have the technology on the springs, and of course it's much more for bikes because even like an Auto Uni was only doing about 6,000 revs, wasn't it, or 7,000 revs? They weren't going ridiculously.
Yeah,
they just made their power through supercharging in CC. The bikes have always wanted to rev,
and this is why I kind of like this mod class because because we can absolutely get involved in
technicals,
trying to eradicate the valve bounce, trying to improve the lubrication system, trying to get it to breathe, different exhaust configs, different exhaust pipes. Get rid of the exhaust pipe, get the induction part of the full stroke process.
We're
inside. We're now with 30 seconds before the last lap.
Let's see if we can find the leaders, because we've been talking about Desmond valves, looking at 24 of Ryan Clark and the 6 of Chris French. Let's find Mitchell and Richards wherever they are at the moment. Mitchell's just about to go round Hulme, so I won't ask Ash to do a whip pan, but we'll pick them up with Leicester in a second. He's going to come sweeping round Rossi, and then he's going to go onto Leicester's camera. Hang on a second. Now, there we are. There's your leader, 37. That's Lee Mitchell.
So Lee Mitchell in the bright yellow helmet is about to come towards Ash now, and as we come through the T73 corner underneath Ash's camera, where he will receive the one lap to go board on his 160 mod Pro Kart class here this weekend. Not many. You know what? I mean, as much as I like the idea of modifications, because I'm a geek, and trying that, the way to improve this grid is to go to controlled engines, and it'll be a Pro Kart class where you move up from the GX class, GX seniors, and if you wanted a faster car, lap time wise, you bolt another engine on, and you go, all right, technically, mathematically, you should go twice as quick. Pardon me, I'm going to have a little.
That's not how it works.
Little bit of hit.
It's
not how it works. No, not at all.
Wouldn't it be great though if you just bolted on a second engine, went twice as fast, rather than doing 70, you're doing 140.
Yeah, there's a science as to why
there's all sorts of sciences, like there's friction, there's aerodynamics,
But it should be as simple as
yes, it should be. Yeah.
What about the electronic world, the electric powered motor world? Is that not the case with?
You're still limited. The other thing you're limited by is the lack of a gearbox, of course, and you are limited by aero and friction. Whatever happens, you can't. Something very, very low power will eventually get to 40 miles an hour. Something 4 times as powerful will not eventually get to 160.
Right, let's have a look at the result then for Heat 1 for the 160 mods. That's the Pro Kart class. Lee Mitchell took the Heat win. Phil Richards second. Chris French was third. Then we had Ryan Clark, Ben Wesley, and Matthew Sprague with that retirement there with a very sick-looking engine there blowing out oil smoke from the exhaust. Hopefully he's got a spare or he'll be able to at least repair it. We move swiftly on. That was the 160 mods. We're into 100 UK territory next. And we've got a field of, where am I? The 100k UK Junior Year Championship. And that is a 16 kart field. Ollie Robson is our pole position driver for this one. Remember, mixed grids for the Access Karting Series, which means every driver, just to remind everybody what mixed grids means. It means everybody gets a heat to start at the front, you get a grid start in the middle, and then you get a grid start near the back. And then you accrue points that form the grid for our finals. So, old school karting in more ways than one. We didn't have time qualifying back in the day. Didn't have the technology.
They did it by sundial, didn't they?
Yeah, we did. Written on a slate.
Didn't have transponders.
We didn't have transponders. No, you were hand timed when I started karting in the 80s.
Well, even though we'd already moved to transponders in RC racing, when I quit RC racing, went to
in the 80s.
Yeah, they started about 80. The reason being is, if you're counting laps in a kart track, it's quite easy, because you're doing 9, and you can basically. The counting of laps at RC was, how can I put it, rather prone to irregularities.
Yes.
For example, if someone's mother was doing the lap counting, a certain someone appeared to do much better than they actually did.
Oh, really?
It was so. These lovely people who you think would never absolutely bend to the 9 bob nope, all of them, as far as that was concerned. So that's why transponders came in. But you didn't have your own; you had a handout transponder which you clipped onto the rear wing,
right.
And that was from about 80. Well, the big meetings from about 84, but from the club meeting about 87.
Right.
And I went karting in 89, 1991. I don't think we had transponders. I'm pretty sure we didn't actually.
Every kart track in the UK for sure has got a timing loop and timing system. We've even got sector times at some tracks. We've got this 16
Right, this is really bad news. We've got
group.
3 different letters in this one.
Okay, we've got an O plate, an E plate, and a D plate.
Yeah.
Right, here we go though. We're about to go to green, and the red light.
They're going round again.
Round again then. Not unfamiliar territory for any TKM engine class. And the air-cooled, single-cylinder air-cooled 100cc TKM engine on these junior chassis will be given another lap, gives them a chance to blow off that excess oil, stops the plugs from oiling up, which is these motors can be prone to. Again, old school. Slight weaving allowed on the pre-laps, on the post-laps, on the pre-laps, post-laps. What am I talking about? On the warm-up laps, to get some heat into these slick tyres. It should be a slick tyre day all day today, so we should have consistent. And I think it was James who was telling us they haven't had a wet race weekend in the Access Series, which is stretching the tyres a little bit. Here we go then. We're coming through T73. That's the left-hand hairpin, and then it's a sweeping entry towards the lights here. The number 111 there is Ollie Robson. Thomas Hadley alongside. Off they go. It's under green now, and we head down towards Degner into the right-hander, and it's maximise that track and gather that momentum down the back straight into Schumacher, sweeping right-hander, and then into a very tight left-hand hairpin here after a little bit of a left-hand kink. And it's the bright red number 28 of Thomas Hadley that leads. It's the E-plate holder Thomas Forbes that is second at the moment, following him through the sweeping left and then the sweeping right. That's Clinton. Down the inside has gone the 21, and that is the number 21 of Kai Turner, who I believe we got a chat to in our paddock walk yesterday. He's gone through as the rest of the field complete one lap. We'll get a handle on just who is where. Thomas Hadley leads. It's the E-plate holder in second place. Thomas Forbes, E-plate holder showing in third.
You don't just...
I'm not, we've got that.
No, they've also, well, there's double problems. The problem is also a problem on the main timing and our timing, so both times we've got issues with transponder.
Well, third is the E-plate holder, fourth is the O-plate holder, Ewan Scott. The D-plate holder, the Welsh champion, James Phillips. They've got Ollie Robson, Kai Turner moving up to seventh. Lucy Lovell, who we should mention, Lucy, not unfamiliar with our coverage of NKC. She's on her dad's chassis from the 1990s. Great story there. Lucy up into 8th place there on her dad's chassis that James, her dad, ran in the 90s, and basically brought out the back of the garage, bolted a motor onto it, and away they went.
Absolutely, that's how it should be. Just get it out there. One of the conversations we had yesterday was about the issue with 100 UK is how many more sheds are there to raid, and how many more garages are there to find a chassis hanging up in an engine. I mean, obviously, modern technology can keep things going a lot better. Is up the inside there went the D plate over the E plate behind the O plate. So it's Scott from Forbes from Forbes. So Phillips got past Forbes third and fourth. They sprint now down to the Wones hairpin.
So through Wones, which is a spectacular spot to watch on in the paddock.
Absolutely.
You see them coming head on into the hairpin. We're already out of Wones and already 3 laps completed. Thomas Hadley, the leader. That's the D-plate holder in 4th place there, James Phillips.
Well, James Phillips has told me he's written this. My best place finish of the season is 2 clean sweeps.
Oh wow!
Which I assume means a clean sweep is every single heat and the final as well. He's also moved up from rental karts, and he finished second in last year's championship. So pretty impressive bit of junior running there. Who's the lad who was the champion? It's Kai Turner, isn't it? Who was the champion in cadets who we've talked to. You said that already? Respect to Kai Turner.
I did say we spoke him, but I didn't say what we...
Because he was champion cadets. This is his first, I think, competitive outing in the 100 juniors. He's in, I think, 5th place. So this...
he's our current cadet champion,
this wayward transponder, I'm afraid, is causing us all problems, both the alpha timing and our interpretive timing. But it's 11 from 111. That's Cody Payton leading from Ollie Robson. Cody Payton, both of them with white helmets. One with a white outfit on the blue and yellow kart, and then the all-white 111 coming round Shoemakers, must have been Schumacher. And just one wheel up, not the kart completely on the side as we saw in the Mob 160. For the F300s, and they sweep now underneath us and move up towards Clinton and then into Barney. Sprint up and over the hill. And there's the 4 of them. And then you've got the 12 and the 19 at the back of that pair. Then up the inside goes Ellough Osborne-Scott. In she goes. And that picks up 12 and 19. That picks up the lead there. There's the blue with the purple flashings of the 12 machine.
There is nobody in that third spot, by the way.
Oh, it's a mystery. It's. Yeah. We're gonna have the old-fashioned radio way and read it all out.
Yes, we are.
Most of it's correct. Some of it not so much.
Evie Staplehorn, you've got some information about Evie.
Go for it. What number is she?
15.
Is she on the screen?
Evie is
12. Yes, she is. Yeah, there we
Evie
go.
On the number 12, that's the black cart, blue overalls, white helmet. Evie, only in her 4th race so far. Looking very, very well. She's sponsored by Stapleton Tyres.
That's a great thing to have a sponsor for.
Yeah, absolutely. But you'll probably do a cracking deal on your Transit van tyres, but not necessarily on Maxis Sports.
Just drop back just to the next two. That's those two carts there, because it's Ellough who's Osborne-Scott, who's number 19 in juniors. Whoa, who's on 19 there. And 3rd season 100 UK finish, 6th overall and top female Ellough. More importantly, she is new sponsor this round and next year. It's 44 Design and Print and Granger Flooring. So we've got a flooring company, a print company. Who's she got? Stapleton Tyres.
Tyres, yeah, brilliant. That's a great sponsor to have. And the number 11 there.
It's a big battle from the ladies there.
Yeah, they are.
19 around 12.
But they are latching. They're beginning to latch on to the carts in front of them now. Cody Pennington, Ollie Robson, the number 11, the number 111, has now got the number 12 of Evie right behind her. Evie Staplehorn and Ellough Osborne-Scott beginning to join in, and Osborne-Scott there just dropping off the back slightly of Evie as we are heading towards the final minute. There's just looking down the inside there of Degner, using all of the track and more, the number 11.
So we're coming towards the 40 cart. I thought was in the lead, but actually I think the 40 cart's about to get lapped, which is Jessica Williams.
Yeah, it's not number 4, it's the all-plate or the Ewan Scott.
No, the 40 cart's ahead of the all-plate cart, but about to get lapped. But are they coming down now?
So the all-plate was at Hooton Park, remember?
So I think you can try and pick up the leader when he's underneath when you let this one go. And there we go, lovely. And that is your leader. So that's the O plate of Ewan Scott, who we have definitely spoken to, haven't we, in the show?
Yeah, shall we try and insert a little interview, Nick?
Do you know what? Shall I try and get this Ewan Scott interview in there? The kids. I'll try and
do that.
This could be massive. This could be massively wrong.
This could go massively wrong here.
So if you suddenly see an interview, you go, "What the heck's that doing there?"
Well, we'll try and follow. We not try. We are going to follow Ewan, using all of the curb and more out of the home hairpin there, through the left-hander at Rossi, and then through Clinton's. I love that corner. Very banked. You just use all of the curb there. They've opened out Barney's for that run down towards Woun's hairpin. This is the right-hander here. That leads very, very quickly into what is effectively the final turn here, the T73 hairpin, using all the curb there. And there's a sweeping straight. Not really a corner for a checkered flag. Or is it the last lap board? It's the last lap board, of course.
I better press the button then.
For Ewan. And this is Shoemakers, and you can see how fast that corner is. You've got to really let the kart breathe. And then through a little left-hand kink, that leads into the braking area for Holmes. Now Holmes, you use all of the curb and more on the outside. Just let the kart breathe a bit more. Through the sweeping, that's a very fast left-hander there, and the equally fast right-hander at Clinton's. And then slow the kart down for the right-hander at Barney's. Stretch the legs, and then before you know it, you're on the brakes again for the hairpin. And then that's a very quick lap of Ellough Park, as we are already underneath Ash and towards the checkered flag this time, most definitely. There it flies.
Okay, so let's wait the first few. Now I'm going to play this video, so I can ask Lara to stop pressing buttons. And this might or it might not work, but it should be a chat with our winner and his brother.
Two drivers in Team Scott are the brothers, Jamie and Ewan. I'll start with you first, Ewan, because this all plate, that's quite a bit of success you've had this season, isn't it? Where did you win the all plate?
Rowra.
Rowra in Cumbria, yeah? You like Rara?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
How long have you been racing in this class?
2 or 3 years.
Yeah. And did you have any karting experience before that?
Yeah, I did cadets and bambinos when I was younger.
Ah, right. So Bambinos since you were 6 then, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So are you faster than your brother Jamie then?
I don't know. He's did it longer.
Jamie's laughing. I don't know what he's laughing about.
I don't know either.
You think he's quicker than you, Jamie?
Nah.
No.
Nah.
Well, how long have you been in the senior class?
This is my first year in the seniors.
Right.
Yeah.
So last year, juniors, obviously.
Yeah.
Did you stick with the 100 UK class last year in juniors?
Yeah, we did the 100 UK last year, but then the year before that we did a bit of the retro one as well.
Right. So what's the difference then between the junior kart that your brother Ewan's on and yours? What's the difference?
In the seniors, it's a lot more competitive, I personally think, and they're an easier kart to drive.
He's trying to put you off, isn't he? Go on.
There's an easier kart to drive in the juniors than I think in the seniors because there's
So how do we slow the engines down for the juniors?
there's a restrictor where the gasket is, and you can have a bigger size on it, and that's how you slow them down.
Right. So they've got a little bit less engine power, but what about lap time wise?
They're about the same because they're lower weight, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
about the same.
Ewan, Jamie, wish you all the very best of luck. There's going to come a time, Ewan, when you're going to be on the same grid as him. I know. How old are you now?
12.
12. So what's that? 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be fat by then. Don't worry, mate. You'll beat him.
It worked.
We are still racing.
And look, and they came out. Oh, we got the interview out, and they came out. And your interview was too long as well.
Nick, you should do that for a living.
And that was Ewan and Jamie Scott, who were up and about. We managed to lose one of the sponsor logos, which is quite impressive.
GX UK Cadet are our next ow. I'm going to do that while you are falling to the floor. We've got 18 karts that I've taken to the track.
I've got about 18 profiles as well.
There's a bit of cramp coming in.
No, I've been banging my knee on that.
Rheumatoid arthritis.
Just banging my knee. That's nothing to do with age, it's just to do with clumsiness.
Right, so this is a GX engine Cadet formula, slight restriction on the engine, well, quite heavily restricted on the engine to reduce the power. This is what we normally see. Honda Cadets is the class. This is pretty much what we've got here. We've got 18 karts out there. Lucas Deere and Jaden Solo are the drivers leading the field round. Austin Taylor and Logan Page are next. Milo Purchase, Jaden Bond, Evan Meller and Lewis Nye are next up. Row 5 is Fred Furman and Eric Colchester. Then we've got Alex Morley and Oliver Soto. Devon Giles and Dylan Patrick are next. And then on row 8, Connor Sturdy, Sam Blamey, and then Finley Thompson and Maxim Svitelek.
Oh, really? Yep. So I took myself then, I realised I was on air. Okay, so we have a lot of profiles to read on this one. We also spoke about 5 of the kids in the paddock as well. So there's a lot of guys who've been shredded, and they're off and away. And it's Lydia from Solo, Taylor, Pedge, Purchase, and these 4 of those we spoke to, and Guy and 6. They're all sweeping around that somewhat very wide, then quite close to my camera. We pick them up now through Schumachers, and it is the 78 that's leading, and that now is Jaden Solo's taken over from Lucas Deere. And they come back towards Hulme. There's not quite as much speed, so not quite as much massive track limits abuse on the exit of Hulme.
Jaden Solo on the number 78 leading. He had a podium at Leeds at round 2. He also won a heat at round 2. First season, it's the Mum and Son team. We've got a lovely little lovely little interview with both Jaden and, of course, his mum.
With his mum, Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, we talk about dad and lad racing. Well, this is mum and lad racing. He's moving up into the 100 UK Juniors next season, and he's got a bit of experience with Rob Smedley's Total Karting Zero. That's the electric karting championship, which is an arrive and drive series that we've heard of. But Jaden currently leading from the number 31.
The spectacular curb camera is not good for my heart rate. I keep seeing karts going
Honestly,
really wide.
It's really way out of the way.
Oh, okay.
That just gives the impression that the camera's
So
right
top
on the barrier.
two doing that cadet thing, which is looking for the the toe the whole way through.
Now, we talked to those kids yesterday,
Yeah.
didn't we? Who did we talk to? We talked to Milo Purchase, Devon Giles, and I think
Logan
it was
Pedge.
Logan Pedge. And I asked them about this tapping of the helmet and working together, and it's quite a funny little interview now. We might have. Will we have time to show that next?
We'll give it a go.
Yeah, we'll give it a go. Might have to cut into it if we start racing.
Back with our leaders. Drop back to the next pack of carts, which I think actually they're a bit spread out. So just drop it down to a bit. Yeah, just pick up the. Someone's got a driving limit, the 80 or so. We're not knocking it down to about 5th and 6th. Jaden Bond here in the 48. That's got the green and white flashing. He's in the all orange outfit, so he's running currently in 5th. And there's a lot of Jadens. One of the things I was saying yesterday is really interesting doing cadet kart racing and junior kart racing mini-max, because you get a really good idea what names were popular that year.
That's right, yeah.
There's a lot of Jadens in this part.
We've got 2 Jadens, but both spelled differently. Jaden Solo is J-A-I, and then Jaden Bond is J-A-Y. And I was put right, wasn't I?
Yes.
He saw me writing his name down, so that's J-A-Y. Yeah, Louis Nye is currently 3rd. Jaden Solo leads. Lucas D is 2nd. Louis Nye 3rd. Logan Pedge is in 4th. This is a cracking little battle, and that's a great orange
back one, Ash, I think.
Orange livery there. The number 48,
Jaden Bond.
Bit of a lonely
28,
race.
17, and the 36. So that's Devon Giles, Furman, and Morley. Alex Morley and Fred Furman.
Yeah, they're currently 6th. Is that 7th, 8th, and 9th? Alex,
something like that. Yeah.
leading that. The Austin Taylor's not that far away in the number 80 as well.
Yep,
Austin Taylor.
There's 4 of them now, 5 of them actually beginning to come together.
Austin's had a best of 10th this year, so he's already looking like he's going to improve that one if he continues in that 6th place.
There he goes.
He's just off his novice plates.
It's all scrapping there, and it's the attempt up the inside from the 77, I think that was. No, this could be the 17 actually. Fred Furman, think about it. Me attempting to read numbers is always an issue. Oh, no quarter given there as the 80. Austin Taylor does not want to be overtaken, but he is. An extra pace there for Furman. It looks like actually the 28 now might come on the inside. That's Devon Giles. Nope, slots back in again. There's a whip round Degner 1.
You really bother me. You talk about Ash. You're as...
No, I'm not as bad as Ash.
Just ahead of the number 80 is Fred Furman, who's beginning to be drawn back in. The number 48 there, Jaden Bond. He's age 9. It's his first year of racing. His favourite driver is Lando Norris, but he wants to be like Jenson Button, smooth and fast.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
I had that 4 different thoughts in my head at that point, none of which I can say.
I know that. I did too when he said that. When I read that, I thought, yeah, that famous.
Well, as long as
interview
he's like Jensen now and not Jensen after 2 years in his F1, he became a complete.
Was that when you were
For a
working
while,
in F1?
yeah.
Did you work in F1?
Yeah, no.
No. What did you do in Formula 1?
Well, yeah, I didn't say too much, but I was the most important person there, obviously.
Well, you did the driver conference.
I did the driver press conference for 4 years.
You made Michael Schumacher.
I made Michael Schumacher cry. Not round Schumacher's corner, though.
No.
It's Shoemaker.
Shoemaker's corner. Here they go then. That's the number 28. Is it the number 28?
Yeah.
It is the 28.
Whoa, that's very wide
Devon
there.
Giles. Now we've got a little bit on Devon Giles as well. Best
Go for
finished
it.
3rd at the Macy Cup. I don't know what the Macy Cup is though. Need somebody to
third,
tell me that. He wants to add that the series organisers are fantastic and go above and beyond.
Well, that's very fair.
Well done, Devon. We all agree.
Let's see if we can. This bunch. Let's take them around the hairpin. Don't cut. Okay, I was just going to take them around with Leicester, and then just get a bit high there, and then right. So let's see if we can just shuffle forward. It might be quite difficult, Ash. There's a couple of carts right together going around the bottom corner now. You don't really want you to sloosh you. This is it. This is what you pay the big bucks for. These really artistic. See, that's what the money's in. That's why he's getting. That's why he's getting a. Do you know why that's why he's got a drink and a snack. That's why those sort.
That is the number 40 of Jaden Bond. Furman. Furman has been chasing Bond round. Jaden with a Y, this is. Into the right-hand hairpin. That is called Warnes. And then Furman. Sweep onto the line is going to benefit Jaden Bond. Hairpin though.
It's gone very, very yellow now. They're trying to slow one right down. Oh, someone's gone off quite heavily, unfortunately.
So we've got a cart off just on the outside of the left-hander at Rossi. We are red flagging this, as I thought we would, Nick. That gives us a chance for that interview.
Yeah, I can't cue it up that quickly.
I know. Well, I'm going to run into the pits for that. At the moment, with 6, there was about 20 seconds remaining when the red flag came out. So I think they'll probably call that. We had Jaden Solo in the lead. Lucas D second. Louis Nye.
Let's do a little
third.
We can do a little bit of a cadet.
You don't need to talk, Nick, until you're ready, right? You don't need to talk yourself through that, because that doesn't work. So I'm going to fade you down, right?
No, I'm ready now.
Yourself.
I'm ready now.
Right. Well, hang on. Logan Pedge was 4th. Jaden Bond, Fred Furman, Devon Giles, Alex Morley, Sam Blamey, and Milo Purchase. That's your top 10. The rest of the finishers are there. Go.
Okay, we have a red flag, so we're going to just run a couple of interviews from the cadets. First of all, you are going to hear from Jaden Solo and I think Devon Giles, and then you'll have a chat with their mums as well. So let's run a little bit of a cadet extravaganza.
The GX UK Cadets Championship for 2024 is settled. However, second place still very much up for grabs. These two drivers here, 16 points is that gap there between Jaden and Louis. Guys, it's going to come down to Sunday afternoon, getting through those heats. I'll start with you, Jaden. You're the guy with it all to lose. I mean, vice champion into 2025. That's what you've got to be looking at. Beating this fella here, big ask.
Yeah. Quite good, because be a nice thing to have, because it's my first season in my own kart. Yeah.
Louis, do you think there's less pressure on you being behind? You've just got to catch him up, haven't you? In the points process, I mean.
Yeah, I think I've got less pressure, because all I have to do is basically just like wish that I get like good positions in the heats, but I've got like good positions in the heat, so I think I'll do good.
So who's the other driver, Jaden? Because there's 3 drivers up for vice champion, aren't they?
It's Lucas Deere.
Right, so congratulations to him, eh, boys? Let's see it.
Congratulations, Lucas.
Yeah, that's as hard as that was to say. I think the thing is, Jaden, you've got to stay ahead of him. He's got to get past you. What's that going to be like when you know it's Louis behind you?
It'll be like challenging, but it'll be like a good fight, because today we've been even the whole day, so yeah.
You looking forward to it, Louis?
Yeah.
Do you like the fact that you've got, it's not just about a race, is it, this weekend? It's about, who's going to finish ahead in the championship. Do you like that as well, Jaden?
Yeah, but it's a bit like nervous in a way.
Well, lads, we're in the entertainment business. We love this sort of thing. I wish you all the very best of luck, and I wish you all the very best of luck. Here's to a cracking race. I know it's going to be. Thanks, boys.
Well, there's this kind of trope, isn't there, in karting about dad and lad, but here at Access Karting, it's mum and lad. And we have Sarah Solo and we have Sam Giles. So how did you get into the spannering?
Well, by accident, I guess. Jaden had always done a Arrive and Drive, and then we thought, why not? We got in touch with James Purchase. We have always thought that doing this on our own was kind of out of reach for us. Access Karting have made it possible for us, really.
So what sort of mechanical experience you had prior to taking your engine off for the first time?
None. I'm an accountant.
Well, see, at least you knew how many bolts to put back on again, so that's okay.
Yeah, no experience at all. It's been a bit of a winging it. Sam helping me. Sam's got experience, so she's been supporting me all the way.
Well, I did know, Sam, a minute ago you were removing and reinstalling the engine, so obviously you know the tricks of the trade, make them think you're doing something, but what's your mechanical background?
None. My dad's an engineer, so I've grown up around engineering, but I had no knowledge whatsoever. But we started motorsport a couple of years ago in Bambino, and I've literally learned as I've gone along, really, through the help of...
We'll get the rest of that interview out a bit later.
We've got our...
Because the Karts, the red flag was not as long as we thought it was going to be, and it's pinged straight out. So they've already got the GX Juniors out.
Right, GX UK Junior Championship, Heat 1. We have 14 karts on the grid. Oliver Misters and Thomas Platten, that's our front row, taking everybody around. We've then got Harry Platten and Ronnie Townsend, Lucas Brown, Angus Langley, Joshua Pagden and Gabby James. Then we've got Lexi Hewlin, Jensen Concannon, Chris Mio, Theo Purchase and Francesca Draper. 5 novices, Lexi, Jensen, Chris, Theo and Francesca. They're our novices. And just bringing everybody around is Oliver Misters. Who have we got? We've got Oliver Misters, first season, best finished second. He's on an Energy Corsa chassis, and he's got the lap record at Hooton, he tells me.
Not like whispering in your ear and said,
yes. Yeah.
Just so you know. The sun's come out, and I can now see the issue with this this comms box, which Lester was telling us about.
What, you can't see the screen?
Can't see a blooming thing.
Yeah.
Apparently, he said he put up some. I think obviously he took the blackout curtains with him. Okay, getting ready to get this one underway. Yeah, there's some issues because of the red flag with the timing from on all kinds. Should get a reset now.
Right, it has. Well, it kind of has.
Was that a start?
Yeah, we've got a straggler there, right? He's going to have the field bearing down. It is the number, it's one of our novices as well, is it? The number 51? Number 51.
So it's a 32 from the M plate, which is Ronnie Townsend, who we speak to, of course, also speak to in the... Are they rated? They are. This is a very relaxed racing organisation. But yeah, we speak to Ronnie Townsend, who's a really eloquent young man.
Lexi Hewlin is the cart that is continuing around off the back of the grid. So that's going to create even more confusion for our timing loops.
For us,
yeah, and I wasn't going to say us, but yes, indeed. The leaders around, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 karts, and then a bit of a gap. It's the number 32.
Yeah.
Of.
Yes, unfortunately, there's an
Oliver Misters.
There's 3 unknown transponders in the timing.
Yeah, we've got it absolutely all over the place.
Which is, by the way, just to put this is everyone's timing. Isn't just the timing on the screen. The whole timing is having a little bit of an issue here at the moment.
Ronnie Townsend is the young man that we talked to yesterday, isn't it? On the end plate there. Ronnie already taken the lead by the time they come back towards us and through Rossi, and then into the right-hander at Clinton's, already into the right-hander at Barney's. Now the kart ahead of him, that's going to be the back marker of Lexi. On the novice plate, Lexi is already being cleared. Well done, Lexi. Kept out of the way. And no, that's the end plate moving away there. Ronnie Townsend pulling a bit of a gap already after one lap. He cleared the field coming through the Hulme hairpin. He's doing a cracking job. That's Oliver Misters on the blue, white and red kart, and these two now in the lead of this first heat for our GX Juniors. Behind them the 22, that's Thomas Platten. Then behind him the 27, Angus Langley. These 3 beginning to drop off the back of the end plate. The Macy Cup winner and champion-elect Ronnie Townsend. I think it's Ronnie Townsend who's the champion, isn't it?
He's won it. Yeah,
I'm going to check that.
No,
he has. I've got that right.
Yeah, we can only lose it if he punts someone off and gets back.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Nice young lad who we interviewed, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. Not quite at half distance yet, about 45 seconds away from half distance, and already
look at that, there we are.
A controlled pace on the end plate. Ronnie Townsend showing why he has become our champion-elect. He'll be moving up into the seniors next year, he says. And there's the battle for second there. 3 karts through
Platten and Langley.
Yeah, through Rossi, and then Clinton's the right-hander. I love that part of the track there. See how it goes over the brow?
No, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, not much elevation here, to be honest, but that is the 2 feet of elevation. They come into
more of a bank turn than anything. They go on the outside of the corner.
So the 3 of them battling for the lower region of the heat-based podium. Obviously, there's no podium on the heat. Looking at the inside slide, there was a 27 of Angus Lindley.
Now, behind these three is the first of the Plattons. Sorry, the second of the Plattons, Harry Platton. Thomas Platton in third place on the 22. That's Thomas. His brother, Harry, I believe it's his brother, just off the back of these three. These four karts now at the first, second, third and fourth, pulling away from everyone else.
So Thomas Platton, this is his first year racing, and Harry Platton is his second race off novice plate.
Yeah, so really at the first stages of getting involved in outdoor karting, aren't they? The owner-driver karting, as we call it. These three working very well together, not challenging. I say that as we've got a very eager Thomas Platton moving down the inside of Oliver Misters, and going with him has gone Angus Langley. Can he make it stick there? That would have been your camera going to Burton there if those two had tangled.
Well, they obviously knew and didn't.
Yeah. 22, Thomas
running round home now.
And Angus now ahead of Oliver.
Big lead already for Ronnie Townsend, who alternately gets his name correctly up there and also as an erroneous transponder. So, very weird situation on the Alpha timing today. This actually isn't our time, this Alpha timing bit is a bit weird, but it doesn't matter. We know it's Ronnie Townsend, we know who it is.
Yeah, and if you're watching and have got your timing screen on at home, you've got a very odd looking timing order with an unknown TX in the lead. He's not quite in the lead. Ronnie Townsend showing in second on the timing screens as the 27 of Angus Langley goes through and into that second place ahead of Thomas Platton. Thomas Platton now coming under pressure from Oliver Misters again. These three have having a cracking race, and already the 27 Langley pulling a bit of a gap, trying to make that break, and whether or not he can catch the end plate, I doubt very much of Ronnie Townsend. Ronnie Townsend on the end plate has pulled a gap of, what is it? It's 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's seeing it.
That might not seem like long, but it is in this in the world of karting, for sure. Coming back at him again as Misters. And there is the number 51 of Lexi Hewlin, trying to keep out of the way, and she does so.
Yeah, also the 99 of Leo Rose is not in that position. It was, again, Alpha timing of throwing some weird things up at the moment to us, but never mind. So that's the 32 and the 22, and they are in third and fourth, going round at Shoemakers.
I think that might settle down a little bit, Nick. We're into the final 30 seconds. And maybe pick up the...
3, 4, yeah.
We'll look at picking up the leader on the final lap. I think Oliver Misters on the 32. Remember, this is just heat one. Got plenty of opportunity to follow the other runners.
And it's also mixed grid, so different people come out at the front
exactly.
each time as well.
Yeah. This is the GX Engine Junior class we have here this weekend in the Access Karting Series. Their championship finale.
Is he getting another lap?
I think he crossed the line. He might get another two. There was about 1 or 2 seconds on the board as he crossed the line.
7:03.
So, yeah, 2 laps. We've got 2 laps of racing yet.
And there is Ronnie with the Tony Kart sticker kit. So it's a Tony Kart chassis, I assume, but obviously not the usual Rotax engine.
He's got the M on the front and then 49 on the sides, just to confuse us.
Well, 49 would be great. The M is confusing the timing system.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of that this weekend, haven't we? With people running numbers.
We've got
on
at the end of the season, everyone's won a number. You've got the Dragon Cup, you've got the English Cup, you've got the...
You can't have a D on the front, an O on the side, and an M on the back. And an E on your helmet. You've got to choose which one you're going to run the weekend.
And ideally, a number.
Yes, ideally for the timing. Yes.
Enter yourself as number 47, but have the lovely letter on the front of your card.
I actually like the idea of plates. It gives people a bit of bragging rights, an accolade of winning the Macy Cup. Will somebody tell me what the Macy Cup is about? If you know and you're out there and you're watching, what is the Macy Cup? What round was it at, please? I forgot to ask James, actually.
Yeah, you see.
So it's my fault. I forgot to ask James. We know what the E-plate's about.
Yeah.
Have you written that down, by the way? Because we're bound to forget.
It's the Race Retro Award.
Write it down.
Don't need to. I'll forget it easier.
I'm going to write it down. As you take us across the line.
And just a couple of corners to go. So round underneath our position, which doesn't have a name, it just says turn 73, which is obviously any Sunderland fan's favourite number. And across the line goes Ronnie Townsend to take the win. In second place will be Angus Langley, and it's Misters, Platten from Misters. It's Padden. It's going to be Harry Platten who should come in sixth position. Then Jensen Con-Camon. I'm sure I got some information about Jensen. It's just kind of like what made me forget, really. Isn't it?
Where was the race roll weekend? Okay, I thought it does.
No, E-Plate is the Race Retro English Cup winner. It doesn't say where it was. But obviously, it wasn't at Landau or at Langbar. But apart from that, I don't know where it might have been.
Matt will tell us.
He will. Perhaps he gives us another funky picture as well.
Another strange
thumbs up picture.
That doesn't look from the light, my lighting. So that concludes the first heat for the GX Juniors. We've got our 115s coming next. I think I'm just going to access the program. And we have indeed got the 115cc TKM engine.
They're running about 3 minutes behind, which is
which is pretty good.
Which is pretty good because they haven't got any overhead at all.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the 115 UK Championship runners out for their first heat. James Purchase and Dom Cliff are the front row of the grid, or will be when they are released from the collecting area.
We've then finished talking to us and he's on pole.
Sorry?
James Purchase finished talking to us, now he's on pole.
Ah, yes, of course. I thought I recognised the
name. Dom Cliff is 32. He's based in Stoke-on-Trent and has been involved in karting since 1998 at the age of 6. He had a 10-year break from racing, but kept himself involved by spannering.
Yes, I remember reading about Dom.
Yeah, well, I'm reading it out for the people at home.
I know that.
He runs a 2008 Tony Kart Viper. My engines haven't actually been rebuilt since I last raced TKM in 2014. Blimey.
Right, we're going to find out now, Nick, if James Purchase, who has been in, one of the organisers, had a lovely chat, brought us up to speed with the Access Series. We're going to see if he's full of it now, because he's described himself as generally useless, no prep or setup. If it works, it works. Best finish third, however. Well, you're doing something right if you can finish in the top three. And starting on pole position, we're going to find out just if you have been pulling the wool, Mr. Purchase. Let's see how you do. As they come off the collecting area, James will lead the field round.
It's Ben Jessup on camera.
He's on the number 37. We're looking for the 37.
That's there it is, bright
red. All red. He's Gillard overalls. I presume he's on a Gillard chassis, maybe.
That is smoking for Britain, that one.
Well, that's
That's like a pub in the 70s. That is.
That's lovely lubrication going into that bottom end there.
I think they should have to run on Castrol R as part of the real sort of because that stuff is like.
The number 58 on the second row is Ash Robinson. He's on a Tony Kart Viper. He was Junior TKM Vice Champion in 2009, and he was the Junior TKM All-Plate winner in 2010. He's been out of the sport for 14 years. He's got a new business venture, Project Dent. It's a paintless dent repair. And
I was worried dentist there for a minute.
Yeah.
Here we go. Choking the engines. Make sure they will fire up, keeping the lubrication. Always a worry they're going to nip up. Birch is keeping a very close eye on Dom Cliff next to him. And there they go in a smoke screen of two-stroke. And into the first corner. Degner won, and it's Dom who takes the lead.
Yes, and James Purchase was right in how he described himself, as he's already down to fifth, or is he? No, yes he is. Down to third. Well done, James.
There's a couple of carts off.
You're not that bad. You're not that bad on an ill-prepped cart. Let's see how he keeps everybody back behind him. He hasn't. That's the 58 through. Ash Robinson. Luke Ogden on the O-plate goes through as well.
Yeah, so we've got two plates to go in. Luke Ogden and Gordon Smith. We've got an O and a D.
Yes, yes.
I wonder why people's names weren't either. So we're going to do it by sight again.
Oh, there's a move down the inside.
That is the O-plate. That is Luke Ogden.
That is Luke Ogden. No, it's not. It's Gordon Smith.
Gordon
Smith down the inside of Ash Robinson.
It's being led by the D plate. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, that's number 11. Put your glasses on, will you?
Who's leading?
Out of the sunshine there at the beautiful right-hand Degner.
No, it's being
underneath
led
our
by
camera.
one of the plates.
There's the O-plate down the inside of the number 11. of Dom Cliff and into second place.
Right, so
the leader is Luke
Smith.
Ogden.
Luke Ogden from Smith. Luke
Yes.
Ogden the D, Smith on the O.
Right.
Then it's Dom Cliff. And then it is...
You do know you were verbalising your inner monologue there, don't you?
You want to hear my inner monologue? It's very exciting. Some of the stuff that goes on my inner monologue is marvellous.
Yes, I know.
I'm just trying to...
You hear it, Nick.
Clearing it for everyone else, because I'm making sure everyone else understands what's going on. I am the substitute for the audience. I'm helping. I want you to help me understand everything, but you're sitting there
tried for 4
criticising
years.
me, and I just feel quite hurt.
Right, we've got the 2 plate winners then out in front.
Unfortunately for our timing system,
the Welsh champion Luke Ogden on the D plate.
But we're
behind. But Gordon Smith is the O plate in second, and then this is the third place battle that we're looking for.
No, yes it is.
Yes it is.
Third,
number 58, Ash Robinson, Dom Cliff, Ben Jessup. These 3. These are 115cc TKM air-cooled engine, single cylinder, and this is more the modern iteration of Formula TKM that we're seeing in this 115 UK class, and slightly more power, but then slightly more weight, so they kind of balance out. You heard James tell us this morning that they didn't want to create a premier class, the fastest class in the series. They're all there or thereabouts, all the apart from the GX seniors that are obviously slower than the 2-stroke classes, but all of the 2-strokes, the 100 UK, the TKM engines in the 115 class, all relatively performance balanced.
So we're broken into a couple of groups. Top 2, next 3. The 18 machine of Ben Jessup, the blue and the sort of golden, beigey, yellowy colour. 1 and 2. Jessup, best finish so far is the second place at Hooton Park, that third kart there. He's raced his karts from 2001 to 2007, came back into this year. His brother also races cars in the 70 Motor Car Champion, the Type R trophy, which I assume is a Civic Type R.
Yeah, Honda Civic. Yeah, very, very popular as well.
The old 70 DMC?
Yeah, the Type R series, lots of Honda Civics in that. They have subclasses of the years, the different model numbers, the different models of the Civic. Here we go, there's a bit of a race developing between Dom Cliff and Ben Jessup. Ben Jessup on the number 18 there, the black overalls, the white helmet. Just behind there, the yellow with the red stripe and the green and white livery of a Tony Kart, I think that is. As they come through and into T73, and then just underneath Ash on the camera. And this is where he needs to get underneath the rear bumper, but he's not quite close enough, that number 18.
Yep. The more power you've got, the less important the slipstream is. Because the slipstream is so important in the GX classes, but they haven't got the power.
Yes.
Here you don't pick up quite so much. You've got that punch out the corners.
Yeah, and he had a bit of a gap, didn't he, pulling onto the straight. So whether Ben can find a way by it's very... because of the tight confines of Ellough Park, you're going to find it very difficult to get past unless the driver in front of you makes a mistake. Because you're always either on the brakes or on the, just getting onto the throttle.
Yeah, you're going to have to try to really take a bit of a risk to gain enough momentum to perhaps outbrake into this head when they've just gone through.
I mean, I know that we haven't really got a massively fast straight here, as Ash Robinson goes down the inside of Jordan Coulson. Jordan Coulson at the back of the field. Jordan on the... I thought I had Jordan's information there, but I haven't. I thought he told me no.
What were we asking Matt? Because he's answered Desmo.
I can't remember now.
It was where was the E-plate held?
Yes.
So that appears to have auto-corrected to something that doesn't make any sense.
Desmo.
No, because Desmo Dominic Valves, back to that again.
Desmo could be... It's either Fullbeck Lid, Hooton Park, Brandau, Clay Pigeon, none of which...
Who knows?
That's yeah. Check your type in there, Matt. If that's the answer to that question that we posed.
That's the answer to the question we didn't ask, which is brilliant.
Yes.
Can't argue that. 58 kart sweeps into Degner 1 now. Look at this battle with the 3 behind him. Who's that led by? It's got the 18 again, being joined now by the 32, it's saying. I think that's a 35. No, it's a 32 of Jordan Coulson, who's his lap back. I think he's been lapped actually. He's not joining, he's been lapped. A lap down as they race round with about to start the last lap, so let's see if we can pick up our leader. Ashley comes underneath you in a minute. You should have him now in that blue O plate, and there he goes. This is the 64 kart. Is that a lap? No, kart's going to go. We're doing this weird thing with D and the O. Yeah, so the dragon plate, that's the blue and the yellow, and that's your leader, Luke Ogden, and then the O plate is Gordon Smith. Well, if it got any wider, that certainly would have. If it wasn't the fact that I was listening to the driver's briefing this morning, they said that they're not going to bother with track limits. And in fairness,
that's a good idea.
Well, in fairness, it's not. There's a couple of places where if you go that wide, you're not really gaining, are you? So let's look at the leaders. And over the line they go.
That's the D plate. The Welsh champion there ticks the last lap board onto the final lap. And if anything, Gordon Smith on the O plate was indeed catching him, wasn't he? I think he's run out of time though to actually catch him and challenge. So that's going to be a run to the flag now. If Luke Ogden can keep his composure, which I suspect he will. He's he's obviously quite good in this, isn't he?
It's normally the point where if I'm in this situation, I'd be worried my car was about to nip up, because that tends to happen whenever I ever had a good result. Down being nipped up at the end of the straight every single time.
When you're in the lead?
I wouldn't go as far as the lead. I'd go for a good result. I redefined shoe street for my racer, I can tell you.
Checkered flag.
There we go, first heat.
And that's the first heat in the bag for the 115s.
Ogden and Smith. And there we go.
So that concludes our first round of heats. We are very much into the second round of heats now. And we are just checking on what we've got next, actually, and it's we're back to the 100 UKs, aren't we? Of course. So they are going to be out for their second heat. Mixed grid, so another collection of drivers that are going to be mixed up slightly, and the 100 UKs are 25 karts have come here. So the 100 UKs being led round, or will be led round, by Ben Miles, Paul Streether alongside Nathan Williams, Ross Goodwin, and next up, third row is Andrew Bradley and Sean Taylor. Brendan Williams and Matt Rivette will be on the fourth row. Fifth row is Leonardo Taggio and Samantha Topless. We've then got James Ogden and Dominic Pine on row 6. Row 7, James Rees, Jamie Scott. Row 8, Matthew Lawrence and Sergio Taggio. Scott Williams and Liam Hamling are next up. Owen Potter and Cyril Smith, Richard Wake, Wesley Graves. And then we've got Sam Forbes, Alec Forster and John Allen. And Gaz Bury.
Go on, Gaz. That's the first round of heats done, by the way.
Well, he's now. I have mentioned that.
I was doing important directing work.
That's lovely.
How many you're doing one job, yeah? How many jobs am I doing?
I think I was doing 2 there. Because I was getting you a coffee.
Oh, yeah, good point, yeah. Okay,
he was in the McLaren Academy when he was much younger.
Oh, the 25's broken down already.
Who's the 25? I'll tell you who the 25 is. That is incredible.
No,
come on. That's your pole position.
The jump in start, shuffle. Come on. Oh, no, come on. You can do it. You can get it fired up.
This was Ben Miles. Start on the pole.
Yes. No. Yes. Maybe. Come on. Fire up, you little monkey. Come on. Oh, I'm sick for him.
Oh, it's painful.
Go on, clear out. Yes, there he goes.
He's come out the collecting area, and
Can he get his place back though?
He was starting on the pole. They've got a cracking pace going. They
love it. They love an extra warm-up lap at TKN.
Okay, they do.
They're forming up. There's absolutely no way in a million years this lap's going to carry on going. But they need to go slower. The guys in the front need to go a lot slower to let everyone else catch up. They're straggling on this thing. It's 2/3 lap. You have to go like at most half speed, not a third speed, to let everyone catch up.
Which is going to be tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, because they'll oil up.
It's going to be tricky. They've been, given a wave round. there will be. Now they're forming up.
Now then.
Who's that?
26 on the lead.
So Nathan Williams
is leading this one at the moment.
Yeah.
But it's Ben Miles, doesn't he? Needs to get through.
Yes, he does. Now, Ben Miles on the 25.
Is he even caught up the back of the pack yet?
I'm not sure, but he's not. I was going to say he's not that far away. He kind of is.
This is a very rough. I mean, there's quite a bit of the lap to go at this point, but it's quite a rough approximation of the grid at the moment. There's the 3 kart very briefly in picture. That's Scott Williams, one of the Williams team, who we also talked to. We actually talked to the grandfather of the Williams team.
Been around karting a while, hasn't he? His catering company, another supporter of the Access series. We've got a video with him. An interview with him.
Yeah, any videos we don't get out today, we're going to put them all together as a proper paddock show for Monday. So just you can watch them. It's been a little bit difficult to work out when to get them out with this no lunch hour situation. They're not going to get a start on this one, are they? Well, they might do.
Well, the red lights are on. The red lights go out, and the green light shows, and it's 4 wide into Degner for the first time. They sort themselves out. By the time they get outside, we skirt the tyres on the exit of Degner and then head on to Shoemaker. Nick sighs a relief because his camera lives another day, lives another first lap. Paul Strather on the 26 has broken away from the number 48 of Ross Goodwin. That's how they cross the line, and that's how they continue.
And then it's 131 after that, and then we have the 52 and the 5 and then the 27. We're all running through. Ogden's got 2 plates again. We've got the D and the E. Oh, we've got the D and the E. I'd point out that my Swedish timing man is actually working as we speak on this.
Have you contacted him?
Yeah, it's definitely fantastic.
He's worked it out, mate. He's fixed it.
He's fixing it at the moment.
He's fixed the job.
I'd like to point out that Stefan is an absolute bloody genius.
He is.
Because he's also looking after the RC Racing TV timing in Madrid as well.
Is he really? There's a move down the inside. The number 5 of Brendan Williams on Nathan Williams. Not sure of any relationship dynamic there.
Well, one of them's in the Williams engineering.
The number 5 looks very tall. Is he? He's actually just barely. He's squeezed into that, isn't he? Yeah.
The 131, which is Nathan Williams.
Yeah, Brendan Williams is on the number 5 in the blue and yellow. He's pulling out now. He's pulling out.
I'm sitting here unbelievably impressed by Stefan. He's been Sweden doing this on his Sunday.
Fabulous. Out of T73 and across the line, we'll get a grip on who's where, completing 2 laps. Paul Strather, Ross Goodwin, Brendan Williams, James Ogden on the D plate in 4. 3 wide where, Nick?
They're coming into Degner there. It was 71 who was really on the move. They come up the... Oh, look at that from the E-plate there by James Rees. And he's moved out the 27 from Sean Taylor, who's just being shuffled back at the moment. That's, of course, it does happen with mixed grids. You get a bit of shuffling back, don't you?
Sean Taylor, the number 27, he's returned here for the first time this year. He's on a chassis he raced in 2019, where he won the last round. The chassis was used by his eldest son Hayden to win the 2023 UK Championship.
Right.
So it's a championship chassis he's on, Sean Taylor. But it's his first, so he's shaking off the rust, isn't he, on that yellow kart?
He's got involved. He got a little bit beaten up, but now he's going, nope, I can do this, and he's absolutely pretty number. The 32 kart there looking to be quite aggressive as well.
Is that a Mansell replica helmet he's got?
Looks a little bit like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, two are off on the grass, but they got going again. So they went wide. There were 2 on the grass, but they actually just continued. Basically, just get the foot in and hope for the best. Really, I think we have had some sun the last couple of days. Probably isn't too wet, but that is quite risky. And there is that 32, who is really moving forward, and that is Owen Potter.
I think that was Nathan Williams on the 131 with the bright red kart.
That was inside,
yeah,
by the.
James Ogden?
Yeah, it may have been, but this one's really scrapping about. This is an absolute cracking race, and this is the beauty of a mixed grid. You get people who have to come through, you get people who want to hold their position. This is a battle between the 27 and the... yellow flag going into Degner. Can't see why at the moment.
Where that was for.
Someone's off at the far end.
We've got a green flag going into the central infield part of the track.
They're off. The guy, you know, when those 2 cars went off on the grass, I think one of them didn't come back on again.
Is our camera all right?
Yeah, the camera's fine. He's standing over by there, but they've yellowed it all the way round through the first couple of corners. As we continue to stick with this battle in the 27th inning. Here comes the 9, and that's Dominic Pine, who I know we've got something about somewhere. In the Williams Engineering. I can't. I'm looking at that. I can't. And they come out. So these three really scrappy away. Fantastic racing here in the 100 UK Seniors. It's a very, very long established class with very, very long established good racing.
I do remember, Nick, that our race of the month would be usually the 100 UKs when they were part of the NKC.
Breathing in.
Because I really, this is close to our heart, of course. These karts from the 90s period of karting, shorter wheelbase, narrower track. It lends itself to some fantastic close racing, and here we have Dominic Pine right on the rear bumper of Sean Taylor making his comeback this weekend.
Behind him, there's now three more karts, which is Jamie Scott, Wesley. I recognise some of these names. Wesley Graves and Scott Williams, and they're coming now down towards the Wones hairpin. There we are, sweeping round and back up under our position. Look at that! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts together.
Brilliant.
Fighting for, I don't know if it was 7th to 13th down over towards the front.
Here comes the number 3. The number 3. He's got number 3, Scott Williams. I remember Scott Williams as well from our covering this before. He's moved up the order. Number 3, Scott Williams, up ahead of Sean Taylor.
There's Wesley Graves up the inside, and there's a position going for that all black kart, the 22. That's Graves getting past. Now he's going to have he got past Taylor, so Scott, now he's after Pine as they sweep up and over again. It really is a sweep up and over, that, isn't it?
It really is. I
like saying sweep up and over, for once it absolutely is.
It absolutely is, yeah. It's like you let the kart breathe over the hump on the kind of the banked out extremities of that corner.
Moving up a bit further up the field here with Ash Cameron, the 46 leading that one. So where are we now? With the leaders. With the leaders.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
right.
the
Okay, let's get the leaders. Right
wow.
together now.
Look at this.
So it's the 48 of Ross Gordon from Streeter, from Reese on the E plate, and then Brendan Williams. It's 1, 2, 3, and 4 right together. You pick them up, led by the white cart with the black nose, but no stickers of sponsorship. All red outfit there.
Right.
The 26, who I know did well in the last heat as well. So it's good points for Paul Streeter. These first two heats carry on going this way.
Goodwin leads then. Ross Goodwin leading this stream of karts round, and they are. Oh, and there's a dive down the inside for 4th as Liam Hamling on the number 41. I think he's made that work as well. Looking over his shoulder, Ross Goodwin. He should be worried, shouldn't he? Because they're piling up behind him.
He's got a bit of battle there. Then the position. Thought about it. The 3 kart there. Thought about it. I think that's the D kart, isn't it? Actually, this is the damn numbers and letters thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm picking up a number, but it's actually a letter. Go, where is that kart? Oh,
yes.
There.
It's when they've got numbers on the sides and letters on the front and rear that needs to be stopped. Here we go. Battle for the lead then. Ross Goodwin. He's on the white side pod with the black nose, the red overalls and the white helmet leading through there. Black overalls Paul Streeter chases him down, but if he's not careful, we've got the E-plate holder behind him, have we? Or is that the 41 of Liam Hamling now in that 3rd place ahead of James Rees?
No,
I think it is.
Rees got me. No, Rees.
Now he has.
Literally, that you see.
Predicted that.
You saw the future.
What was that all about?
And you saw the Hamling.
He's got E on the front and 71 all around.
That's right. He's got the E, and he's got back again. So it's just flip-flopping at the moment. The all purple, the purplish E-plate 71, whichever you want. Sweeps around with Rees now back into 3rd, but they've lost the top 2 and on the last lap, so let's move to the top 2 because it's the last few corners. Can Streeter do anything? He's giving it a go round the outside of O'Rossi, but no, it doesn't happen.
Streeter has to slot in behind because it's very, very difficult to get past here. And Ellough Park, and he's down the inside of Barney's. A side-by-side through Barney's. On towards Warnes now. Can he get down the inside to head? But he doesn't, because Ross Goodwin just chopped the door, slammed the door in his face. It's 1, maybe 2 more corners to go through T73. This is not really a corner, it's a curved straight, let's call it. And across the line, look at how close they were.
900 of a second.
It was 0.14 of a second between 1st and 3rd. But it was Ross Goodwin who took the win. Paul Streeter in 2nd, James Rees in 3rd, James Ogden was 4th. Liam Hamling finally finished 5th. Brendan Williams 6th, 7th is Owen Potter, Wesley Graves in 8th. It was Scott Williams in 9th, and Dominic Pine was the driver that round off the top 10. Rest of the finishers in what was an outstanding 2nd heat for the 100 UKs, kicking off the 2nd round of heats here at Ellough Park. And if that is just a heat, Nick, what have we got to look forward to when it gets to the finals? Tremendous stuff.
Cracking stuff.
Tremendous stuff from these runners, and just going to have a look at the Championship standings. James Ogden, winner at round 4, winner at round 3. Ross Goodwin, who took the heat win there. Ross on the number 48, looks like he hasn't really played a part in this year's series. There he is. He hasn't. He was out for round 1. He missed rounds 2, 3 and 4. He's come back to round 6, obviously. He's out at round 5. His best finish so far has been a 5th place, which he kicked off the season back at round 1, which was at Fulbeck, of course. So that's his best finish of the season so far. So Ross has been not really taking a massive part in this series this year, but I'm pretty sure he'll be wanting to be back for a full season next year, if that's anything to go by. F300's next, Nick. And yeah, absolutely.
We had an F300 interview, but not a chance to get it out.
They're long because of the. We haven't got any championship results because this is the series that dots around a bit.
It sits on a number of different...
Yeah, it's apparently, James Purchase was telling us, it's found a home with the Access karting series, and we're going to see F300s become part of the series proper next year for 6 rounds.
They're going to have a massive popularity.
You think so?
I think they're going to have a massive popularity. I had a brief chat with James about this yesterday. We were just chatting about, and he said it was never meant to get this big.
He hasn't seen anything yet.
And I'm thinking, this is going to get huge, and you're going to have, and of course, the problem. It's a good problem to have, but the issue he has is he has to start looking at different tracks, because a 100 kart paddock is very different from a 150 kart paddock,
which is very different from a 250 kart paddock.
So,
which is what we've seen other series that we're involved with.
He's got 8. He's got 8 heats. So let's say the average. I mean, they're not, but let's say the average 20. That's what that he could easily see 160 next year with 8.
We've already got 30 GX engine seniors.
And it's a great problem to have.
It is a great problem to have.
We've had a lot of calendar talk with various series we're working with, and it's a very difficult situation. It's really hard to run a calendar. It has to avoid, some championships need to avoid other championships championships don't care. The tracks can be awkward about dates to be available, and then you have to work out, well, how many people are going to turn up if I go to a certain place? It's different, and then what do I need to book? And this. I mean, in fairness to Ellough, they've got 130 here, but there actually is more space. They're not, where we walk down to where Brad is. There's plenty more space down there for parking, the paddock space down there. So they're not really squidged on that front. But then you go over to other tracks, and it is very tight. But we are.
Gasbury listening in at home or watching at home because the MotoGP is finished.
Yeah,
he's found out the answer to our question on the M plate, the Macy's Industrial Fixings Cup, which ran at Clay Pigeon.
The Macy's Industrial Fixings Cup, fantastic.
And it ran on the. That was back in 2017, though, Gaz. Is that still the case? Did it run at Clay Pigeon this year?
We're going to get them in line for this one for a start of the.
They're asking for a wave around. The drivers are asking for a wave around. I'm not quite sure why. Well, I'm not quite sure why, because the front row of the grid was asking for a wave around. That's Nick Clare and Andrew Warren. And I'm not sure why they wanted a wave around. Maybe they felt that the tyres weren't up or whatever. But they wouldn't have been aware of who was hanging off the back of the grid. Yeah. So they wanted it, and they got it. F300s. Andrew Warren, best finished 10th this year, and he started last year after Rental Car Championship, so that's a bit of a Andrew Warren on the number 22. That's a bit of a jump, isn't it? An F300 after Rental Car Championships. He'll certainly find things differently. Nick Clare on the number 44. He's president of the Back Markers Club. There's a bit of a and a phobia of dwarves is another thing. Another one with a phobia of dwarves.
Yeah, I don't think there's actually I think there's obviously there's been a kind of a conspiracy in the very most positive way to send some light-hearted japery with the information they send us. Okay, so they got themselves nicely in order now. Still runs at Clay. There we are. Gaz now says it still runs at Cape. 2024 is the fourth edition of the end plate. Try and ascertain its origin and why it's called the Macy Cup. Well, because the Macy Industrial Fixings, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Little bit of a please slow down more, please slow down more. Coming under the line now. Starter thinking about it. He's gone for it, and they go piling on. There are about 4 stragglers actually, but the bulk of the grid gets round Degner 1. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant. Gets the power down on these very powerful F300s. And already through Shoemakers onto the infield section now. Home hairpin into the left-hander. And already making a break is that the 46 of Oliver Warner?
Yeah, and then the second place there. Into the second goes the 11th of James Price. He's made up 2 places already.
Great driving from Warner to really exploit that front row start. And he will settle in, get his composure, start focusing on optimising his lap, and just listen to the thunderous roar. All sorts of configurations out there. Rotary valve engines, V engine, straightforward.
Sounds like someone's definitely got a V-twin, because that sounds
There's
like a V-twin
out there, yeah.
Sounds like a V-twin from a mile off. So first and second are away, and the battle now is third, fourth and fifth. And it's all hilarious around that corner. They're carrying so much speed into Shoemakers.
The V-twin is the winner of the first heat, Mike Kenworthy, who came through in 7th there. He's on the number 620, remember?
Yeah, so you got the 22s running into it. Andrew Warren from Gary Woodward. It's Reeve and Halford. Warren and Woodward on screen at the moment as they go up and round and through Barney's and sprint down to the hairpin. Oh, there's a move there. And the green helmeted machine moves into third position.
So Jack Reeve on the number 5, bit of the biggest mover from 5th. Oh, on the previous lap, he's come through in 3rd there. Andrew Warren has to settle in for 4th.
Bit of nudging out to the side there.
Oliver Warner's pulled a gap of 2.1 seconds on Nick.
That's a pretty impressive start. James Price in the 11. It's his first year on an F300, but he's racing pro karts since he was a child. I don't know how old he is now.
Yeah, true.
Here we go.
Another challenge.
I think side by he's so on the left-hand side of that car that it must have an engine the size of a small mountain.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the V-twin, but the V's
another move there.
Front and back, not side to side.
Heffer goes past Warren with a bad lap for Warren. He lost 2 places. And
Remember,
shuffle themselves out.
We're seeing a lot of movement in it because of the mixed grids, of course. That the faster drivers making their way through, and another place for Mike Kenworthy. Is that him ahead of the number 5 there?
May well be having taken that one.
Degner.
Oh, look at the punch. And he's giving a bit of extra bounce in the seat as well to help himself. The Union Jack 17. That's Ryan Martin. He's down a little bit further.
Oh, he spun it.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. How did he do that?
He spun it. Ryan Martin there coming through the home hairpin. And it was just the back end just gave up. Look, he turns into the corner.
Too much,
he turns into the corner, he turns in, and it's just basically...
curve. He's taken a little bit of curve there on the inside.
The back end just gave up the grip, didn't it?
Yeah.
Just gave up the grip because he released a bit of energy from those rear tyres. And that, you know what? These drivers are making this look very easy, hanging on to these cars.
Beasts.
They are beasts, yeah.
It's like hanging on to a 500 2-stroke.
And that just shows how tricky it is. There's the Gulf engine kart around the outside. Jason Super Cooper around the outside of Andrew Warren there made that look very,
was that
very...
for 7th, was it?
Yes, it was 8th. Yeah, sorry, yes, for 7th. Yeah.
Okay, and they're all battling all the way around. There's a swing up and over. There we go.
So the Gulf engine kart, that's Jason Super Cooper. Been racing 18 years. He's twice the F300 champion. And we really like his livery, for sure. Being sports car fans, of course.
We are.
Here they go across the line.
I do feel it's horrendously overused now.
Mike Kenworthy.
You don't feel it's horrendously overused?
Mike Kenworthy is dropping down the order. I think we've lost him.
Mike Kenworthy in kart number 620.
Yeah, he's dropped down the order, Nick. He hasn't come through.
He's had a problem.
Yeah,
He's got a Honda G620 V-twin engine.
So we've lost Kenworthy, Braham and Rob Hewland.
Braham was out last time as well.
Yeah.
Then he's having some real reliability issues at the moment.
Hewland's come through, Nick. So Hewland's completed 5 laps. I'm not sure whether we lost Braham.
17. Martin thought about it. Now he's got the outside
it's
line.
Going to really mix the grid up for the finals, though, Nick, as Mike Kenworthy was the winner of the first heat.
Right.
And now he's going to have a non-finish. As 6 laps completed by Warner.
As there are no spare parts for his engine, it's nothing to do with that. Otherwise,
that's a good point actually. Mike's telling us that things have to be made, manufactured, built, created.
So we're looking at the moment at the battle in the midfield. I think there's a pretty big battle going on for second and third between the 11 and the 5. So try and pick that up on Ash's camera. I'll pick it up immediately on it's good stuff. It's underneath me now, Ash. The 11's got the white side pods, thanks to their stuff. We go down, there we are. That's the battle for second place. Price and Reeve.
Cracking little race developing here. Looks over his shoulder there as they come out of Degner. A little bit of a quick blast. It's a very short straight there, and certainly on an F300, it's going to disappear very quickly.
You're not seeing the true performance of these karts at Ellough Park. I mean, some of the bigger tracks like a Rara, these things would be lethal.
3 Sisters.
Oh gosh. Yeah. I don't think 3 Sisters. They're probably not loud, but they are quick things with a huge amount of grunt.
You can see how much weight they are as well. They're a very heavy configuration of kart, and you really see them gripping and sliding around, and the drivers having to really work the steering to get them to work across the line. Then Warner,
Lappery, I think, on the 51. Yeah, Rob Hewlin, who's not having a great run this time, about to get lapped. Going to move out the way. Oh, and the confusion of back marker. Chance to take second place for Jack Reeve there. Swept through past Price. Just slightly on the wrong line, Price, as he was trying to get past Hewlin, and that was all the invitation that Reeve needed.
So the number 11 has to relinquish that second place. He's got about 2 second gap to the leader now as Jack Reeve. Now that Jack Reeve has got by the number 11, that's Jack Reeve on the bright green overalls and bright green helmet. He's chasing down our leader now as he's got free air. That's the leader just up ahead of him. The gap, it's come down to 1.8. It was about 2 seconds, but it's down to 1.8. So now that Reeve can breathe. However, with 0 time on the clock, they are on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, he looks like he's got about half a second in hand, actually, in that kart. I mean, this is the interesting thing, of course. These karts are not all the same. They are not balanced. They are very different, aren't they?
Yeah, but the performance is different. And we heard James Purchase tell us that some of the configuration of karts and the way that they are put together favour different tracks. And Ellough Park is completely different. It's a very tight technical track, this. You can't make a mistake. Very easy to lose massive amounts of time. Oliver Warner on the 46 has now got company on that last lap because Jack Reeve on the number 5 has absolutely burned into that lead to nothing now, 4/10.
Whoa.
So he took 1.2 seconds out of it, 1.4 seconds out of it on that lap. So
do you think that Warner relaxed too much?
I'm not sure he's relaxed at all.
Not now.
Yeah,
but because the fastest lap's only about 4 or 5 tenths apart. But to lose a second and a half made you think, I've got this one. Well, and no, he hasn't, because I think he's going to find there's going to be a move down the inside into Wands. He's thinking about it. Perhaps there's not enough corners to do it. Just trying it now.
No, in what was really the final turn here.
Yeah. One more lap.
T73, and now the sweeping curve that takes you to the checkered flag, and hanging on to that, I think another lap, and you might have had Reeve challenging Warner there.
I think absolutely another lap. I think
absolutely.
It would have been a completely different story.
Oliver Warner, Jack Reeve, James Price, Guy Hefford, Gary Woodward, Ryan Martin, Jason Super Cooper, Nye Cortitha White was 8th, 9th was Andrew Warren, James Reeve was James Reeve dropping down the order. We lost James Reeve. He was 10th on the penultimate lap, but it's Andy Martin that comes through to 10th. So the rest of the finishers had a couple of non-finishers as well, as Lily Brame, who did continue round. Lily, I don't know if that's a timing glitch. We thought we'd lost Lily.
I think she may have lost a lap or may have come in for something. She was definitely a lap down.
Yeah.
I didn't see her get overtaken.
Yeah, she has completed the race in 13th on 11 laps, so she did complete the race. It was just a bit of a timing glitch when we were trying to find her. So that's the second heat for the F300s. It'll be the GX Seniors out next. This is the biggest grid of the Access Karting Series, certainly the championship finale. 30 karts that will come out, 7 novices that will start on the back of the field, and it will be Sebastian Musica That will start on the pole position alongside George Massey. Thomas Purchase and Brad Philpott are on row 2. Tim Kansas. Now then, how do we say that name, Tim Kansas? Kansas, as in the state. Tim Kansas on the 3rd row of the grid. Jacob Sharrock on row 3 alongside. Simon Fuller and Ben White are on row 4. Thomas Butler and Dominic Hemp are on row 5. Ethan Hall and Alex Van Gien start on row 6. Then we've got Charlie Furman, Tom Angier, Matthew Roberts, Lee Dolby, Paul Handley, Alexander Holm, Tom Sully, Oscar Proletti, Kyle Power, Glenn Freeman, and then we're into the novices from 23rd on. Daniel Patrick, Nicholas Barnes, Daniel Howarth, Damien Williams, Jaden Nichols, Tyler Nicholson, Stuart Stalker, and Brett Nightingale. And that's a 30 kart field. Let's see if they all come out to play. And this is possibly the closest we have in terms of performance. These GX engined, Honda engined senior karts. They may not be the quickest karts out there, but they're certainly the purest in racing. We're going to see some fantastic racecraft here. It's all about keeping that position, keeping that momentum, not making a mistake, and you'll see these train of karts that will make their way around. Brad Philpott, who's the champion-elect in 2024, he's on the 2nd row of the grid in 4th. He's also the O-Plate winner, and that's him just on the right of the screen there, the purple and black kart there. Look for him making a move in the early laps. Brad with a bit of car racing experience under his belt as well. Just waiting for the field to come round then. Sebastian Musica is our pole man. We rely on Sebastian to keep the order and control the pace, really. Glenn Freeman is out there. Glenn is down in 23rd, starts his debut race in this class. He's the editor of the race and the host of Bring Back V10 podcast, which is we're a big fan of that. Former Rotax Max champ in 2003, so a bit of a comeback for Glenn and a bit of a guest drive with Brad Philpott and the and Alex Van Gien. We are racing though, and the field of GX engined karts make their way through the Degner hairpin, and quite a gaggle. Look how close they are as they make their way through Shoemaker, and it's Philpott up to 2nd already, trying to get a look. I think that's the 55 of George Massey, and down the inside has gone into 2nd place, that orange and white kart there. I think that's the, I'll try and find the, I think that's the 33 of Musica, who did start on the pole position. Out of the right-hander at Barney's and on towards the Warnes hairpin and down the inside and into the lead, and Philpott's gone with him, or has he? Through the T73 hairpin. We'll get a handle on the race order, certainly the top 10 given time, as a 4-kart train cross the line. It's Jacob Sharrock from the number 25 is that orange and white car that we saw come through. George Massey in 3rd. It's Philpott 3rd, in 2nd, Philpott 3rd. 4th is Musica, Purchase, Hemp, Kansas, Fuller, Ben White and Alex Van Gien rounding off the top 10. But already Jacob Sharrock moving away from Brad Philpott in that 2nd spot. Philpott with him has got Sebastian Musica, as these two have already gotten past George Massey on the 55. So that's 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Philpott, Musica and Massey. Now then, we chatted to these drivers yesterday. There's a lot of working together. These two are not working together though. There's down the inside of Degner, and then side by side still, all the way down the back straight into Shoemaker, and it's the number 55 who just does not brake, lets the kart slide and scrub off speed to make it through Shoemaker. Already through home. And then the 55 looks over his shoulder there, Nick, George Massey, because he's just taken the place and he just wanted to see just how far away Sebastian Musica is. Well, the answer is he's right on your bumper, mate.
As close as you can be, yeah. It was interesting, I was watching the actual start, and it's the one time you can see the basic underpoweredness in the karting world of the GX. They stick the foot down and nothing much happens. But once they've got this momentum up, it's remarkable how the sort of pace and the speed they can actually cover the ground. So the second and third are rebate. Ash, just drop back that next massive gaggle about 5 or 6 cars. There we go. So it's a battle now for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, yeah. How high can you count? Probably up to about 29. And it's currently the 66 is about to lose the position up the inside. Yeah, has gone the 87, the 86. There's no issue with the 8s and 6 on these numbers. So the 87 now leads this gaggle. He's done with it Hemp. He's got past Thomas Purchase. And then there's a little bit of a battle with the 42 car, which is Simon Fuller, not that one. Well, it might be. Well, I'd likely be an 75-year-old music mogul friend of Simon Cowell, but there we go. And discoverer of the Spice Girls. Might be, who knows. But there we go.
Nick's gone off on a tangent. We'll just let him drag himself back on the track. I mean, just look at this field of...
Look at that.
The racing is so pure. All the way down the field. Doesn't matter how good you are, you're going to find somebody to race in this class of karting.
Somebody mentioned NASCAR yesterday. We were chatting in the...
yeah, it was Brad, wasn't it?
Because it's just about you can't afford to lose the draft.
No,
you have to stay in the draft. And the chance of if you're in a group of 2 and there's another group of 2 seconds ahead, the chance of you getting back up that previous group is very, very low. All these guys who are in the draft, now I think it's his 5th down now, isn't it? Any of them could come 5th. There's still the green car that just went past. Then goodness knows what position he's up. 15th. He could still come 5th.
Yeah, that's right.
Because he's in the draft. I think it's very unlikely that these guys can get themselves back up to the second pair who are currently running in 3rd and 4th. Might be wrong.
Well, that cart there with the blue overalls and the white shoulders,
yeah.
Alex Van Gien there. He's in 8th. Ahead of him, Simon Fuller.
68.
Ahead of him is Purchase.
Oh, at the inside.
And
Nice move by Van Gien there.
Yeah, into T73. Van Gien. Bit of an opportunist move there. And these carts really do suit Ellough Park, don't they? He's a replay.
I've got a question I need to ask you. You might know the answer. They've got drop-down noses.
Good question, that. These carts, I was about to mention that. Funny you should say that. That's a nice little segue. You'll find that on the straight, they haven't got the power or momentum to pull alongside one another. So you'll find. I'll tell you, who's got momentum and off into the barriers. I think that was Dominic Hemp.
Someone went up the inside of him.
Yeah, it was Van Gien. Van Gien down the inside.
Yeah, that's a no, I think, really.
Well, Van Gien turns into the corner.
He's not giving enough space. I don't know.
I'm not sure whether they slid into each other.
Well, watching them side by side, someone had to give a little bit of space, and I think if I was a steward, I'd have a problem.
We couldn't. I tell you what, let's move on because we couldn't really see that.
Well, I saw it, but I couldn't call it.
As far as we're concerned, as they cross the line.
Good news is that Carter's got going again and he's fine.
It was Dominic Hemp.
Yeah, but he's fine, so that's the good news.
He is on his 3rd chassis of the season.
That's the 4th one.
And he works at Lotus Cars.
Oh,
and
that's right.
He's from Lowestoft, so he hasn't got far to go.
He's found his local track. That's good news.
Yeah.
He hasn't got far to get the new pieces for that car that went off. So Van Gien there involved in a little bit of a coming together.
That'll be worth watching on his YouTube channel when he produces that from this round.
If he decides he thinks he's in the wrong, you won't be seeing it.
Here we go then. Van Gien's chasing these drivers down, isn't he? Fuller and Purchase. Now behind him is Tim Kansas on the number 79. And there's Van Gien down the inside at T73 again. He's very...
But not ha-ha. He lost a bit of momentum there, but not quite enough to let the 79 Tim Kansas get past him.
That's because of that sweeping right-hander onto the straight. Here they are, side by side, down into the right-hander at Schumacher and into that place. 46 has gone ahead. Tom Sully ahead of Fuller. Van Gien. That was all caused by Van Gien having to go at T73.
He's broken away there.
That's the number 86.
86. The Purchase is broken away.
Yeah. Because these lot are squabbling.
There's 2 pairs, both are sticking, Philpott and Sharrock and Massey and Muzica. And then we've got this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll say I consider it 8-car train. And the Karts, the 14 there. Who's that? That was Tom Ager, really looking to make up some position from the back there. So Ager was coming at the back of this snake. This looks so much fun.
It's brilliant. Honestly, Nick,
doesn't look like you're about to damage yourself or die.
If we do live stream any more of these I might not be available.
There's a guest car. Because that's what Ben Anson, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Sorry, Glenn Fleeman. Glenn Fleeman's
Can I?
Glenn's in the guest car in 14.
Can I get back to you after a winter of fasting? But I really do like the look of this because I'm too old for a Rotax Max. I run out of oxygen. But these things are brilliant because it's so pure. The racing's pure. You don't have to be doing 80 miles an hour to get. It's about the racing. It's about the wheel-to-wheel stuff. Look at that.
I know.
That is fabulous.
The back of the train, and that's 39 with the red overalls. That is Glenn Freeman, the managing editor of the race. Now, the thing to remember about him, he's not only the manager of the race, but he's a former Rotax UK champion back in 2003.
Yeah. So he knows how to
21 years ago.
He knows how to pedal. You never lose the knowledge.
He said he gave up for 6 months. They step away for 6 months, and then real life took over. He got a job, but then he ended up working for Motorsport News, having to go to events himself, and he never got back onto it again. I think his dad was with him. You can see the kind of relieved face from Dad's voice at that point. I think Glenn's probably in his, late 30s now, but obviously 21 years ago he was significantly younger and significantly gaining cash.
Look at this, Nick.
This is ridiculous.
This is. I mean, if you're in amongst that, it looks chaos from where we are, but it's not quite. It's kind of high-speed chaos, isn't it? When you're in amongst it,
there's no chess playing.
No.
No one's playing chess.
We're playing high-speed drafts here, mate.
Yeah. No,
checkers.
This is Call of Duty.
Yeah, here we go. We're on the final lap, would you believe? And the checkered flag is flying because Jacob Sharrock has lost out, and Jacob Sharrock will come third because George Massey.
What happened to Philpott the last lap?
What happened to Brad Philpott and Jacob Sharrock?
There's been all sorts of stuff we missed, talking about all the other...
We got too excited with the midfield pack for this heat too. But Sharrock, who already has taken a heat win, a final win, I think it was Hooton Park at round 3.
They've all been coming together between Philpott and Sharrock.
Yeah, he lost out to George Massey and Sebastian Masica.
Both. First and second became third and fourth. So
yeah,
there's been
absolutely.
an incident.
So just to clarify, George Massey first, Sebastian Masica second, Jacob Sharrock third, Brad Philpott fourth, Tom Sully fifth, Thomas Purchase sixth, Alex Van Geen, Matthew Roberts, Tim Kansas, Simon Fuller rounds off the top 10, and there's the rest of your finishes on down to 29 kart field. Brilliant stuff from these karts.
Rest assured, when we get to the finals, we're going to do we'll be showing the front, but we just want to give a bit of action to everybody really here. That's part of the whole point of Access Karting. We have access to everything, including access to a bit of us talking about you, sometimes in a positive way. Thank you everyone who's watching us. Thank you very much to Access Karting for inviting us here, Karting Live TV. Vacuum Cleaners, Drayhall, Head Tech, True Tension, Williams Catering Products, Brendan Panels, and JG Scott. I'm kind of desperate. I'd love to get some more of our interviews in at some time, but I just don't want to take the risk. We will try. So if you licked that, Ash has now got a. Johnny Elliott, yeah, well, we are being a bit more kind of, this is what I like about this is brilliant. Okay? Johnny Elliott says, such a shame we missed a mega battle for the front, right? So when we normally
cover the front, yes.
But what we get, why are you only showing the front? Which just goes to show you can't win.
You can't please
anybody,
any of the people,
any of the time is the answer to that question. Yes. Oh dear. So we are now doing the 160s.
I can assure you, in the finals, when it's all about the trophy and the win,
we'll be right at the front.
We'll be right there for you. There's your grid, Nick.
Thank you.
All 7 of them.
Lee Mitchell on 1, Phil Richards on 2, Ryan Clark on 3, Matthew Spragg's in position 4, and it's Ben Wesley, Chris French, and Steve Gross. Now, Steve didn't take the start in the last one, and there are only 6 karts again, so like Steve, who's kind of more of an organiser of the Mod 160s rather than an active racer. I mean, I suppose if you're going to race once a day, you're racing the final, I would think.
Is he here or has he not turned?
No, he said a long point how he was actually doing other things and sorting stuff out. So there are the 6.
These are the modified Pro Karts, twin GX engines.
Who blew the engine last time? Had to pull out.
Oh, good question.
It was the guy with the pointy out exhausts.
It was only a few minutes
There
ago.
he is, guy at the back there.
On the second row, so it was I think Matthew Spragg, wasn't it? Oh,
I'm very pleased with just upping the brightness of that screen. It's made the whole world look nicer.
Yes, beautiful day here at Ellough Park.
It is.
We are.
Our rain fears have almost gone, but not completely.
Under the sunshine of the Suffolk countryside, just outside of Lowestoft, on the east coast, we get underway with our 160 mods. our modified Pro Karts into Degner for the first time, and we are about
5
7 wide coming out.
They're actually 5 wide at one, 4.5 wide as they come up through Shoemakers for the first time. It's very hard to say Shoemaker, not Schumacher, but there we go. Just coming now.
I totally forgot. Took another bite of sun.
So I stopped, and he's eating a sandwich. There we go. This is the point. I should never stop. So as you can see, already a little bit of a break there by the white helmet. I think it's the 37. He's got Phil Richards got into the lead, and then up in the inside the 37. So now I think it's Ryan Clark in second. It is. So Clark with the big kind of dustbin lid front spoiler, the front fairing, sorry.
Yeah, there's a conflict of opinion as to whether they work better than the narrower Nassau panel. It kind of deflects the airflow over the body, around the body, doesn't it?
It's kind of like a motorcycle thing where I can see why in endurance karting, where you are in all weathers, you would want to have as much protection from the fairing as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a weight. It's questionable about the aerodynamics. I mean, the aerodynamics are limited within karts. It's more about the hole they punch than any sort of gain downforce or anything else. The punch of the hole, the widest part is always the shoulders of the driver. They come up again, battling into the hairpin. Looking for a little bit of a swapsy in position, but it's still Richard Mitchell from French from Sprague. Who've just dropped off the back a little bit is Clark and Weasley. In fact, we've lost someone entirely. I think we are. No, they're just back, and the top 4 are spread across Degner 1.
Ben Wesley.
Not Weasley.
Wesley at the back of the field with that large.
I don't even like
fairing.
Harry Potter.
We've got a cracking 4-car battle there, wheel to wheel, literally wheel banging.
And off the grass.
And demoted to 4th place. Yeah. We'll get. I have no idea who that is because again, it's got the number 6 on it. Yeah, Chris French.
Yeah. So, no smoke yet from the 28 of Matthew Sprague. He lost his engine about this sort of time last race round. One of the engines, sorry.
That kind of fist fight that broke out with these 4 has allowed the leader to Phil Richards, isn't it? Still, yeah. Has allowed him a bit of a breather.
Now,
side by side across the line for second.
Yeah, and Sprague was pushing
Watch Lee Mitchell, who's broke away. Sorry,
Sprague was pushing Mitchell along. But anyway, so they're now going to try and catch up. Now, interestingly, they've unleashed that twin-engined 28 machine of Sprague with the very interesting exhaust array. I'd love to go and have a look at the pits, actually. I must try and find out where that is, because it's really interesting. I like things that look really interesting. When you've seen about 37 Rotax, you do go, oh, that's a Rotax with a blue and red colour scheme.
It's all controlled, and this is what I liked about the mods. And we hear that they're going to fixed engines and sealed engines next year, which will eradicate the different engineering concepts that we're seeing here with different exhaust and, being able to try and optimise the power from these relatively underpowered GX engines. You bolt 2 of them on, I tell you what, a Pro Kart is quick enough for me and you, mate, I tell you. A massive acceleration. But you've got to have a very smooth driving style. And here we see Lee Mitchell on the 37. He did have a cushion a couple of laps ago, but already nestling up against his rear bumper is that number 28 of Matthew Sprague, who's caught him sliding through that sweeping left-hander and into the sweeping right-hander now, into the Barney's right-hander and on towards the paddock. Past the paddock on the left, heading towards the hairpin at Warnes, and then they'll come back underneath us. And this is really turning into a battle with plenty of time for Matthew Sprague to try and find a way by across the line to complete 5 laps, Nick, and Mitchell and Sprague it is that are kind of breaking away.
Yeah, I thought Chris French was catching up for a while, but he's been dropped comprehensively in the last half lap, and it's now absolutely Sprague. He's almost shoving Mitchell along a little bit in that car, looking for a space, looking left, looking right. I'm just wondering how easy it is to get past in these things, because they are big, heavy machines. They're not nimble, are they?
It's not easy at Ellough Park because of the closeness of the performance of these karts. Similar grip, similar speed. And about to prove us wrong. No. See that? He just didn't have the momentum because the straights are too short.
The weight's about...
The straights are too short to be able to stretch your legs. So if you do come out of a corner better than the guy in front of you, then you haven't really got enough straight to drag along beside him. And that's what we're seeing. And defensive driving from Lee Mitchell at the front.
Yeah, he's
that's
doing well.
going to negate that even more.
That has got French back into it again. So we've come wide now. You're going to see French right behind Sprague.
That's because Sprague went very wide and Degner went really wide, just carried too much speed into the right-hand sweeping hairpin, and that he's dropped off the back of Mitchell and back into the clutches of the number 6. We're already pulling away, so he's kind of composed himself.
Yeah, they'll come back together.
See how he just slides the cart. See how he lets that cart slide. That's all about carrying speed into the corner.
Yeah, we see. But it's interesting because we've seen that quite a lot with these heavier, more powerful cars, and sometimes they carry so much speed they can't hold it. And it's the opposite lock, and the whole thing's sliding out. So it is finding that maximum corner speed, which is, the thing about these 160s is they're heavy beasts. These are heavy carts with twin engines.
Yeah, so you've got to be very smooth, and they haven't got the power to get you out of trouble. So you've got to keep. Once you lose the momentum,
they haven't got the instant response.
They haven't got the instant power to get you out. They've got a bit of power. Once they get up to speed, they're very, very fast. But you've got to drive them smoothly, because once you've made a mistake, like the number 28, he's dropped off the back of Mitchell now in the lead because he went too deep into Degner. And look at how long it's taken him to make the ground back up.
I think he has, isn't he?
Great driving from Mitchell.
Yeah, perhaps Mitchell just giving himself a hurry up. He's managing to stay just ahead, so he's not giving too much back to Sprague with a toe. I don't know.
Yes.
Sprague's not really gained the last lap or so, has he? I mean, he did the fastest lap from Mitchell, just a couple tenths off. He was a tenth faster that time around.
So Mitchell is the driver with the yellow helmet. Sprague is the driver with the orange helmet, the orange overalls. Now this is the battle for the lead. Now we are staying with this battle for the lead with 19 seconds on the clock, because I think if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen very soon. We're going to see one lap to go board next time by. No, he just has it again. It looks like he's looking down the inside, but he
can't through. But he's just not got the.
And out of here, down by the paddock, there's just not enough space to get. There's not enough straight to make a move. It's definitely one lap to go board, I can tell you that. Out of T73 and through the sweeping right-hander to take the last lap board, it goes Lee Mitchell down the right-hand side into Degner. See, the main straight isn't that long.
It's not, the main straight is not long. It's curving and it's not long at all.
They're not
Look
finding their feet, and that's not enough straight to get by. He slid wide. He went massive oversteer slide from the leader, Lee Mitchell. But again, not enough straight to exploit that.
The reason was Sprague got out the wrong side to try and get past him. He'd been blocked. He'd lost all his momentum as well. And he's right on the tail. He's helping him along. But getting past... You think there's a chance.
I know.
The flattening of the angles by the screen makes it more track to try and get through.
That's right. And the number 37, Lee Mitchell, defending into that right-hand hairpin. It warns. He's got one left-hand hairpin. He's out. It's going to be the flag. Lee Mitchell will take the heat win. Heat number 2 to Lee Mitchell. Matthew Sprague second. Chris French had a lovely watching brief of what was going on at the lead there. He will come third. Fourth is Phil Richards. Ryan Clark will finish in 5th, and then Ben Wesley will be our 6th and final finisher. And here was the kind of a last-ditch attempt. Really.
He tried to go outside. He actually lost. He already had to back off. And then, as you say, if that had been a Rotax car, he'd have had enough to try and actually get round the outside. But he'd lost that, and he had to kind of go, because it's just bad luck. Maybe he'd gone for a move that wasn't possible, and then the person made a mistake. If only I'd gone a bit later. You need a crystal ball sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, he was already he was already on the stops.
Are there any carts they need to rescue? No, so there's no chance of getting
no chance of an interview
out. Yeah.
Right, continuing.
How are you doing with sandwiches, by the way? Do you want to have I'll read the grid and you have one more sandwich?
I'm going to get the grid up for you then.
Go full sandwich.
Yes.
Full sandwich.
Where are we? We've just had the 160 mods heat.
So it's UK Juniors,
so it's the UK Juniors, yeah.
Thank you, Smokey. Right, so the UK Junior grid and the sandwich eating for... Oh, fuck me. Oh, excuse my French. That's me. I've got to sack myself now, but luckily this isn't RSL, so I haven't got to bother at all, actually. So, number 1, it's Oliver James in the 67. Apologies for my expletive then, but I actually just almost knocked over a cup of coffee. It's not the first time. Oliver James in the 67. And it's the D plate of James Phillips, Cody Pennington the 11, 19 of Yelena Osbar Scott, and it's 116 of Lucy Lovell, the 22 of Jacob Metcalf, 111 of Ollie Robinson, the 28 of Thomas Handley, then it's the 9th place, the O plate of Ewan Scott, the E plate of Thomas Forbes, number 10, Seth Jones, number 13, 11, Carl Taylor, number 21 in 12. It's 99, Ryan Townsend in 13. Mason Pennington is in 14, he's a 23. Then it's the 40 of Jessica Williams in 15, and the 12 of Evie Scalberhorn on the 16. So any minute now, everyone's going to tune off because of my bad language. That was very close to disaster, though, in fairness, around the electric.
Why don't you get yourself a nice little coffee? I don't know, nice, calm down.
Autism in Motorsports, hello there. We spoke to them about they had a meeting. Was it here? Where did they have a meeting? Somewhere up in northern parts of Norfolk recently. Good luck, Charlie and Fred Furman from all at AIM.
Great stuff. We're getting towards the green light going for our 100 UK Juniors. 100cc TKM engine, remember. And as ever, the TKM's smoking their way to the green light as it goes green indeed, and off to Degner. And from the second row there, looking like he was about to dive down the inside, but not quite, because the momentum was all about the D-plated James Phillips. And it looks like Phillips will lead through Shoemaker. It's the number 11 of Cody Pennington from that front row of the grid, hanging on to second. But who's that in third? Looks like Lucy Lovell on her dad James's 1990 chassis.
And she's looking up the inside.
Down the inside, side by side. Has to swap back into Barney's now, and Lucy has done it.
Move.
She's made it happen, and she's into second place. Looks over her shoulder. Cody Pennington has to slot in behind Lucy Lovell, and Lucy off and after the leader, James Phillips, on the D plate.
Yeah, well, that's indicative of the difference with these karts with more power and being narrow. You can make passes on the hundreds. You can't make passes on those twin-engine Pro karts. They're just too wide, and they have too much residual momentum. But that pick-up, she went for it in some great moves. They come round Degner the first time, now through Schumacher's, and it's already moving into three karts separately, 1, 2 and 3, splitting out Phillips from Love from Pennington. So the battle now is fourth on down over, led by 22 Metcalf in that blue machine. He's got blue outfit on. Then behind him it's the O plate, and that belongs to Ewan Scott. And then there's 28 there of Thomas Hadley. Now don't forget, Scott won the first heat, Joe.
So Ewan Scott there moves down the inside, takes a place, and immediately taps his helmet, saying, "Now that I've got by you, you follow me." However, 3 wide into that right-hand hairpin it was. Not quite yet. They've sorted themselves out. The 20-year Thomas Hadley gets absolutely mugged there, and does very well to hang on to that position, Nick. As Hadley drops to 6th, Ewan Scott up 2 places there.
Yes.
As Kai Turner tries to go with him as well into 7th. This is a great race.
Yeah, I mean, Kai Turner, remember, it's his first meeting in 100 UK. He won the Cadets GX Championship last time out at Clay Pigeon. But this is another harem-scarum race. So in fairness, top 3 have broken away. Phillips in the D-plate, he leads by 2 seconds from Lucy Lovell, who's herself got a second half over Cody Pennington. And Pennington, you can just see he's flashing out of frame there, he's got a second. But now it's a battle. This is going to be Ewan, I think, going past Metcalf, is it? Yep, so Ewan, the O-plate, goes past Metcalf for 22 and picks up 4th place.
A little bit more power than we saw in the Pro Karts there, enabling you to actually get on the power a bit earlier. And the narrower track as well allows the room.
It's the I think the
changing places.
I think the smaller footprint of this particular track is really important.
Yeah, really important. There's another move down the inside.
No, that's a problem that's a mistake, I think, by the red kart. He just got it wrong and lost 2 or 3 positions there.
Oh, it's Hadley losing out again to Kai Turner.
Oh, we've got the E-plate off. That's Thomas Forbes has had to be retired right in front of Leicester's camera there.
Yeah, that's a shame for him.
Can't get that going, and now they come through. And again, we're still with that 22 kart, and the O-plate just ahead of him. So it's actually the big mover at the moment is Ewan Scott in the O-plate, but these are behind him. So Scott now looking to make up the gap towards Pennington, and then Lovell, and then Phillips, and see if he can win 2 heats.
Lovell, if our camera guys can pick this up, Lovell.
11-0, that's the one.
There we go. 11-0. I did
no, it's
think
Pennington and Scott. No, it's Pennington and Scott. It's a battle now for 3rd and 4th. As Ewan Scott easily picks up 3rd place, and now he'll start racing on 1st and 2nd, still very heavily split. So Lovell and Phillips still a long way apart.
Split, yeah.
So 3rd and 4th, this battle has changed, but it looks pretty much like Peggy saying, "Hang on a second, young man, you're not just getting past me with no comeback." I must admit, those are 2 juniors, and they could not be different in stature if they tried.
Yes, they can. Clearly, Cody is beginning to get a bit tall for that junior kart.
That could be his last year, I think. I'm sure he'll be interested, because there must be real weight issues getting a frame that size underneath the weight limit.
Yeah, absolutely. The O-plate has broken away, though. Ewan Scott off after Lucy Lovell. 3 minutes of this have heat number 2 left, so plenty of time for him to catch it.
That's it, we'll pick up.
Oh, there's a big off.
22 and 21, not quite sure what happened there as we came to the shot. Let's have a look. So that's the previous pair. Look in the background, they're all sort of on top of each other, and they come into the frame. It's already happening.
It's the 22 there.
Didn't
22,
really turn, did he?
Jacob Metcalf just dove down the inside, and there just wasn't room for it. And they came together. It was the number 21 of Kai Turner who he went down the inside of, and they are dropping down the order now as we will pick back.
We were the 28 and the 11, so with the 28 and the 19 of the so it's the 28, the red machine of Thomas Hadley, and behind him it's Yelena Osber-Scott and the 19 with the green helmet.
First 3 spaced out there, Nick. Now James Phillips from Lucy Lovell. 3 seconds the gap to Lovell. Let's see what the gap is to Ewan Scott on the open. It's 5 seconds.
Yeah, Lovell's pulling away from Scott.
Lovell 47.5, 48.1. That's the difference between Lovell in second and Ewan Scott in third.
Certainly free air. Lovell's got plenty of speed, and Scott, who seemed quicker, did win the last heat, remember, tore through the rest of the field, but now he's at the front of the chasing pack, not making any impact whatsoever on the Lovell and Phillips 1-2.
Yeah, the yellow helmet there, the yellow helmet is Yelena Osbar-Scott, and Yelena is catching Thomas Hadley and that's Thomas with the orange helmet, the red sleeves, and the red race suit with the white kind of vest livery on it, and Yelena is actually catching him.
And then behind them,
not letting him get away.
Behind they've got Evie Scupplethorne as well. So it's interesting that the ladies have come together in this heat as they did in the last heat.
Yeah, we've seen these names before racing very, very close. Thomas Hadley, he has got Cody Pennington just ahead of him, just over a second the gap there. So with a minute left, I'm not sure whether Thomas can actually do anything about that. He's going to have it. Yeah, he's looking over his shoulder now, and you can see the bright, it's kind of lime green, yellowy colour helmet of Yelena Osbar-Scott chasing him down, and now making a mistake there to drop off the back of him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that mistake was made. I think it was through the left-hander at Rossi, just in front of us there.
Working the steering hard is Hadley as he tries to get round that final corner, which is T73. I must remember that one. It's your favourite one. It's 73 in the number. Working very hard. There's a bit of soaring going on. Quite upright in the kart. You see a lot of different driving positions in these junior karts. They try and get their varying sides of the bodies in a comfortable position. Obviously, remember the lighter, smaller youngsters are ballasted back up to a minimum weight. Some of these karts are mostly weight and not much kart. And others, they are taking the stickers off and going to steam room to try and desperately make the weight. Especially at the end of the year, remember, these guys have had a year's growing, which for 13 or 14-year-olds is a huge amount.
Last lap board for our leader on the D-plate, just coming out of Degner down towards Shoemaker onto the infield. We'll try and pick him up and take him to the flag as we've got a change of change of position, as Thomas Hadley did indeed catch Cody Pennington. Indeed, made that look very easy. We've got our leader with us just coming towards Leicester's camera now. He'll be underneath Leicester any moment now, and then out of the right-hander towards the one hairpin as we continue with the midfield. The leader getting towards the final stages of this lap underneath Ash now, and there
you go, there's Ash.
Is spot on with finding him at the very last minute. I was getting so stressed.
It's all right, he got his 4 seconds of fame.
He did.
He's so forth being so quick.
He did. James Phillips takes the win by 3.4 seconds to Lucy Lovell.
It was 7 seconds ahead.
7.8, Nick, to Ewan Scott.
It's a real pace. The surprising for me is that Ewan Scott, who won the first heat, was kind of left behind there.
He was left behind by James Phillips and Lucy Lovell. He's the all-plate holder, so he's no slouch. Thomas Hadley, great drive from Thomas there. We watched his progress up to the back of Cody Pennington and ahead of him on the with Cody Pennington coming in fifth. Yelena Osbar-Scott leads the girls across the line, or not quite, because Lucy Lovell's just ahead of them, aren't they? Yelena in sixth, Eva Scapplehorn was in seventh, Ryan Townsend eighth, ninth with Seth Jones, Mason Pennington rounds off the top 10, then just behind them the recovering Kai Turner, Ollie Robson, Jacob Metcalf, Jessica Williams, and we lost Thomas Forbes on lap 2 with a problem on his kart.
What's next?
That was 100 UK Juniors.
Can we do another grid so you can eat more sandwich?
If you want. GX UK Cadets are out next, and they're at 18. Okay. So I should get a good few mouthfuls of my tuna and sweet corn.
Let's not hear those mouthfuls, though. In pole, it's... Oh, I was told how to pronounce this on the piece of paper. Louis Knight on the 18, and it's Fred Furman on the 17 in second. Third place, it's Eric Colchester. Fourth on the grid is Alex Morley. Fifth is Oliver Soto, and sixth is Devon Giles. Seventh is Lucas Deere, and eighth is Jaden Solo. Ninth is Austin Taylor. 10th is Logan Pedge. 11th is Jaden Bond. 12th is Milo Purchase. 13th is Evan Meller. 14th is Finley Thompson. 15th is Maxim Sweltek. Is that right? Sweltilk, I think. 16 is Dylan Patrick. 17 is Sweltilk. No, Sweltilk. Okay. 16th is Dylan Patrick. 17th Colin Sturdy, and 18th is Sam Blaney. Remember, there's no one's fast and no one's slow. This is a random draw mixed grid, so it's not to say that Sam Blaney's the slowest person there. Now, the novices are at the back because they haven't got their. Is it 6 inches they need still? And they go the whole thing. So the novices at the back for with their own protection, anyways. Right,
that's exactly what it's for.
Still some sandwich in that conversation.
Hang on.
No, you can't. They can't then make yourself down whilst you sandwich it. This is annoying because there's enough time for an interview here. I don't know what they're doing. Well, no, there was. There isn't now. It's how much delay. What's this delay about?
I don't know.
They're about to start, I think. When you just used it as a sandwich eating opportunity.
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. I exploited the situation.
Ash has got an old chicken pasta that he's eating away at. Did you have your apple juice with it? Oh dear. What about your bueno?
Got a bueno. Oh, he did, didn't he?
Yeah.
His meal deal, wasn't it?
Had to be a meal deal. Couldn't be an Asda meal deal. You can't do an Asda meal deal. You have to do a meal deal that he understands it.
Yeah. This is. I can't cope if it's not a meal deal.
In the order to which I expect a meal deal to be.
I need a drink. How can we have a meal deal
if I don't get a drink or a snack? The drink and a snack was the key point there.
Yes, I've got this. I've got the meal, and I need a snack and a drink, or else it's. How can we possibly call this a meal deal?
We certainly couldn't leave Asda.
That was
for sure.
Ashley Untine, our cameraman. The dilemma in Asda last night was just. It was heartbreaking.
It's important to realize that a meal deal normally, obviously in Boots or in Tesco, is a sandwich, a snack, and a drink. But in Asda, it was just any 2 from 3. So you could have 6 sandwiches.
It was 3 for 2.
4. Yeah, 3 for 2.
3 for 2.
So and the sandwiches are way more expensive. It's like basic economics that you actually want to get a free sandwich rather than at £2.40 rather than a free Bueno bar at 75 pence. But
yes.
It was like.
But I'm sorry, Ash's OCD took over, and he simply couldn't cope. It just wasn't a meal deal. We had lots of time here for a lovely interview.
I know. I'm not quite sure what the delay's about.
Right, have we got a short one to play, Nick? Why don't you?
There's a man here. I'm going to go a quick word on. You carry on talking.
Okay, we are just finding out what the deal is, and then we'll get on with our GX UK cadets. This is our cadets. That we have got coming out next. 18 karts on the grid. Let's see if I can find information regarding. Yeah, have we found it?
Yeah, there was. We didn't see, but there was a kart that actually crashed sort of underneath in our complete blind spot from this viewing area, and they had to do a little bit of attendance to the karter. I think it's hopefully going to be okay. They've also got an issue apparently in the collecting area with karts not being in the right order either. All right, so there's a double whammy.
We've got a championship showdown for vice champion. Kai Turner has already claimed the championship with wins at rounds 1, 2 and 3. He also took rounds 4. Can you believe this, Nick? He dropped round 4. Just to remind myself.
By the way, I've got a hint for you from the chat.
Hang on, round 4 was at Clandau.
Clandau,
and he's dropped it as a drop score, and he won the final. He won the fight. He won the second and third heats. He came 16th in the first heat. He won the second and third heats, and the final did Kai Turner, and that's his worst score for that 15th.
Deathblade, which is an interesting name.
Sorry.
Watch Sam Blaney gained 7th place in the last race, the most of any of the cadets.
Ah, right, okay.
Here they come. They're off and out.
We absolutely will.
So we apologise for not realising someone was just being sorted out and not playing an interview. Honestly, I think it's looking like it's mostly the interview's going to go out on Monday morning.
Well, interesting. Sam Blaney is on the novice split. He's starting at the very back. He made up 7 spots, so thanks for that.
Deathblade.
Thanks, Deathblade, for that.
Thanks,
we will
Deathblade.
We'll keep an eye on that. What are you laughing at?
Thanks, Deathblade.
That's his name. That's his moniker, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like things you didn't expect to say.
It plays Fortnite or something. I don't know.
Jeez, Fortnite. How 2020?
Oh no, it's still big, mate.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Just we're not 12, so we don't know.
That's true.
Right, here we come then. The cadets, as ever, Honda cadets have always been a massive popular category of karting for this age group. And once again, the GX UK Cadet Championship for the Access Karting Series has already been wrapped up by Kai Turner. So it's all about the race for the vice champion position. Louis Nye leads the field round. Fred Furman alongside him, and they will get the green light, will they? The lights are on red, the lights go green, and we are racing.
Quick bit of information, Deathblade is actually Sam's brother.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
So it may well be Fortnite.
So when Sam talks about his brother, he says, our death.
Oh, dear. Our death. He's having a lovely day. Look at the breakaway straight. The top 2 have broke away from the entire pack there.
Well, we expect it so. We'll keep an update on Sam Blaney's progress when they come across the line to complete one lap, but they're out of Hulme Corner now.
Oh, second and third come together.
And
first and second come together, sorry?
Yeah, they do, but not quite enough to get alongside one another. It's the number 18 of Louis Nye. Now, we've got a lovely interview with Louis and the other championship protagonists, which will probably, as Nick said, go out on the Karting Live YouTube channel and on the Karting Live Facebook. We'll try and
Was that the three-way one, was it?
Yeah, it was. No, it was the 2-way one.
Oh, that's gone out. That one's gone out.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
No. You're thinking of the Scots.
No, I also got the kids out. The 2 kids has been out.
Has it?
Yeah, just their mums didn't get out.
Okay.
Their mums have stopped halfway through. So we have spoken to that. That one's gone out. We got the 3-kid one, which is quite like the story of tapping your head, basically.
It was the interview with Louis Nye and Logan Pedge, remember? Now, Pedge is down in 10th.
Your brain's completely gone because Pedge was in the 3-person interview. It was Sam Giles who was, I think, not Sam Giles. Don't worry about it.
We did 2, 3.
No, we did 2, then the mums, and it doesn't matter. I know what's gone and what hasn't gone.
Doesn't matter.
Anyway, we did interviews with them, which are
worth
this has got a bit processional, isn't it? So 1, 2, 3,
out,
4, 5.
They didn't get the memo.
No, look, there's 5 of them. All
GX UK cadets.
Come on, guys.
Are supposed to be.
Okay, Ash, hold here. Hold.
So there they through. Louis Nye, Fred Furman, Alex Morley, Lucas Deere, Devon Giles. That was just becoming really annoying.
No, it wasn't. It was showing people how we work.
Yeah, but if you need to talk to the cameraman,
I can't help feeling in many ways that you're annoyed by things that normal people aren't.
You've noticed.
Yeah. I can name someone. Anyway, here's the battle on the track, and you're quite old and grumpy these days, aren't you?
It's really annoying. Shouting called into the microphone.
Oh, we don't use the word shouting, because that's a different issue entirely. 28 from 70, 78 there is in the middle of those two. That's Jaden Solo behind Devon Giles, and it's Evan Miller in the 117. That's the green cart as they battle in these midfield positions.
Sam Blamey update up to 11th from 15th. He took 2 places on that previous lap. He's got Jaden Bond to find a way by next time by.
Excellent news for Deathblade. And now up the inside goes 117 Evan Miller. He's got a good position there in the group, but he's just backing off very slightly. And they stay in position. There's still Giles from Solo from Miller. And they come around the bottom of the track and then head up towards Schumacher's makers.
That's a great battle. We're down the inside, but that's because of the wide line from Devon Giles. Devon slots back in, and he took the outside line, didn't he? And had lots of momentum where down the Jaden Solo looking down the inside of and sort of gave us the impression he was about to move ahead. But it's Evan Mellor on the bright yellow liveried kart, just keeping with these two ahead of him, and that's a move down the end. No, once again, Devon has a lot of speed to carry around the outside.
He's getting quite scrappy just ahead of them as well.
Oh, here they come then, side by side through the sweeping right-hander, and that opportunist driving by Evan Mellor. Evan Mellor down the inside with...
Oh, no, look, right round the outside.
Yeah, he's kept that line there side by side towards the right-hander at Shoemaker, and Shoemaker's a really fast bend, and they saw themselves back out, Nick, and it's...
He's solo ahead.
It's no change whatsoever.
No, it's solo ahead.
I thought it was Giles ahead.
No, it's 78 there, solo ahead. So Solo's got ahead of... I hope it's 78, it's not. Yeah, 78 from 28. So 28 now is behind. So he got past Giles, so Solo got past Giles, and they've also slightly, almost immediately, slightly dropped Mellor. Last lap round, Lucas Deere got into third place ahead of Alex Morley as well.
Lester was right about this commentary box, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The sun's shining down on our screen. I'm having to squint and
so
move
now
the
green kart coming right up onto the tail of the 28, and it looks like just got extra pace. Giles is kind of off you go. Almost there for Mellor there goes past Giles, so Mellor picks up that 7th position as well.
Textbook stuff.
Not particularly enjoying this particular lap or this run. Not sure he may have lost a little bit of pace off the kart.
He's lost a bit of pace down the straight there and into the right-hander at Degner, and already dropping off the back of the bright
I think it's
green kart of Mellor.
My money's on a very slight issue. Just taking the pace off it.
Blamey is up to 10th now, and he is only a couple of tenths. Let's see if we can find Sam Blamey, can we? Number 44. I'll try and get a location on him.
No, I think he's in a trail of 3 there, isn't he? There's 3 to the next. So you wait for the 44 if you can see it, Ash. That's
there
the
he
48.
is.
There we go.
He's pulled that 2 tenths back.
And he's right behind Jaden Bond.
He's
right ahead of Jaden Bond. I think I thought he was going to try an outbraking, didn't do it through Degner.
One of the most promising novices in this field for sure.
Black helmet. Let's see. Obviously Deathblade chose that helmet for him. All black. Wearing he's got a kind of a neck protector that kind of has a wifty image of the Emerson Fittipaldi helmet and sort of like neck balaclava he used to wear. That's a reference, you kids there. His progress has, as you would expect, he's came up from 15th. He's now in 10th and looking like he might look down the inside. Not quite enough there. Jaden Bond driving well. They also got Logan Page just ahead of them.
Yeah, Logan just ahead of these two, but now his progress is stifled because he's found someone who's as quick as he is out of the... and there down the inside.
Has he got him? Yep. He's got the run up the inside there, out the exit Degner on the curb cam, and he just sweeps past and picks up 9th place. So don't forget, he started from dead last.
No, 44 still third in that train.
Oh, who was over there?
Yeah, 44 still third in that train. We've now got the number...
Did it change?
Yeah, I think it was...
the 48 got past 41, so Bond got past Pedge. Right, Bond got past Pedge, sorry about that. I misidentified that, and now looking to get up the inside, thinking about it, no.
And that's Pedge sliding very wide, coming out to Barney, almost allowing
Delaney to think about it.
To come through, to at least get alongside. They're on the penultimate lap now.
Pedge in the all black machine, by the way.
They will be on their penultimate lap. They're on the penultimate lap now. So 2 laps, if anything, if Sam is going to continue that progress and move up another 2 places to match his Heat 1, he's got it's a big ask, isn't it, Nick? Those drivers ahead of him, there's a lot more experience in there, considering Sam Blamey is only on his novice plates. Here he comes, though. He's not going to give up trying, is he? Looking down the inside at Rossi. Out of Rossi, that's Clinton's, the right-hander. And these 3 now heading towards the final stages of this penultimate lap, and they're looking down the inside. There's gone Pedge down the inside at the Warnes hairpin, and Pedge has gone through, almost taking Blamey with him, but Blamey has to take the tight line. Now he slots in behind. Pedge back up the order and into 8th place. Jaden Bond now back to 9th. Sam Blamey right on his bumper though. as they go into the final lap of this heat number 2. We'll try and pick up the number 18, Louis Nye, as we continue watching these three. These three have sorted themselves out. I was going to say settled down, they haven't really, because Sam Blamey is still looking like he might have a go. So, Ash, we're looking for the number 18, Louis Nye.
Where is he now? Must be quite a way around the track.
Is that him just coming
underneath?
He's
just going underneath. Is he about to pass?
It is. Checkered flag.
There we are.
It got him there. Well done. Well done, Ash.
Do you know what I'm going to try and do? I'm going to try and throw in a very quick interview with the 3 kids.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Louis Knight, Fred Furman, Lucas Deere in 3rd, Jaden Solo 4th, 5th was Evan Miller, Alex Morley 6th, 7th is Devon Giles, 8th is Logan Page.
And Logan's one of the people we'll be hearing from right now.
One of the things I've found very typical in the Access Karting Series paddock is the friendliness of the paddock. I mean, I know karting's a friendly championship, but these three, absolute nemesis to each other out on the track. But here they are, just quite happy to hang out together. We'll start with you first. What's your name and...
Logan.
Logan Page.
Yeah.
What number are you, Logan?
I'm number 41.
And what's your name and number?
Milo Purchase, number 14. Devon Giles, number 28.
Right, so you three are good mates out here in the paddock, but what's it like on the track? I'll start with you first, Logan.
The track itself is really good.
Yeah, what's it like with these two on it, though?
These two, they're just like me. They kind of just work. We kind of just work together to get past.
Ah, right. I've seen cadet drivers do that. So you guys, are you all about tapping the helmet and saying "work with me" and all of that, Milo?
Yes.
Yes. What does that mean, Devon?
It means so when we do that, it means there's a back marker ahead and we got open space to overtake him.
But doesn't it also mean don't overtake me? Let me stay in front.
No. Just means push me along, we can go faster.
Yeah, until you can overtake Logan. Is that what it's all about? Overtake?
It's all about like overtaking and when you tap your helmet and just say it's like sign language basically.
Yeah. Trying to read each other's minds. I want to talk to you about this. What is this though? Is this where you work together? Is this what you call working together, Devon? This is tyre rubber.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who were you working together with there then?
I wasn't really working.
No. Were you pushing him along?
Yeah.
Who was it? Do you know?
Jack Scott.
Okay. Something you want to say to Scott about Jack about the back of his cart? Sorry, I think. Try that. Sorry, Jack. Sorry, Jack.
Sorry, Jack.
There you go. Took a while. Well done. Great stuff, guys. Hope to see you all working together out on track, huh? Great stuff. We have our GX UK Juniors out next. 14 kart grid about to come round to take their start. There's the grid on the timing bar. Getting the slow down as they come through T73. And we'll get things underway very shortly through the sweeping right-hander that leads towards the line. The lights go green. We are racing, Nick.
And we're off and away. And into the first corner, it was Brown who was obviously scored first over the line. It's horribly wrong over there. Oh, very horribly wrong. 5 karts off in various stages of dissembleur. And I think maybe second place, or possibly the leader was involved. Let's look at this one again, Joe.
Yeah,
see whether you can decipher it.
It's cold tyres.
Cold
tyres. They just lost grip and spun round in front
somebody
of
in the middle came through with more momentum than the others.
Yeah, and then tried to turn right.
And obviously, because it's in the sun, it's quite hot. It's kind of blanching everything out. But yeah, we shouldn't complain about the sun in the UK, to be honest.
No, it is a low sun though in October here.
Yeah,
early October here in the UK. Early October everywhere in the world, Nick. What am I talking about?
It is. Yeah, you're right. It's early October here, but it's June in Marbella.
What am I talking about? Here we come then.
Lovely.
To complete the first lap for our GX UK Juniors. Up and under the starting gantry, it is Gabby James on the 36. The M-plate holder, Ronnie Townsend, is second. Oliver Misters, Joshua Pagden, Harry Platten, Chris Mayo, Jensen Kunkanen, Angus Langley, Lucas Brown, Lexi Hewlin, Leo Rose, Thomas Platten, the last one across the line, Theo Purchase.
Yeah, Theo Purchase. It's only his second race ever on that number 74. So
I think he was involved in that first lap fracas as well.
I think all the last 5 were, to be honest.
That's a move down the inside. The 36, Gabby James hangs onto it. But there is a move again. So that's twice we've had that change. And it looks like Ronnie Townsend on the end plate. He's got a number on the side of his car just to confuse us, of course.
Obviously,
Ronnie.
always helps. But thanks to Stefan again, all these things are coming on correctly now.
Yeah, brilliant. Ronnie Townsend takes the lead.
So Ronnie won the last heat, remember?
Yeah, I think Ronnie's going to step away now. But behind him,
second and third.
Yeah, we got deciding whether or not to go side by side. You can see how quick Degner is. Very little variation in speed from the straight through the turn and then into Shoemaker, which is a long sweeping, almost hairpin, isn't it?
Yeah, Gabby James not being dropped though by Townsend. Now he's ahead. And a nice little gap. I've got to learn a new language. Nice little gap between her, Misters, and Josh Pagin. Pagin there in the O plate, but actually not running the O plate for some reason. He's got an O on his car. Everyone's got 17 numbers in their cars.
Ronnie Townsend looks comfortable in the lead. He hasn't dropped the 3 behind him though. Gabby James, Oliver Misters, Joshua Padgton they've kept in contact. They're not bumper to bumper though. They're quite spaced out, so they're not in any position to challenge, especially here at Ellough Park, where the confines of the sweeping infield section's very wide line from Oliver Misters. Just trying to keep that momentum up. If anything, Nick, though, he's dropped back. That lost him time going all the way out there.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to be that far out. So now third and fourth are actually thinking about having some activity between themselves. But they're all quite happy with it. Just looking behind, it's quite spread out. It's really had quite a spread out race again at the moment. No real action behind these top 4 at the moment. But I'll keep an eye on anything that may happen. But this third and fourth is the major battle at the moment on the track, and it's the. Well, it says O plate, but it's not, obviously. It's Josh Payne who's running 23 as well. What is the O plate for? On that 23 kart. And he's chasing down 32. And, oh, no, he's saying I'm not going to do anything about it. Was that just let's keep going, was it? Hand wave he gave him then.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Sometimes I wonder what the gesticulations are. We've got 23 and 32 there. 32 ahead of 23. Oliver Misters just keeping Joshua Padgton behind.
Padgton didn't make a move and made a wavy thing. Let's go after the others. So I think they are trying. He is trying to do that to get towards James.
And they can see Ronnie Townsend disappearing into the off ahead of them. But Gabby James in that second spot there, the first kart, white helmet. In fact, both of those drivers have got white helmets. But the first kart in that train there is being caught. So Gabby James, if not careful, will have Oliver Misters challenging.
Up the outside, the inside, poor both ways inside.
Very, very tight there. And of course, Gabby James was taking the optimum line of staying out wide and then cutting across. Didn't seem to disadvantage Oliver Misters very much.
It doesn't disadvantage Gabby either.
Yeah, down the back straight towards Shoemaker. Through the sweeping right, and whether or not the 23 can come back into play. And you see how Gabby James has now pulled a bit of a gap.
It's gone again. It's gone again.
Then it'll disappear again
because they'll gain a little bit of extra time through the and they'll gain some time through just slipstream. And when you're running, when you haven't got a lot of power, any sort of slipstream is such a huge advantage. Say it gave you the equivalent of a quarter of a horsepower. Well, that's like another 10%. And
here we go down the inside. No, because once again, Gabby James had the momentum to take the optimum line. And Oliver Misters is maybe losing out in those areas when he does that.
I don't think he's making the most necessarily. I think this is a bit unfair. Not think this is the most fair move. But up the inside comes the 23, and Padgin's going to get it. Is he? No, it's because right round the outside of the 30, but Padgin is there.
He has. Padgin has gone, and
they're going past the back marker.
Yeah, the back marker.
Away, did well. Got out the way. No, I said before. Did well.
Before to your purchase.
And there's another back marker there as well. So they've had a kind of a back marker battle. And that must be Lexi Hewlin as well. 51. Yep, there it is with the blue overalls and black and yellow helmet. And these three go again. Good work by the back markers, keeping out the way.
We're inside the final minute then, so time running out for any of these drivers to improve as Ronnie Townsend crosses the line. The gap between himself and the second place driver, Gabby James, is now 4 seconds. Still Oliver Misters, followed by Joshua Padgton, even though Padgton did try and sneak a look down the inside. They are 51-second lap, so I'm not sure. I didn't sort of make a note of when Ronnie Townsend crossed the line, so it might be one lap to go after this. These three are together, though, aren't they?
Absolutely nailed together. Second, third, and fourth. And James there. Kind of wonder where Misters is going to try and get past. He's tried a few different places, as has Padgett, and it hasn't worked. That's not a great move. That just puts you offline.
Yeah.
And just loses momentum. Going, look, see, he lost, not a lot, but 2 or 3 tenths of a second just by being in the wrong place.
And if Padgton can maybe exploit that car being out of position, doesn't seem to disadvantage him greatly down the inside of Warnes. 2 laps to go it was, so Ronnie Townsend did make it by within the 51 seconds.
Townsend's got 4 seconds of the lead.
Yeah.
He's absolutely dominating this entire event. Again,
that went from 4 seconds to 4.8. He's almost got 5 seconds.
Yeah, they're scrapping here, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they are. Defensive lines.
James leads still. This is an absolute trail. I suppose really now it's kind of like you've got a lap and a half. You've got to kind of make up your mind what you're going to do. I certainly wouldn't shape to go up the inside unless you're going to do it.
Now he's
done it. That's it. Yeah, you've got to do it. If you're going to do it, is it going to work?
Might be doing the switch back here. Oh no, he has. He's made it happen through T73 side by side. Gabby James on the outside of that curving entry to the main straight, and it's Joshua Padgton that attaches himself to the rear bumper of Oliver Misters. And a spit.
Coming together and lost.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I think they either came together, but James lost all momentum. Let's see if we can nip up to our leader, Ash. He's about 5 6. You quick shift to the left. You should get him coming towards you. This is way faster. There he is. So that's Ronnie. It's one back for Leicester. Is that him? It is him. That's our leader. You're right. Absolutely. Well done.
He's got a number on the side.
And he's got an M. That's it. Yeah. So left within the white Tony Kart. Tony Kart livery of our Ronnie Townsend, who has won the first heat, and Joe, he's won the second heat if he keeps one more corner.
Yeah, 100% record so far. Heat 1 and 2 wins for Ronnie Townsend as he crosses the line. It'll be about 5 seconds before we get that second place battle through, and it is indeed Oliver Misters that move. He was kind of looking at that move, wasn't he? And he finally made that move happen there on the penultimate lap, on the final lap, and Oliver Misters is taking second. Joshua Padgton is in third. Gabby James was next up in fourth. Angus Langley fifth. Sixth is Harry Platten. Chris Mayo was in seventh. Thomas Platten eighth. Jensen Concannon was ninth. 10th is Lucas Brown. Then we had Leo Rose, Lexi Hewlin, and Theo Purchase running off the 13 cart field.
So, a bit of wavery going on as they just come up and park themselves in. What's next?
We've got our 115cc UKs. It's another TKM engined class and an 11 card grid. These are the slightly bigger, slightly more powerful than the 100 UKs. However, that power advantage is negated by a slightly heavier minimum weight. So it kind of levels things out. We heard from James Purchase, there's quite a lot of balancing of performance in these classes, especially the TKM classes. So we've got Andrew Hicks that will lead the fielder out of the collecting area. He's on the pole position from Tom Stalker alongside. Second row of the grid is Jordan Coulson and Jordan Kendall. Battle of the Jordans there on row 2. We've then got Kai Draper and James Purchase. They are on row 3. Dom Cliff and Ash Robinson are on row 4. Ben Jessup, Luke Ogden are on row 5. And then rounding off 11 carts is Gordon Smith. So the 115s, this is the kind of modern iteration. This is what Formula TKM is that run for the British Championships. So similarly configured for the Access UK Championship. Andrew Hicks leading the field round. Tom Stalker next, Jordan Coulson next, and then we've got Jordan Kendall. Ben Jessup best finished second at Hooton Park around 3. He is familiar with these karts. He raced this class of karts in between 2001 and 2007 and just got back into it this year. So you can never really lose the bug, can you, Nick?
No.
I mean, we don't necessarily race these things.
Well,
we talk about them.
Prior to doing Karting Live TV, you and I and our very good mate Johnny Palmer, who has been a commentator, we've done quite a lot of international karting, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Every
However,
racetrack we worked
I'd like to point out it was just between the three of us, and it was rental karts at the racetrack. So
Yes,
we went to Abu Dhabi, didn't we? Abu Dhabi,
Kota, Circuit of the Americas,
somewhere else.
Dubai.
Yes,
Dubai,
yes.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, Dubai was brilliant. Yeah. Dubai was fantastic.
Our German TV crew.
Yeah, that was a cracking race with all sorts of nationalities. The weird thing is that Joe is always half a second faster than me and Johnny, but Johnny and I are always
half a second. You're kidding, aren't you?
A lap.
At least 1.2.
No, that's.
Oh,
and then
Johnny, right.
Johnny and I are always within like thousandths of a second of each other. But what has happened most recently is, thanks to lockdown, Joe's lost most of his advantage in ballast. So the last time we went round, which was actually a year or so ago for the mechanics race, I actually had the fastest lap.
You had the fastest lap, but I still finished ahead of you in the race.
Why?
By what?
Why did you finish ahead of me?
Because you came off.
Because my cart broke down.
Oh, that's
coming
right,
for tour. My cart broke down. I got a dodgy Wilton Mill car.
Lucy Lovell's
I
dad just finished ahead
though
of
I
me.
noticed that Wilton Mill sent me a message today saying they've got all new, they can have all new hire carts from the middle of October.
Fantastic.
Well, not really, but I just want to point out
Shall we
that.
go there?
Well, I don't know, because I got a hobble for you try and lose 5 kilograms deliberately.
I've got to lose 10 kilograms, mate.
Look, we've angled so hard for an invite at this GX class.
Yeah,
we can't angle much more.
I really.
You know what we should have? They should offer us like one go each, yeah, and the person who loses the most gets it.
Great idea.
Actually, I don't. It's an IKR, so you don't need an ARC test or anything, do you?
No.
I passed mine a few years ago.
Back to the job in hand, and we get the 115s underway, heading down to Degner for the first time.
Wow.
Gaggle of karts into turn 1 and out of Degner. We've got an
lost
off.
The 11. It's the 11 who's spun. That's Dom Cliff.
Dom Cliff off.
But unlike if you've got a Rotax or anything else, there's no clutch, so Dom has to get out of the cart. Try and bump start it and jump back in the cart, which I'll be honest with you is the reason that I gave up karting 30 years ago.
Oh, there it is, Dom Cliff. Poor Dom.
Go on, Dom, you do it. Come on, jump. He's going to get it. Oh, please do it on camera. He's got it. Yeah.
That's called outside assistance.
It's fine in karting.
Is it? It's fine in an IKR. He's been racing. He's 32 years old. Been racing since he was 6. Started in 1998.
I could never get that whole thing correct.
Could you not?
Even when I was young and lithe and fit enough to do it, it was never a forte of mine jumping in and getting it going again.
I could do that. There was no way in the world.
But you were really young and lithe when you were young.
Yeah. There's no way in the world I could do that now. You would get some great camera footage of me falling flat on my face.
But I just think of the jumping into the car. All I can think of all the injuries from just jumping into the car, let alone the pushing it part.
You kind of have to jump in half in and get your leg down to the throttle and get it to bite. Down the inside for second. On lap 2 has gone the O-plate holder, Gordon Smith. He's chasing after Andrew Hicks on the 28. And the rest of the field through Barney's. There's James Purchase on the bright red cart.
So the battle is the battle's 3rd and 4th at the moment. So that is the O-plate, the D-plate, against the 49. So it swaps around. So it's Ogden against Kendall. Kendall not had a great first lap. Got a couple of positions, they come around Degner 1. Now power up this very short straight before you come into a very fast corner, which is Shoemakers. And top 2, and then now it's kind of it was 2 pairs, and now it's like a 4, isn't it? But Equus spaced. And they go swooping again.
Great racing, Nick, through Rossi, and then great view from the camera of Leicester there through Rossi, and then into the right-hander of Clinton's. Once again, the 115's giving us some great close racing. The O-plate holder Gordon Smith will lead across the line for the first time in this second heat, and it will be Andrew Hicks in second.
Is that Ogden coming through?
Yeah,
I think
Ogden's
it was
there.
There we go, right old ding-dong on these 115's. Powering up. So these things, obviously, if you're used to the Rotax world, obviously if you watch NKC, you'll see them anyway on the TKMs, and they are only a couple of seconds slower than a Rotax full bore. Rotax Senior, so you're up to the full speed here. But
they race differently, don't they?
It's a footprint makes them completely different.
Yeah, they race completely differently. The drivers are able to race and overtaking places on tracks where we don't normally see overtaking.
Yeah.
The TKMs always prove us wrong. And it's got to be the footprint, as you say, Nick.
49, I mean, real scrap here between the 49 and the 28. That's Hicks and Kendall, the third and fourth. I mean, look at that. Again, they've swapped positions at least 3 times since I've been watching. It has over the line. It was Kendall who got Hicks. Kendall in the 49, that's the white helmet. Hicks with the black helmet behind him. But they had swapped twice, at least, in the last 300 metres. But they're now line astern and going round hole.
Once again, this TKM engine series for the 115cc motors, they race so splendidly. How many times have we had the TKM races as our race of the month on Karting Live TV?
Well,
many times.
It was all the times you got obsessed with. So you got obsessed with Bambinos.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Which isn't as bad as it sounds.
Yeah, you said that. They sounded all wrong, that. The way that the Bambinos raced, I think, is the better way to put that. Across the line then, it's 5 laps completed. Smith, Luke Ogden, Jordan Kendall, Andrew Hicks down to 4th. Ash Robinson up to 5th now. Ash from Stafford, he's on his Tony Kart Viper. And he was Junior TKM Vice Champion in 2009 and the York Plate holder in TKM in 2010.
Just to explain Race of the Month, for those of you who are new to Karting Live, because obviously it's the first time we've covered Access Karting, it does what it says in the tin. Every month of the season, at the end of the month, Joe chooses his best race from however many events we cover. Sometimes it's 1 event, sometimes it's 4 events. And he chooses his best event. It could be a race, it doesn't have to be a final, it can be a heat, it has been a heat, it can be from any class. There's every chance that something from this weekend may get chosen for October's Race of the Month, but that will be decided by what happens next week.
Well, yeah. We've got we're bringing you the final round of the NKC Championship, and then we're into November before we race again, don't we? Yeah. So always a difficult job for me, I think, Nick, because we see awesome racing. I mean, I have a feeling that the GX engine seniors might just clinch it.
Well, it depends if
it depends on a lot of things.
Off,
No, but it can still be a great race down the order. I mean, Gordon Smith and Luke Ogden are disappearing, but staying together. There's only,
let's look at the top 2 for a bit. Let's go first and second. Minute and a half to go.
And I know it's very unlikely, with 90 seconds remaining on the clock, that Gordon Smith will make a mistake. But Luke Ogden, who is the D plate holder, so we're already looking at the class of this 115 field, aren't we, really? The Landau winner and the O plate from Hooton Park. These two circulating together. They know how to win races. They know how to win heats, certainly. And you never know, Nick. I know Luke Ogden's not quite on the rear bumper of Gordon Smith, but again, sometimes discretion the better part of valor. Save the tyres, don't overdrive. I think these two are looking absolutely flat chat through these curves. And there he goes, side by side, into T73.
Yeah, and I agree. I absolutely agree with Gordon Smith about that. That was very aggressive.
I didn't see a problem with that.
Oh.
I didn't see a problem
with
that. Yeah, let's have a look at it again.
Let's watch it again, shall we?
Out of Warnes, and then there's the gap.
He's
alongside. He's alongside.
But he isn't making the corner. If he hadn't used the other guy, if he hadn't used Smith as a rail to run round, he wouldn't have made the corner, in my opinion, which counts for nothing.
I mean, Smith didn't like the fact that Ogden slid into the corner.
I like to make a point that nothing I say has any legal bearing on the race.
Me too. That's up to the officials to decide that one. We are heading rapidly towards the last lap board, and it will be a change of lead with Luke Ogden now
in the lead.
Yeah, he was in the lead the last lap, actually. That's what took us a lap to deliberate whether you or I were wrong.
Well, luckily both of us are wrong.
Bizarrely, we had a contrary opinion to one another. Never.
I always feel that you're a little bit more live and let live, and I'm a little bit more that's not fair.
I just thought that was a good move.
I get the impression that if we were racing in the same place, you punt me off more often than I punt you off.
Yes, absolutely. Didn't you talking about our World Championship of
karting?
Yeah. did find that the first time you went
threw
on the
me
track
off.
with
Yeah,
me.
you chucked me off. Oh, hang on. Kuwait.
Kuwait's another one, yeah. Great track there. There's the checkered flag for our winner in the 115 UK Championship. Heat number 2 here at Ellough Park. Luke Ogden with what I thought was a cracking move down the inside. We let the officials deliberate that one.
Right.
Gordon Smith disagrees with me and agrees with Nick that it wasn't quite on. But Gordon Smith will come second on the road. Jordan Kendall third. Ash Robinson fourth. Then we've got Andrew Hicks, Ben Jessup, Tom Stalker, James Purchase, Jordan Coulson, Kai Draper, and Dom Cliff.
Ian McCarthy, good afternoon. Joe nailed it with Race of the Month for September.
Yes.
That was a fabulous motor race. It was wet. It was wet at Wigan.
Thanks, Ian. See, Ian and I understand racing, Nick.
That wasn't anything about that. It was about Race of the Month. Where I just go, just choose something that's not a Bambino. There's a real hand flick about your choice. Can you give me the grid for the next one, please, mate? Give me the grid for the next one up. We have different things in our computers that we can both do at the same time. So what's next? We're back to the start of round 3, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
So it's 100 UK Senior now, which is one of our biggest grids, and it will be Wesley Graves starting on pole, and alongside him will be Samantha Topless. Next in low 2 is Richard Wake and Leonardo Taggio. Cyril Smith, Owen Potter are 5 and 6. 7 and 8 are Mac Rivet and Liam Hamling. 9 and 10, Brendan Williams and Scott Williams. I hope they're related. They're even sharing a grid spot. 11 and 12 are Sean Taylor and Sergio Taggio. And then you've got Andrew Bradley and Matthew Lawrence, Jamie Scott and Ross Goodwin, James Rees and Nathan Williams, Dominic Pine and Paul Strether, then James Ogden and Ben Miles, Sam Forbes, Alex Foster and John Allen. And what's going on there? Why are all the drivers walking back? It's very weird. There's been a conversation with the drivers have been talked to, have had a talking to. I'm not sure what their talking has been about, but they've had a talking to. So there we go. So there's a little bit of consternation. They're about to get rolling. There's a tiny bit of consternation there, conversation going on. I think there may have been like a please don't do this or please do that, whatever it may be. Okay. So I've had it confirmed that Ben and Scott Williams, who are sharing the Brendan and Scott Williams, who are sharing the fifth row, their brothers. Getting these 100 UKs up, some a bit more reticent start than the others, but they are all now rolling and smoking away. I'm absolutely certain they will take possibly 2.5 laps to get themselves back into order. Just so you know, we're running about 10 minutes behind at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see where they get to regarding the finals. Oh, problem for the 53. Trying to get it rolling. Oh, he's not going across the line. Who is the 50? That's Sam Forbes there, trying to get this white cart, and he's going to get a little bit of... There's going to be a hand... Oh, that didn't work. Right, he's going to get himself a nice push from some marshals. Try and get the thing rolling, and that's got it going. So he'll join. It wasn't that near the front anyway. So
we've got Karts coming together on the warm-up lap. 397. Leonardo Taggio stepping over and tripping over Samantha Topless, I think.
And that was the restart of the 53.
Yeah, just as we come back to the Karts on track.
Oh no, yeah, I think he bogged down. That's the 98 had the problem.
Yeah,
98 bogged down.
Samantha Topless.
She's supposed to start. It's bad luck. She's supposed to start second, Samantha. But I think they went that slow, and she went for the oomph, and she didn't have any oomph, and the other cars went. Yeah, they're going round again. They're going round again.
Yeah, no surprise there. Oh, I forgot we had this, Nick.
Well, you bought it.
I did forget.
And it wasn't in the meal deal, so it's fine.
Don't tell Ash.
You can't handle it. You can't handle things not in the meal deal.
Laura, would you like some melon?
I don't know why that sounds rude.
Only in your head, my friend.
My head's weird. I need to find a different head to be in some days.
Yeah, I've opened it now. I'm torn myself because I can't really eat any because we've got this race.
I didn't know you're a fan of melon.
Really?
Yeah, you don't strike me as a melon fan.
I love melons.
Yeah, that's different. That's your wife. But
really,
oh, I like that one.
Who were misses? We've gone back to the 70s.
We're near the seaside. I'm doing the
my
postcard.
Goodness, kiss me quick.
Well, I would do, but we're in public.
Hang on, we've got
What we got?
Ben and Scott Williams are brothers.
I've already said that.
All right, okay.
Don't think I get them on a watch.
Gas. Yeah. Right, here we go. We've got them in
That's
order
your
now.
commentator next week.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, that will be. I won't be spoken over next week. Great. Where's Graves? For McLaren Jr. Oh, and there's the number 32 bogging down. I saw there Owen Potter bogging down. He's caused it. It's gone green.
It's gone green. It's caused an absolute consternation.
It really has.
It's a very, very spread out 25 kart or 24 kart field.
This really is old school karting. We expected this to be. It's kind of like the Karting Live TV time machine, taking us back to 1990s karting, with people oiling up in these air-cooled TKMs.
Brilliant.
Absolutely reminding me of the character building time I had racing karts.
Oh, no, they've called it off. They've called it off.
They've
called it off.
They've got a kart off at the back of the field.
Oh, look, trying to catch up to me, 55. Okay, interesting. They gave that a green and they're going to restart it again. Interesting. Yeah, when I remember that, when you're sitting in the middle of the pack or towards the back of the pack and you're feeling of joy when someone else oils up and you get a free pass. Obviously, then in the one heat where you start at the front and you oil up and they all troll past you. We've all lived there.
That feeling when you're beginning to nip up and you're trying to save it.
Oh, don't, the nipping up's nightmare.
Tweaking the...
I have 3 real memories of my karting career. One was dislocating my shoulder. The other 2 are nipping up whilst having in the middle of a really good result.
Right, this may be the start of the race. We'll wait and see if we call a halt to it halfway around. But for me, I'd say we're racing out of Degner. Pools of blue, 2-stroke smoke fill the air as the 100 UKs are already into Shoemaker. The number 22 it is, Wes Graves. That leads the field around. Already out of the home hairpin and heading down towards Rossi through the very fast left-hander.
Yeah, they're flying.
Sweeping right again into Clintons. It's a great part of the track, that.
Yeah, interesting point there. It's been a very clean start after that restart. They've left one car straggling back, and that is the 131 machine of Nathan Williams. Now, interestingly, we were mentioning nipping up. I realised you don't see the karts nipping up anymore. That must be the improved synthetic oils that are keeping them going.
No, it's the improved carburation. You still get them. You still get them. You still get plugs oiling up, but it's the improved sort of lubrication system.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing, just those who don't know what nipping up is, but effectively what happens is that in a 2-stroke engine, the lubrication comes from the fuel. So the fuel has the lubrication, but to get them to go fast, you have to lean them off, which means as much air and as little fuel as possible.
You don't do that now.
You can work. I'll explain nipping up. So to get round that, what you would do is you would choke the engine. So you would actually put your foot down flat on the throttle whilst putting your hand over the air intake, which would give a nice slap of fuel and therefore re-lubricate the cylinders. If you didn't do that, or didn't do it enough, the engine would effectively get hot, it would run out of oil, it would burn the oil off, and the piston would expand and would just form a solid part with the cylinder, and it would stop.
It wouldn't necessarily expand, it would just run out of lubrication and just meld itself to the side of the cylinder.
You had a light nip where if you let it cool down again, it released itself again.
It was just lack of lubrication. There was no lubrication between the wall of the cylinder and the piston. So the piston
got hot.
And it would start.
That's why it nipped up.
Yeah.
You wouldn't nip up at normally. In cold, there's enough room to go up and down. But anyway, that's what happened. And it would either, if you got a light nip, you might get away with it. But if it was the proper one, it would actually lock the rear, or it would lock the whole thing and off you went.
It was mainly lack of lubrication,
From my memory, I remember that a new piston was £18.
I don't have that. I can't remember. I never really thought about the cost.
And then you had to sit there and see how badly scored the bore was, and whether you had to send it away somewhere. I changed. You have to change pistons. I've always changed pistons.
Change pistons between heats, man.
No, it wasn't that expensive.
Yeah.
I hated roller bearings. Oh, I hate roller bearings. With the individual ones you have to put in. and pack them all in.
Hated them.
But there were those spindle baits. You know what I mean? Where all the balls were separate. And you had 2K, and you rebuilt it yourself. Yeah.
Horrible. Liam Hamling is leading. He got by Wesley Graves and he's pulled out a bit of a gap as Wesley Graves about to go down to third, was he? Richard Wake on the number 88 there with the white helmet, just following him round. Wes Graves on the number 22, just coming through the final sweep onto the start-finish straight. There'll be 4 laps completed. There's about coming up to 3.5 minutes remaining. And this is beginning to heat up. Wes Graves, we know he can drive. And he's doing a great job here, Nick, of defending this second place from Richard Wake. But I think Wake has actually got more pace. The white helmet there, just sitting behind him. And I think as it goes sweep left and then sweep right, he's looking for a moment. But you know what? Wes Graves is not going to make it easy, is he?
No, they are up to speed. The track is nice and warm. The sun's out. This is about the ideal racing conditions for these machines. Not too hot, which is obviously an issue for any two-stroke engines. So the air that's getting in is nice. In fact, they're then dropping off the back slightly. There is the 88 of Wake into third. Let's let them go through, Ash. Let's pick up the next kind of battle. And there it is, those two side by side. The 71 kart, I think that was a misread. Oh no, it's not. It's in the E plate. So it's the E plate of James Rees going past the 27, which is the machine we've seen quite a lot. The black blue, the 27 kart, in fifth. That's Sean Taylor. Let's also. We're trying to just cover some people we haven't seen, so let's just drop back a little bit more, Ash. This next one is D-Plate. No, we've seen them. Keep going back. Let's have a look at these next two here. Yeah, the 82 and the 32 coming past us now. I don't think we've seen Cyril Smith, and Potter too much. That's the point of the heats, isn't it, Joe? We're just kind of give some bit of lovely move there by Potter up inside the Smith. As they come into the hairpin now. 82 and 83. So just wait a little bit longer there. And then come out now. So it's just going underneath Ash now. That's from Leicester. And the 32 and the 82. It's kind of a all white helmet in the secondary of the karts, and the white helmet with a kind of a red British, what's it called? British cross. But we've got English stuff. What's the English cross called?
Cross of St.
George, that's the one, yeah. I'm trying to reach into different parts of my brain. I haven't activated for a while.
It's kind of an English flag, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got a bit of blue on it as well.
Yeah.
And they are going well. Go back to the next two. There's 3 cars behind them now, so let's go back to these 3 behind. And they are.
I just wanted to draw back.
The yellow and the orange is the leading. That's the right ones. Yep. Leicester.
While you were following Owen Potter around.
Yeah, we're just having a little field.
I know, but I was getting some info on him. He was part of the 100 UK when I was with the NKC, so he's no stranger to the Karting Live, and he did that 100 UK Super Prix in 2021
with us.
Yeah,
well, we started off our second race.
He started historic car racing in 2018 at the age of 14. Been competing in various historic classes, including 100 UK TKM and Formula A. Now, Formula A, remember, now that is a character building.
Sticky and quick.
That is a character building
sticky and quick
series.
We're looking at Andrew Bradley on the 52. I mean, unfortunately, the sun's kind of shining out the numbers a little bit here, and behind him is the 25 of Ben Miles, and they're running down at the bottom of the top 12 or so, about 14 and 15, and they're just looking to move out. Conveniently, they're both in black with a white helmet with a very plain coloured card. So, you know, they are twinning the design there.
So Andrew on the 52. He's got Ben Miles looking like he might have a go. Not quite close enough.
Oh dear,
as
bad
the 55. That's Sergio Taggio, one of our series supporters with his company, the Depureco.
Yeah.
Depureco.
I might try and throw in the interview with him at the end of this race.
That'd be a great idea. Yeah.
He's a fantastic guy. He is the person. He is club kart racing.
He absolutely is. Loves it. Doesn't come here to win. He's. I'm not going to guess at his age, but he's not young. He's not in his 20s, and he just loves driving these 100 UKs. Loves it, and he gets behind the series as well with his Depureco. It's Italian, and his company is commercial
industrial vacuum cleaner
commercial vacuums. Yeah, commercial vacuum company. So,
it'd be really great if he'd gone off at Tinson's, wouldn't it?
No, Nick. only in your head. And we're on the final lap, by the way. And it's Liam Hamling from Wes Graves. We continue to follow the 52 and the 25 around as the leader.
Getting across the line, or is there Liam?
We're looking for the 41.
I think he's already gone past
It's already gone by, yeah. Liam Hamling has won by 4.5 seconds almost from Wes Graves in second. Richard Wigg third. Just tell me when, Nick. James Rees, Jamie Scott was fifth. James Ogden on the D plate sixth. Paul Strather, Dominic Pine, Brendan Williams, and rounding off the top 10 was Sean Taylor.
Okay, this should be our chat with Sergio Taggio. With Sergio Taggio from Di Purco. Is that right?
That's right.
Good. It's kind of welcome back, because Sergio, you've many times graced the Karting Live TV screen in the old years, but still the Hunter UK, and still a series sponsor. You're really prepared to invest in your racing.
Yeah, we do. It's good fun. We all enjoy it, and that's the main thing, really.
And it's like a series sponsor for Access Karting as well. I mean, giving back.
Yeah, it's what we are getting out of it is it's good. It's good racing. It is a good bunch, and we just enjoy it, really. That's all.
Now, obviously, we haven't been covering this 100 UK for a couple of years, and it seems to have grown and grown and grown.
Yeah.
What is the situation, obviously, with things like spares and engines now? Because it must be running out of sheds to raid.
Well, this is it. I mean, we use a few. I use James here a few times. We use a few people in Birmingham, and there's always Matthew Scott. So he's really good to ask as well.
Has it got to the point yet where stuff's been remanufactured as in the old style?
Yeah, I find it hard in the TKM, but I don't know much about it really. I just try and race, really. That's all I do.
And how's the racing been going?
Slowly, put it that way. That's what I can say, slowly.
So you haven't won too many rounds of the championship then? No,
not at all. No. I'm still a novice, really, compared to the rest of them. I mean, they've been doing it for 30, 40 years.
And of course, a new chance to see Ellough Park. What do you think of this track?
It's exciting, it's twisty, it's different. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we'll find out more tomorrow, really.
And what's a good result for you for the weekend?
Just to finish. Yeah, just to finish. It's just, but not get lapped will be good. But the fast boys are fast, and you can tell it's just a different compared to us. That's the way it is, really.
Sergio, best of luck and have fun.
Yeah, we will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, what a fabulous guy. Great attitude towards the sport.
So, what I like here, Joe, is that Sergio actually made his own gap in the programme to get his interview played out. Because it was rescuing his car, which caused this delay.
I remember you saying after the interview, now all you have to do is cause a red flag, and now we'll squeeze your interview in.
There you are, you see? Took it a bit too literally.
That is funny.
Bit too literally. Where are we now?
F300s.
Oh, brum brum, as they say.
Yeah, F300s for their third heat. Now, this is the class of anybody who's a bit of a geek. Have we got a bit of a break still? Because we've got a great interview with Lily Brim.
That's a real risk.
I know it is. But Lily Brim will start on the pole position. Andy Martin alongside. Now, Cortito White will start alongside Jack Reeve on row 2. Brett Knapp and Gary Woodward are on row 3.
They're coming out.
We're out of time because they're coming out.
Perhaps we'll get out afterwards.
Yeah, we'll try. Rob Hewlin and Frank Soto are on row 4. James Reeve and James Price are row 5. Ryan Martin, Andrew Warren on row 6. Row 7, Guy Hefford and Nicholas Clear. They've got Jason Cooper, Oliver Warner with Mike Kenworthy, who had a non-finish, remember, winner of the first heat, DNF in heat 2, and he starts this one on the back row of the grid, and he's on the V4, isn't he? The V4 is it V4? What am I talking about?
I don't know.
Not V4. So it's going to be damage limitation from the back of the grid. He's on the number 620.
I've let myself down, I've missed out a blank piece. So Lily Brim is we'll try and get it out at the end. We'll give it a go, shall we?
Yeah,
3 minutes.
He's on the V twin, not V4. Of course, the GX620
The 620,
Twice, numbered 620.
He's at the back, looking very much the left-hand side by a massive engine. How much horsepower some of these things got?
I don't know. We need to find out.
Because the B-Land 250. If it's like a 250 two-stroke racing engine, it's about 70 horsepower.
Yeah.
I can't believe you've got 70 horsepower around here.
No, I think they've got more actually. Jeez. You can hear them. You can hear them before you see them. The rumble of these F300s are approaching the red lights. The red lights go out and we go green. We've already lost the number 1, the number 80, and that is a kart that has not taken the start. Frank Soto. The rest of them, though, are already into Shoemakers and barreling up together. 1, 2, 3, 4, breaking away from the rest of the field. And it is the number, 16. Is that the number 16?
That's Chubbs.
That's Chubbs in the lead. Let's see how long he can hang on to it. Behind him is Jack Reeve on the number 5. And just look, these karts look absolute handful to control around this. The tight confines of Ellough Park.
Yeah.
Right, it's a bit like riding your bike around your bathroom, this one, isn't it?
The motorbike ran it afternoon.
Oh, yellow flag going into Degner.
Who've we lost?
I think we've got a kart that is just regaining its composure.
Oh, there's a kart off at the on the side, on the straight up the short straight before Schumacher.
Chubbs is still leading though, Nick. Yeah. And he's pulled a bit of a gap to the number 5. He pulls a bit of a gap through Shoemaker.
Is it Lily Braham again? Is the problem?
Lily Braham has not come round. Yeah, Lily Braham.
There's 2 cars didn't come round. One kart did get going again, the other kart didn't.
All right, hang on. Who's that come underneath? I think that's Ryan.
Yeah, so it's Braham who's off at the side.
Ryan Martin has continued. Lily Braham we've lost.
We're up the front. And it's Jack Reeve putting Chubbs under severe pressure.
Mike Kenworthy, by the way, up to 11th. With a heat win and a non-finish. We've got a yellow
flag here. They still haven't cleared the Braden machine, which you'll see. When you cut to the other shot, you'll see it on the right-hand side of the track. And they're back on racing again, and they've got a green flag just coming into Shoemakers.
Yeah, Lily Braham has Lily's safe at the marshal's post, well out of the way. The kart has been abandoned on driver's left. Now that everyone's seen it, now that everyone's seen it, straight ahead of you, Nick.
Yeah, I've been talking about it.
All right, sorry. Here's a challenge for the lead. The number 5 down the inside into the Warnes hairpin. And he's been sizing that up on Chubbs. Nycorteith White as he gives as his proper name, but he prefers Chubbs. And Chubbs will come through in second, acknowledges the yellow flag.
Yep, so they all go back line of stern, and that line says Andy Martin, Gary Woodward and Oliver Warner. And they all procession around. So I think
and now we go racing at this point.
A little bit more at 3, 4, 5, Ash, than the second place man.
Yeah, I think Jack Reeve will pull away. This is where the battle is at,
55. Though. Woodward there, got the go, and he has gone with the orange and white helmet.
He's ahead of Andy Martin on the blue and white kart, but these 4 beginning to concertina together into the Warnes hairpin. And very quickly into the T73 hairpin, and then through the sweep. And the number 1 comes around the outside. Guy Hefford carrying the number 1 ahead of Andy Martin. He already got ahead of James Price. And we'll see if the number 1 then, the green and white kart, the white helmeted driver off and after Oliver Warner ahead of him. And Oliver Warner's chasing down Gary Woodward, and Gary's in third. So
I love these things.
Sorry?
I love these things.
They're brilliant, aren't they? They're great. Yeah.
No, they're ridiculous.
They are brilliant. It's like driving a firework. They're so... what makes them, different. All right, they've got a lot of power on there, and they're quite a heavy lump, aren't they?
There's something out there that sounds like a Second World War bomber.
There it is. Listen to that growl.
Sounds like a
That's Kenworthy. That's Kenworthy, mate.
This is 1940. I'd be looking at the skies with fear.
Yes, you would. Yeah, the V-twin, the Honda V-twin is what you can hear. That's got the biggest growl.
Nice move up the inside there into Hull.
Who's that?
The sun's not letting me tell you, but I'll tell you in a second when they go around the corner. That one. To the 46. So it's Warner got past Woodward, I think, in that lap there. The sun is playing havoc. I know that our cameramen are having some issues picking up some of the numbers as well.
Oh, through again. It's another place.
The point you made, Joe, it's the low sun that's the problem. It's not the fact that it's sunny. If it's sunny in June and July, it's fabulous. But the low sun does cause some misty reflection. I think but we should be okay now. Oh, another. Look at the power of these things.
Oliver Warner into second. Chubbs down to third. Woodward fourth. Hefford fifth now.
You've got Hefford there coming up right at the back side of the 55.
Now just behind. We'll keep with him for
keep
now,
with the
Nick,
one
please.
55.
And behind them, James Price and Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy starting at the back. They're just in the background
drop
there.
back these two, the Tony Kart and the Blue Machine.
Well, they're actually going to keep. Can we keep with this guy?
All right.
Because the two behind are going to catch them.
We'll stay with it. Okay,
stay with
Leicester.
this
Where
one.
Leicester is on the green and red one. Stay on that one.
Because I think.
Oh, you're
Guy
right.
Hefford,
They're coming. Yeah,
Hefford is going to try and get by Woodward ahead of him. But these two are coming behind. James Price and Mike Kenworthy.
There we go.
They're going to join in with the number one soon. Across the line. About 90 seconds or so on the board now.
Sun's back out again. It's playing in between the clouds. They're getting a bit of sun, a bit of.
It's kind of perfect conditions because it's not chilly out there.
No, it's 16 degrees.
I know.
Nice fat air. I mean, Ash is going to moan about it.
Our cameraman is dressed as if he's gone on an Arctic expedition, but he's off to the Far East soon,
I just
isn't he?
kind of feel that even I think
on a holiday.
Do you think Paul's t-shirt and leather jacket would be fine for this?
Be fine for this, mate. Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Here we go. Next month in Morning Law, maybe not. Here we go. Hefford moving up the order.
Right. Look at Mystic Joe. You're absolutely right. There they are, all coming together. These four.
It's not exactly mystic. I have been around this for a while. Here we go across the line. Kenworthy already ahead of James Price and challenging that green and white cart of Guy Hefford. This is going to be a cracking race. We're inside the final minute now, and it's all about maximising your points. And Kenworthy needs to pass everybody in front of him to get up that grid for the final. Here he goes.
5 wide.
Oh, 5 wide. Chubbs just siding through on the 66 and making his way past the back markers. The back markers coming into play as well, Nick.
Yeah, Hewlin there was towards the back and got overtaken. Oh, at the inside there's a move there, and it almost came off for Hefford there in the green machine.
Yeah, Hefford's aware that he's got Kenworthy behind.
So this is third down. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Reeve and Warner away and pretty safe.
2 more laps.
Reeve has a 4.76 second lead over Warner. Warner's again, he's also about 3-4 seconds at the road from this bunch. But Chubb's now under severe pressure from Woodward. Woodward under severe pressure from Hefford. Hefford under massive pressure from Kenworthy.
Kenworthy will have to get by. Kenworthy's the fourth cart in that battle there. The fourth cart back. The yellow helmet of Chubbs. It looks like he's hanging onto that cart.
Oh, yeah.
He's pushing that cart round with maximum pace, though. Absolutely cracking driving from Chubbs. To break a bit of a gap there, gives himself a breathing space. Hefford looking down the inside, is he? No, they all slot in.
Slot back in
again. They all behave themselves. As the leader comes through, Jack Reeve already crosses the line to start the last lap. Jack Reeve putting in the fastest lap of the race, and this is Kenworthy's move.
Is he going to? No.
No, because it is a very fast corner. Oh, it can all go horribly wrong here, Nick. They're all going to trip over, are they?
Two thoughts there from Hefford. Decided against it. Now he's kind of got himself in a bad bit of line. It's interesting that the Kenworthy, who rallied up the back of these so quickly, hasn't been able to get past them. Well, he's going to get one.
Now he has.
Oh, got one of them.
He has. He's
and
got Hefford.
That was 3 corners back that Hefford got himself in the wrong place.
Yeah.
And he suffered for it 3 corners later.
Kenworthy will want to get ahead of these two if he can. However, time has run out. As across the line, Jack Reeve ahead of these to take the checkered flag.
No.
He's got one.
He's going to get the other one?
No.
He's got no. Yes, maybe
yes,
no.
Yes, no. What are you saying? What are you saying, Nick?
No, what are you saying? Whether he's going to get past or not, but he's not gone past. He's thinking about it. No, he doesn't get past the 55 of Gary Woodward.
Say what you say. You just were saying yes, no, yes, no.
Yes, no. I was close, right.
I don't know what you were talking about.
Stop talking.
Right, okay.
Lily Brain from this class, and she wants to tell you all about Mod F300.
Being the technical geek that I am, one of the classes here this weekend has really caught my attention. It's the F300 class, and Lily Brame here is one of the drivers. She'll be on the number 43. Lily, it's these carts are fast. Firstly, rapid, but for instance, what is this? What is this exactly?
So that is a Wankel engine. It's an Axro XR50 4-stroke rotary engine.
What sort of cylinder capacity does this have? We're talking rotaries here, people. Rotary valve engines. Sorry, rotary valves? No, we're not. We're not. I know we're in karting. Rotary engines, Wankel engines, amazing.
Yeah, I believe that one's a 300cc engine.
300cc 4-stroke. And there's all sorts of other engine configs, isn't there? I mean, what's this one over here, for instance?
So that is a V-twin engine, so 2 pistons. It sounds amazing, that engine. It's great.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Oh,
yeah, I've heard you guys out on track.
You definitely hear it on track. It's one of the louder ones.
All right, just looking at the carts, the size of the chains, that, we're people who are more familiar with like the Rotax classes, that chain's huge, isn't it? I mean, that's off a gearbox kart, surely.
Yeah, definitely. The chains in this series are a lot bigger than your typical karting chains.
So they're a heavier kart than perhaps what we're used to seeing. What's the minimum weight?
So we have 3 different weight classes. We have 162 as the lightest, 174, and then the heaviest one is 190 kilos.
Oh, I found a class that I can race in, 190. They are very quick karts, but because of the weight of the kart, I would imagine you have to be pretty smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got people like Mike in the V-twin. He is a very smooth driver. He's great to go for tips when you're having a bit of a struggle of the day. But then you've also got drivers like Ollie in number 46. He's a really aggressive driver. 2 completely weight class difference. So yeah, Mike's in 190, Ollie's in 162. So yeah, it's really range of different driving styles on the grid.
Yeah, we're here at Ellough Park. It's kind of gives me the look of a kind of around the houses without the houses. It's going to be a pretty tight track for you to race these F300s on, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I've found that you have to be a lot smoother. There's so many twists and turns. These Wankel engines, they absolutely love straights. Yes. So coming to a track where there's a lot of harsh braking zones and there's a couple of chances to really show the real power of these, we've definitely got to focus on the technical corners in this track.
The thing we love about rotary engines is how many revs they pull. How many revs are you pulling on that?
I believe it's 10.5, but
right.
yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
That's why they sound great. Look forward to the F300s, Ellie. Best of luck. What are you going to be happy with Sunday afternoon?
Not finishing last.
All right. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Top 10 ideally. I'd quite like to do that, but yeah.
Okay. Good luck, lady.
Thank you.
Back to the live action with Paul Handley and Thomas Butler leading this field of GX UK seniors around for their 3rd heat. This is the biggest grid of karts we've got. 29 karts have taken the start and across the line they go, and the GX UK seniors head towards the first turn, and let's see if they all make it out. It's a very crowded midfield as ever. I'm falling in love with this class of karting. It might not be the fastest kart series out there, but the racing is phenomenal.
Unbelievable stuff.
It's brilliant. I can just imagine being out there. It's just phenomenal stuff. Into the left-hander at Rossi, the sweeping right-hander at Clinton's, and then heading down towards the final few quarters of the lap towards the Warnes hairpin. We'll get a view. We have no idea who's doing what.
Somebody's leading and somebody's last.
Absolutely. And they've all gotten by without incident as they come through the T73 hairpin. And let's get a handle on who's leading the field around. Across the line they go.
I think it's Matthew Roberts, I think
it is. Matthew Roberts leading. Paul Handley, Jacob Sharrock, Tom Angier, Thomas Butler, Ben White, Simon Fuller, Charlie Furman, Alex Van Geen, and Brad Philpott. Van Geen and Philpott rounding off the top 10, and all sorts happening.
I think everything's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's nothing that's not happening on that particular one. And okay, right, so they're now... But the interesting contrast to the all-out power, thrusting, busting, smashing power you saw. It's a bit like, the combination of you've just watched, the highest serving tennis player, and now you watch a bit of badminton, where it's just as skillful but a lot less oomph about it.
Yeah, I mean the racecraft, the racing is very pure in this class. It's all about it's all about how you drive the kart, and you've got to be very smooth. You haven't got the power to get yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, you can't.
So it really is all about the racecraft. And it's like I say, I think karting is a very pure form of motorsport to start with. But this is even a purer form of karting,
it's
if you like.
It's a pure form of purity, yes.
Yeah.
It's like double filtered.
And you know what? This is a great step if you are part of a higher car championship. You like your indoor karting and you're getting involved and you want to be competitive, get into competitive karting and own your own kart. this is a great level entry to start racing. And you heard about the costs. I mean, we've got an 8-minute interview with Brad Philpott,
which you aren't going to see on this
program.
You'll see it tomorrow.
We've got no space to squeeze it in.
The movement there between the second, third, and fourth. The Handley, Angier, and Butler battle. They sweep around Wones, and they come back out again. And down the straight they go. The 11 is the third, though. So it's Butler at the back of that. He's now popping out to try and get past Handley on the 99, which he's achieved. And it makes sure Angie isn't too far behind him.
Sharrock is challenging for the overall lead, Nick, just ahead of this lot. And Sharrock...
Just very calmly, Ash, get yourself to the leaders, because you're good at that sort of thing.
Just in front of you, mate. There they are.
There we haven't got to whip across. We just gently glide. So first and second now, about to go up and past position 2. And get them now down towards Wones hairpin.
Yeah, Robert
and 25.
It's Roberts leading from Jacob Sharrock. Sharrock, a former race winner, and it's going to be a matter of time, I think. But Roberts is not going to make that. He's going to make that matter of time pass very slowly. Looks over his right shoulder. Can Sharrock? No, he hasn't. You see, the straight is not. That corner is really quick. Just look at the speed they're carrying coming out of there. Phenomenal racing. Look at the midfield battle. 4 wide coming out of that bend.
Yeah, sorry, if he dropped off him, but yeah, it was interesting. You'd have thought, a little bit of a chance to drag through. Not happening so far.
Because he hasn't got the straight. You see the straight, you can have a little bit of momentum quicker than the guy in front of you. But if you haven't got the long enough straight to get alongside, it's like having a DRS zone not long enough for the DRS to come into play. And it's a bit like that for these karts. If the driver in front can be smooth and fast, then it's very, very hard to pass. And Matthew Roberts is exactly showcasing exactly what I'm trying to say. He just speaks better than words.
He should be fine this time. He's got a nice lead that's not going to get dragged up on. And then go to Degner. He's absolutely fine. So the question is, so first and second, locked in for a bit. Okay, Ash, let's just drop back the field a little bit. Let's see who else we've got going around.
We've got it.
So if you can just wait as they come and look towards us again. Just wait here for a second, Ash. Just get a bit of a battle.
Yeah, I'll tell you where to creep with, Ash. You'll see them coming through. And about there they are. See all of them. See that? Gaggle?
Yes, that one. Back a gaggle. Back. There we are. Starting with the Tony Kart, and there's about 9 of them.
Stick with them. We'll find out
Lester, do your best to work out who it is, but it's the 22s involved in it. That's it. Oh, well done, Lester. Straight on the.
Straight on it. Well done, Lester.
Straight on the gate, because that was poor direction by us.
It really was.
Just go back a bit, think about it. Yeah,
you can't miss them, is what I was trying to say.
There's many karts, but give it a go.
Yeah. Massive train of karts in the midfield.
You've got the 24 in there. That was my race number. What's your race number?
So 99. And I did race with 13
Oscar
for a bit.
Preti is the 24.
There's the 46 of Tom Sully. Tries down the inside of Alex Van Geen, and Van Geen hangs on. And here comes Bradley Philpott up from the rear end of the grid. Philpott right on the tail of his teammate now. Both of them are challenging by Tom Sully. I'm not sure.
I look behind them. It's just ridiculous.
Well, they're in the same.
That next gaggle without the superstars, and we'll see in the final. Look at this. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts.
Brilliant. That is brilliant.
Thinking about what line should I take? I don't care.
That is brilliant racing. To be in amongst that is just phenomenal. It's phenomenal to race like that.
And they come round now. They're led by the green and white machine. I'm not quite sure who that's. Hard to say. We could read that. Oh, we get the number now. Almost. So it's Kart ahead of the 22. So it's 46. It's Tom Sully who's leading that. No, it's not. It's Kyle Power. Kyle Power is leading that. So Power's leading. This is ridiculous.
So Kyle Power, Ben White.
This is the end of the race, and they're like this.
I know. This is all race long. Look at that. The Tony Kart of the number 22 there of Ben White has just dropped off the back of Kyle Power, has he? Oh, a little bit of... You see, that's inadvertent. That's just tripping over one another. No, it wasn't. And
I think that's the 17 of Charlie Furman who just did that little nudgette.
Alex Horn trying to get involved in that as well, because he can see these two ahead of him. Alex Horn's on the purple kart with the bright yellow helmet, and then the 2 karts ahead of him. This is the one he's trying to wait for them to trip over one another.
Yeah, Robertson and Sharrock have beaten the timing bar, so they will get another 2 laps.
Great stuff.
And this is the battle for 11th down over 12th, 13th, 14th. Because it's still the top half of the field.
Oh, that is side by side around the.
That was Ethan Hall in the 74 who took a real risk on that one and got away with it.
The 66.
That's Alexander Horn next to him in the multicoloured purple and blue machine. He gets a little bit of oversteer, maybe even helped oversteer there. And now he's in the wrong line again. Look at the opportunist movement from the white side body 24 there. But has it worked? No, it hasn't.
Oscar Peretti tries to take advantage of the situation that has befallen Ethan Hall.
74 up the inside there.
Ethan Hall says, I'm not letting that happen again. I'll get by the cart in front of me, so I'm not vulnerable. It's the 1 lap to go board shown to our leaders already.
They're scrapping around. Our leaders are actually right together, so I think what we actually need to do, I don't know how you're going to get there, Ash, but they are coming round Schumacher's now. If you can try and drift across and pick them up, because our leaders are right together on this last lap. That's cracking.
Well done,
thank you. First and second. I say we are trying to cover as many carts as possible, but when you've got the boys at the front, they've been this far apart for this entire race. But can Sharrock do anything about Roberts? They have swapped positions a couple of times as they come into Clinton's for the final time, and he can do something about it.
Oh, that was a great move by Jacob Sharrock, and Sharrock made that move out of Clinton's into Wounds for the final time. Then they've got
super defensive.
Two more, yeah,
too
absolutely.
defensive.
Yeah, he did compromise his pace. However, he only has to sit there on the inside line, and he will come through to take the checkered flag and another heat win for Jacob Sharrock ahead of Matthew Roberts. And Matthew Roberts will be thinking, what did I do wrong there? Not much, mate, I can assure you. It was all you could do was do what you did. Matthew Roberts then second, Tom Angier in third, Thomas Butler fourth, and then we had Paul Handley dropping to fifth, Simon Fuller sixth, Tom Sully seventh, Brad Philpott up to eighth, then ahead of Van Gien eventually, as Alex finished in ninth, and then we had Kyle Power rounding off the top 10. The rest of the finishers there in front of you on the timing bar.
Yeah, bad luck Charlie Furman, accident issue on the last lap.
Are you eating? You should have said. We've got our Pro Karts out next. It's the 160 mods, and these are your standard twin-engined Pro Karts. However, the title gives the clue. They're allowed to be modified to kind of maximise and optimise what you're getting out of it. The F300s, by the way, Nick, Gaz Bury, our researcher
and commentator next week.
He'll be commentator next week. Gaz has found out that the Swiss Auto EFI engine is 38 to 40 horsepower.
Oh, it's not a super high rate of tune then. Okay.
No, but still a lot. The power to weight ratio is quite considerable.
Because the GX has got about 7 horsepower?
5, I think.
So that's the difference. They've got 7 or 8 times more horsepower.
Yeah. Yeah, you can
They're
tell.
Heavier.
You can tell. They're much heavier. However, you can tell the way they punch out of the corner how much power they've got and how much grunt. Bit of a shame for the number 80.
Yeah, a couple of that car didn't start, did it? There,
no, it didn't take the start.
And the 17 had an issue.
We'll get that cleared. Get that car cleared. We've got 6 runners in the 160 mod. Steve Gross, unfortunately, down in the entry, must have had a problem with something on that cart because he's not taken any of our starts, has he? No. Ryan Clark, Chris French, the front row. Phil Richards and Ben Wesley are on row 2. And then rounding off the 6th cart, Failers Lee Mitchell and Matthew Sprague. The sound of engines being released is what I can hear up my right shoulder. So we're about to get the carts taking to the track.
And there we go. Go Devon Giles, number 28. Is that this race?
They've got a distinctive different. No, Devon are the juniors, cadets. Actually.
Joe Goodwin says speedy recovery to 100 UK junior Jessica.
Yes, we've. Is that number 19?
Must be.
Cadet?
I think so. Yeah. Oh no, that's
yeah.
100 UK junior Jessica.
Oh really? Okay.
I don't know whether she's perhaps not in the race or she was. A couple of accidents. You know, had an accident for one of the other.
Well, we've got the number 19 cadet driver, who is Dylan Patrick, has gone off for a check.
Oh, yeah. Poor lad. He was the guy who got in that came off at the exit of Rossi. Yeah,
I believe so.
He walked away, but unfortunately, sometimes little kids do walk away when they should be sitting down.
Yeah, they're made of rubber, aren't they?
And they don't realise. It's like my daughter. My daughter fell over on her arm and complained it was painful. And but not that painful. And she kept saying, and it was because she was to go, I'm fine to go horse riding, I'm fine to go horse riding on Saturday, I'm fine to go horse riding on Saturday. She went horse riding on Saturday. Yeah, it's a bit painful. Then suddenly it was very painful, and we took her today, and she broke her wrist. But she wasn't going to admit she broke her wrist because she knew she wouldn't ride a horse on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's 7-year-olds for you. I think it was 8 at the time, actually, in fairness to her. And then she blames us, like, oh, you didn't, neglect. He said, you were lying to us. What were we supposed to do?
Yeah, I've got a story like that, which I'll come to in a moment when we get these karts underway. The lights go green, and the 6 Pro Karts get away. The 160 mods to give them their title, 3 wide for third place there. As around the outside, the green and black liveried overalls of the number 65, is that? 63, Ben Wesley.
Yeah.
Off into, he's got the big fairing across the front that we talked about.
He's got the dustbin lid.
Early on. The dustbin lid, yeah, that's a way of describing that. The number 6, Chris French, is our leader, however. And then a battle for third, side by side, into the Rossi left-hander, immediately into the right-hander.
Yeah, it's Phil Richards in 33. That's the grey and white set of overalls, right in the middle of that shot there, the 5. Quite relaxed driving style. And then behind him, it's the Spragg and the Mitchell karts. We'll get points for the kart there.
So I'm running my mate's kid in junior TKM. He has an off.
Yep.
Starts whinging about his wrist. So we, kind of castigate him and say, don't be soft. You've got, get out in the final kind of thing. You've got to be out in the final. So we force him to go out, and he keeps waving at us as he passes, saying his wrist hurt, and it was like, come on, stay out there with him. He was a bit of a drama queen, to be honest. He knows who he is, if he's listening, which he probably isn't, Sean Gaffney. And and then he came in, and he did the final, and he's still whinging on, couldn't help pack up and stuff. He's about 12 or 13, as we have a move down the inside for second. Ryan Clark, it is, on the, 33, it's Phil Richards. So just to end the story on my mate's kid, the next day, Mum look
at that. That was the same. I absolutely guarantee that he needs a new pair of pants.
Absolutely. Matthew Spragg, the number 28, ran out the track on the right-hand side, trying to get down the inside.
It's very rough there.
It's very, very rough and also very mossy.
I think
it's very...
His entire life must have flashed for his eyes there.
Absolutely.
He was at maximum whack, hoping for the best.
He was just waiting to snag the barrier.
It's exactly the same as when you get a tank slapper at high speed on a motorcycle.
Oh, it was.
And where you know there's a good chance you'll be flying off, and you desperately hope you can do enough things to stop it. And you go, and what you do, exactly as he's done there, is when you've got the thing back under control, purely through luck, you carry on like nothing happened.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, I'm fine.
The number 37 is Lee Mitchell, down the inside of Ryan Clark for third.
So did he break his wrist?
So next day he's still whinging on, and Mum says, what's wrong? And he says, well, I crashed my kart yesterday. and obviously, Michelle said to Gary, his dad, why didn't you mention he crashed his kart? I'm taking him to A&E. And he fractured his wrist. We won the NSPCC trophy for the club. The Wardlow Kart Club back
it's
in.
A combination. Oh, nice move.
Lovely
coming
move.
back. He's obviously
that is
running on pure adrenaline now.
The 20 of Matthew Spragg on the 24, Ryan Clark. That is not an easy place to make that move.
Why's that camera gone dark?
That's quite brave. The sun's gone behind a cloud.
Yeah, but it was manually adjusted.
Coming up to 3.5 minutes on these 160 mods, and we're seeing some good racing here, Nick. We're seeing some textbook stuff. Now that Matthew Spragg has gathered himself together, blanked the memory of almost creaming it into the barriers.
You know what's going on here? He's on pure adrenaline now.
Yeah, his heart rate just coming down to a steady 230 as he continues on. Got himself
but I tell you what, he'll come out and go, yeah, nothing, it's fine, it's fine.
You know what I love about this modified class is the different exhaust notes for the different approaches to exhaust gases from these GX engined Hondas.
We have all been there, though.
Brilliant.
Brushing off a major incident was nothing because we got away with it.
Yeah. You'll remember it forever.
It's like those times when you find yourself aquaplaning on the motorway, what the hell are you going to do? And you get away and you go, no, it's fine. I wasn't even worried.
Yeah. Just continue listening to the podcast. The number 33 here, Phil Richards in second. Lee Mitchell on the 37.
French is a spear, isn't he?
And that's, yes, he has. these two absolutely having a bit of a ding-dong. And they're about to be joined by the recovering Sprague.
Yeah.
I say recovering, health-wise, he's recovering. Oh, and here he goes.
Yeah.
That orange.
All he's literally powered by relief.
Yes. He's in the orange overalls there. He's gathered up his composure. And I tell you what, he's at 2 minutes to go. He's letting that kart breathe beautifully.
Don't go so wide. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
No, I'll avoid that part of the track entirely.
Yeah, he stays away from the left-hand side. He's trying to get past Lee Mitchell, and then he'll try and get past Phil Richards. But it just shows the nature of the Ellough Park track is very much around the houses without the houses, because it's they're very short straights, very fast turns. Even the slow turns are fast. And side by side into Rossi, see, that's a very quick left-hander, followed by an equally quick right-hander, and then up and over the bank
There's just
corner.
not enough room in that right-hander to
No,
try and
not
get up
at
the
all.
inside. So you end up with a short run through Clinton. You think you're the best. Now they've got 3 wide here. Anything could happen now. Anything could happen now.
I'm not. Oh.
And anything. No, just going up the inside.
Yeah.
Well, that was a 3-corner position gain. And Mitchell drops to 4th.
Richards did well not to lose a position there, as around the outside and down the straight has gone the number 28, Matthew Sprague, and he took 2 karts there, and that was all about momentum out of the T73.
He had a hell of a day. He blew engine the first one.
He did, didn't he?
Almost blew his brains in the third one.
Well, you know what? From almost creaming it into the barriers, he's up to second now. Chris French has...
It's like he's running away from the accident.
He's checked out, isn't he? He doesn't want to be a witness to anything. He's off. 7.5 seconds, isn't it? 7.5 seconds to come to the leader.
He's done a great job, Chris, but he's managed to get himself no TV time whatsoever. Look at the gap that he's built out immediately. Sprague's got some real pace in that kart when he gets through.
He's going to have the... Yeah, he's going to have the one lap to go aboard next time by the leader.
So now it's
So
a battle
2 more
between
laps.
the 230s. Richards in the 33, Mitchell in the 37. Mitchell's got the black and yellow helmet, and he's coming inside. He's going to steal that place back through Shoemaker. This always happens because you can get the cutback, and that's what happened.
Cutback.
Beautiful cutback from the 33 of Richards in the white.
Great stuff. Very cool from Phil. He just let him go. He knew he sat there. He knew he's going to have to carry speed. He knew where he was going to go. Look at that. Kart beginning to skip there, wasn't he? Phil just asking a little bit too much of those rear tyres. Kart just skipping, leaving the gap for Phil to come back at him.
The extra weight, of course, and they've still only got brakes on the rear. So these things are harder to stop than the other kart. And he didn't manage it, but we are going to start this last lap.
So,
and up the inside goes the 37. Can he make it? Mitchell, no.
This is going to go at the flag, isn't it? This is going to go at the flag. Shall we stay with it?
We've seen French before.
Yeah, Chris is going to get a lot of
If
coverage.
you win the final, Chris, you'll get a coverage.
Yeah, get a lot of coverage. Because this, I think, we're going to possibly see Lee Mitchell just run out of patience on Phil. And Phil Richards is probably aware of that. Still taking the optimum line through Rossi here. I love this part of the track here.
It's great fun.
And I think it's great how they've opened this one out rather than slowing it down by dragging
I
them
think
back.
if they slow it down, it'd be an absolute accident minefield.
So.
Which maybe what happened was originally it was like that. They went, hang on, this isn't working for our renting environment.
Probably.
Let's open it out.
Checkered flag for Chris French it is. Matthew Sprague takes second. And then Phil Richards and Lee Mitchell will come through third and fourth. Ryan Clark and Ben Wesley are the next up.
What does that prove? You don't need 30 karts to make a great race.
No,
I know you don't think that, but you know.
My saying has always been, you only need 2 karts to make a race. And I once had in the at Road Atlanta for the Mitty, I had 2 cars came out for a single-seater race. 2. I had a grid of 30, which I read down, and then 2 came out on the Sunday morning. It was an Indy car and a Formula V. And the thing that I made about the 25-minute race was how many times the Indy car could lap the Formula V.
I don't have enough time to story about the worst race I ever had to deal with, which was the Specialist Honda race. It's a support race to Bahrain WEC. You ever heard about it?
No.
It was like obviously Bahrain's got no real, at that point, had no real local motorsport, but they managed to cobble together this Honda race, which basically is, if your car is some form of Honda, from like touring car or Civic tuned up, like a 750, or even down to something that's mildly like perhaps good in the car park. And they started off with 9, and it's just a half-hour race, and they slowly just lost cars through attrition. And we were down to 3. and there was one car that was absolutely creaming it, and suddenly smoke, and he's gone. So we're down to 2. There's 2 cars going around the whole Bahrain Grand Prix circuit. The guy who's leading, he's leading by a mile. He's like in second place. I don't know how far it was. He's leading by about at least a minute. And he comes. There's a shot they have, but they don't have the F1 where they actually come over a little hill, then down again. I think it's up about turn 4 and 5. So they cut to him, going up the hill. They cut to him. Nothing comes, and then just a wheel comes over. The wheel had fallen off the car. So we then have, for the remaining at least 7 or 8 minutes, one incredibly slow Honda Civic just going around the track that won the race.
He won the race by being the only finisher.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And we're sitting going, how do you commentate on that?
Just want to mention the guy in the orange overalls there, Matthew Spragg. He's off to the gents now to change his underwear. As we've got our 100 UK, the TKM engined 100cc air-cooled single-cylinder motors are out.
It's the juniors, isn't it?
It's the juniors on them this time. And it's Thomas Forbes, Jacob Metcalf on the front row, Lucy Lovell and Ewan Scott. That should be a good one. Lucy Lovell and Ewan Scott. Third row of the grid is Yelena Osbal-Scott with Thomas Hadley. Then on row 4, Cody Pennington and Ollie Robson. Row 5, James Phillips and Kai Turner. And then on row 6, Seth Jones and Evie Scaplehorn. Mason Pennington and Jessica Williams are on row 7. And then rounding off 16 karts is Ryan Townsend, or should I say Ryan Townsend and Oliver James. Karts just making their way around now on their pace lap. And beginning to form up nicely. Lucy on the number 16 there, on her dad James's 1990s kart, and right up behind the E-plate, Thomas Forbes as they get another wave around. Not sure why. Maybe just to stop them oiling up a little bit. But we get another run at it. Ollie Robson, 14 years old, best finish second at lead at round 2. And his first full season of karting. He's on 8th on the grid there as Ollie on the number 111. Ryan Townsend on his first race with the Access Series. So we are great to have you along, Ryan.
Team Scott, say Fletcher Racing. Obviously Ewan Scott and obviously the sponsors, which is JG Scott and Sons Limited. We haven't run his one, have we?
Oh, yes we did.
Not Dad, we run the Sons.
Oh, we didn't run Dad's, yeah.
Dad's is quite a short one because I did it.
All right.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Really? No, I did that. Oh, no, you did, Dad. Yeah. We haven't run Williams as well. No. Here we go then. We're through T73, so there's the sweeping entry to get this race underway. The lights are showing red. They go to green, and we are racing, heading towards the first turn at Degner. Lucy Lovell slotting in behind it's too wide on rows 1 and 2, and we're still too wide down towards the Shoemaker.
Got the lead though, ahead of the E-plate of Forbes.
Oh, great
and
drive
then you've
for the
got beautiful move there by the O-plate of Ewan Scott. Just opportunist. Let's get it done early.
Yeah, he did. Lucy Lovell being caught out a little bit, and if Lucy's not careful, the number 28 of Thomas Hadley, who's gone from 7th all the way up to, I think that's 4th or 5th behind her. Yeah, it's 5th. Lucy coming alongside the O-plate.
Oh, a little bit.
He
went a little bit defensive. He didn't leave a kart's width really on the track, but I mean.
And she's gone down the inside into T73.
And a great drive also for the red kart, but I think he'll just get caught out by the curvature of the circuit. So much so that actually got caught by. What happened there? The 26 completely lost all. Hadley lost all of his momentum,
the 28.
and has gone back 5 places.
Oh, and he started finding himself wide at turn 1.
I think he came up very close to Ewan and had to brake, and that was it really.
And then he slid wide into Degner.
Yep.
Turn 1 here.
That's a corner he's going to want to forget, those 2 corners, but we are back in with Forbes in leading, Metcalf in second, it's Lucy Lovell in third, and that's second and third with at the moment, the 22 and the 116. Lovell with the pink, white and blue helmet and looking to get up the inside.
Oh, Lucy!
Touched him and over. That's the over break, isn't it?
Oh,
you panic break and you turn around.
I mean, she's right on his rear bumper there, coming through Clinton's, and then
extra brake
into the braking area, and I think the card got a bit light over that brow, and she'd already lost, with a brake. Lost the back end. She was sliding. She will recover. She'll get a push start. A push start there for Lucy Lovell, but that's going to drop her right to the back of this field, and the kart hasn't started yet. It's still being pushed as the race continues. And this is so much bad luck for Lucy Lovell.
The thing is,
it's got away. She's got away.
A knock-on problem for her grid position, of course. That's the issue.
Yeah, of course.
The final, but it's E from O now, so it's Forbes from Scott, and then this 22 kart of Metcalf's in third. This is the third-place man on the screen at the moment, as he gives it a real handful, or was it locked to wangle its way through the Barneys.
I think he went through the Rossi left-hander, absolutely flat chat, because he had a beautiful oversteer power slide all the way on the exit curve. So if he's not careful, he's going to lose out to the 21.
I think if he's doing that, he's going to cook his tyres. And the 21 of Kai Turner, it's his first weekend, of course. He's the GX Cadet champion. He's learning about these more powerful karts, and he's now learning about the over and under going into Shoemakers.
Yes, he's learned that the hard way, hasn't he? Because the 22 Jacob Metcalf just cool as a cucumber there. However, Kai lapping it up in this the faster category, and they're going again down the inside of Barney's. Oh, and he's took somebody with him. Is that the number 9 or the D plate? That's the D plate, yeah.
Of James Phillips.
Yeah, Phillips absolutely capitalised on that move.
There we go. So lots of movements in this lower reaches to the top, sort of 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, no, it's not actually, because Kai's in third. So Turner, in his debut weekend, is in third, but it looks like the D plate of Phillips has got designs on that third plate. Oh, that was a great move.
Yeah, he was.
That was pure experience there. He just knew what he could do with the kart, and he rotated it beautifully around the whole of Shoemakers.
Just to remind you, I know. Just to remind you, the D plate stands for the winning driver at Landau in this season. So the D stands for the Welsh Dragon, the Dragon plate, and that belongs to James Phillips for the rest of this season and into next, until we go back to Landau, of course.
Sometimes the Dragon plate is over 2 or 3 different events. They have one at Gig and they have one at Landau, and then weirdly one in like Clay. As the E plate, Forbes keeps going. He's got the heavy pressure now from the O plate of Ewan Scott's. EOD at the moment is the top 3. No one's got a number. But this is first and second right together. 2 minutes 41 seconds to go. So they've had 4.5. And Forbes under tremendous pressure to go around O'Rossi. Really trying, you can see what Ewan can do. We've obviously seen Ewan's interview earlier, and you'll see it again tomorrow. I think Ewan's 12, so he's got a couple more years in juniors. Looking left, looking right, and he makes the dive up the inside. Is he going to work? Will he get the cut back? Yeah, it looks okay. No real attempted cut back actually by Forbes. So Scott's had a couple of great heats. This heat and the other one is Forbes decided to try and make me a fibber by going either side. First heat and third heat, and in the second heat he was a little bit more anonymous. But he will be starting from somewhere near the front as long as he finishes this race in the final in a couple of hours' time. And as they carry on going, more problems in the back of the field. That's the 11 who's struggling, and that's Cody Pennington. He's spun off and needs to get a random start, a push start. Where random comes from. Oh, he's trying it.
They are tricky to get away, aren't they? They are tricky to fire up once they've stopped. The battle of the plates, isn't it? Ewan Scott.
OVE.
Yeah, with
D following.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
OED, of course, the Oxford English Dictionary.
Well, there you go.
But of course, the O is actually a 0. But never mind. But
so whether the English plate holder can actually hang on, the Race Retro English Cup winner, is why he's carrying the E. And here he goes, Ewan Scott, defensive into Denyer. Out of Denyer. Oh, and lots of track being used by James Phillips. That's going to benefit that maximised speed onto that back straight. But it looks... These are very equally matched, aren't they?
Absolutely. Which, given the different sizes of the protagonist, makes you realise there's definitely a weight limit on these.
Yes.
I must say, I think Forbes looks much happier being in second than he ever did being first.
Well, you would have thought that once Ewan Scott got past him, Ewan Scott would pull away. But I always found it easy to chase than be chased. You just find a little bit more when you can see, the incentive of the kart in front dragging you along. I tell you what, if Forbes is not careful, the Dragon plate holder James Phillips is looking sometimes like he could well be in a position. He out of Denyer, he pulls alongside and they're side by side down the back straight into Shoemaker. and he's going to be on the outside, and that's allowed the D plate. The door was wide open there, Nick.
Yeah, that was. But then
he's come back at him.
Look at that.
That's textbook.
He was absolutely not prepared to any truck of a potential criticism from us.
Great
so he
stuff.
put it right before I could say anything.
Yeah, great stuff.
I was going to go with 10 things he did wrong, but it doesn't matter because he did everything right in the next corner.
Shall we have a look behind these three? Because these three
we're in the last lap, person.
Oh, we are. Yeah, sorry.
Running out of time, but
yeah. We need to do endurance racing, Nick. That's what we need.
6 hours. Yeah, how Frank likes doing endurance racing.
He loves it.
He loves the 7 hours.
7 hours.
Loves 7 hours of RC events. Is what he wants to do most of all.
Right, 1 lap to go then. Owen Scott looks over his shoulder. The E-plate comes down the inside of Denyer. But Owen Scott stays with the momentum, and the D-plates come alongside the E-plate. Or has he? No, they all sort themselves out before Shoemaker. Oh, and he got a little bit of a turn on there. A little bit of overstay as the yellow flag flies.
Oh, yeah, someone's off outside of home.
Yeah, we're not going to see any kind of passing taking place here. Now it goes
flag,
green.
Yep.
Into the sweeps left and right. And then these are the final opportunities on this last lap for Heat 3. Through Barney's. Into the hairpin. Oh, down the inside has gone the D-plate.
Yeah.
So James Phillips makes the move.
Yeah, but no, it's gone again.
He's done it again. He's very good at that.
Oh, he's again.
Oh, no, he hasn't.
1 A, B, C.
He's got the inside line.
Who's dragging up to him on that last lap?
Kai Turner.
Kai Turner.
Our GX cadet champion. His first weekend in the 100 UK category, and he came fourth there and wasn't that far off the leaders for sure. He's going to be a protagonist next year.
He has an interview with him, but that's not the one we got queued up. The interview we got queued up is with Mr. Scott, father of the winning driver. You okay? We've got any more listings you want to read out? Joe, where did you go? Okay, here we go. More interviews. With John Scott from JG Scott & Sons, one of the series sponsors. Easy question, why are you a series sponsor?
It's like the ethos, the whole atmosphere, the community, what James Purchase and James Cameron put together, introducing people into motorsport. Low level, but incredibly helpful group of guys, and I just love what they do with the kids as they bring them through the different classes.
And of course, on the Access Karting program, you've got 2 of your sons racing. I mean, it's a big commitment, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's thoroughly enjoyable. It's the way the guys set this whole format up. It just makes it easier. Everybody helps. Like I say, the community spirit. It just simply works. And fabulous setup, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, one thing we should ask you is, what did JG Scott & Sons actually do?
Oh, it's landscaping and gardening business, basically. Hard landscaping, soft landscaping, anything, cases for anything. We look after commercial sites, private estates, but it's no connection to motorsport. But I just thought if I can help sponsor this championship and provide a good atmosphere, then it's the way forwards.
Certainly is. So if you need your garden landscape to put a kart track built in the back garden, that's your man.
Come back while I'm chomping on me Kit Kat, will you? So,
sorry, is that euphemism?
I'm just eating up the time while I melt the chocolate in my mouth. GX UK cadets out next. Evan Meller and Devon Giles are on the front row. Milo Purchase and Oliver Soto, row 2. Then we've got Jaden Bond and Alex Morley, Logan Pledge and Eric Colchester, Austin Taylor and Fred Furman, Jaden Solowan and Louis Nye, Lucas Deere and Sam Blamey, Maxim Zvitilik, Connor Sturdy, and then rounding off an 18-car field, Finley Thompson and Dylan Patrick. Now then, Death Barrel, or whatever he was called, Deathblade.
Deathblade?
Deathblade.
Death Barrel?
I don't know where I got that. Sam Blamey starting 14th, so it's another drive through the field for Sam. We'll keep an eye on him. He made up 7 places in Heat 1 and about 5 or 6 in the second heat.
Here we go.
Lights on red, and they go to green, and we are racing.
And it's pretty much side by side. It's a Noah's Ark start, 2 by 2. A little bit of now it's 6 wide and an accident, so that's fine. They have all got out of that again, so that's fine.
Covered.
Question I have, which I'm going to ask now, as they settle down. These are obviously GX Honda Cadets. How similar are they to the Honda Cadets we see in TKC?
I believe exactly the same.
Right.
They're the sealed engine. I think in the TKC they are an RPM engine.
Right.
And I'm not. I think
it's open. Yeah, I've seen 3 or 4 different engines.
Yeah, it's open. So it's not the control engine. It's not the It's not the spec formula that we see in the TKC, but it is fundamentally the same.
And therefore it's the same ultra-close action where everyone's just trying to gain the minutest advantage with a bit of a slipstream.
They're on Dunlop tyres.
He's broken away and got a massive lead.
Yeah,
that is
that's
Evan Mellor.
Yeah, Devon Giles.
That's the green card, isn't it? Yeah, Evan.
We've seen the little interview we did with Devon, haven't we, in the other two? It was with Logan Page.
Yes, that one's gone out.
And
yes, that's gone. What hasn't gone out is the mums. I'm going to try and get the mums back out again because we crashed that one last time.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
We'll try and get the mums out at the end of this one.
Right.
We've got one more to go apart from your 8-minute monologue that's going nowhere.
No, that's a good chat with Brad Philpott, and you learn a lot about the GX seniors. That's our leader, but and that's Evan Mellor. Now, if we can drop back, maybe just
hold
2 carts,
yeah,
just
hold
for a bit, Lester.
Not the orange one, the next.
You'll see
there we
gaggle.
go.
There,
started with the big blue one.
There we go. How many we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's going to get really low in a moment, isn't it?
That's going to be a nightmare.
Leaning back. This is typical Honda Cadet racing, isn't it? GX Honda Cadet racing. With gaggles of a train of carts there, and these drivers' variation on opinion on what line to take through Denyer.
It worked for the 17 there, Fred Furman, because he got picked up a place at least from Jaden Solo. I'm not sure he was behind Lucas at the same time, but here they will come. The blue cart is being heavily challenged there by the multicoloured machine, which is the numero covered up, the 18. So that is Louis Nye, sorry. And come down to the Wands hairpin again, and they all go around in order there. Certainly this gaggle here is where most of the action is. Back car to the gaggle. Let's see who that is. It's a red machine, or reddish machine. Is that the 31? It's the 31 of Lucas Deere.
Yeah. He's, so it's Mellor leading, Devon Giles second, Louis Nye in third, Oliver Soto, Alex Morley, Fred Furman, Jaden Solo, Lucas Deere. That's the number 31 there, the orange overalls with the white shoulders, just in 8th place on the tail of this train.
Just hold for a second, Ash, for this next couple of pairs, because we haven't really gone much further down the field. There's there we are, there's these two, the 102 and the 63, I think there. So the 102 is Maxim Sputek, and then it must be the 83, which is slightly damaged number of Finley Thompson.
Yeah. Slightly just ahead of Thompson and beginning to pull away. That's the 22
and the 89. That's Colchester and Taylor.
And these two,
they've got two pairs here. And there's going to move there. Yep, they're coming together. The 102 of Maxim about to get overtaken or undertaken, I suppose, really going underneath the inside. But no, he's ready. No, I'm not having any of that.
Brilliant, side by side all the way around.
But is he going to hold it? Yes, he can. So not able to quite get up the inside there was Finley Thompson. And these two just showing it doesn't matter where you are in the field. As long as you've got someone to race against, it doesn't really matter, does it? And they've obviously got someone to race with. Behind them is the 44. That is Sam Blamey. And then you've got Pedge, Connor Sturdy, and unfortunately Jaden Bond did not start the race.
These two will continue to circulate. They're about to be joined by
Sam Blamey.
Sam Blamey, who's up from. Actually, he hasn't made any. He hasn't
no,
made
just getting rolling now. Just shift forward. Just shift forward those 2 carts ahead, Ash. Just because they're under a little bit more pressure of an immediate move.
So that's Colchester
and Taylor,
22.
Just making sure that Taylor's
Colchester and Austin Taylor.
Yeah.
Both on orange and white carts, it looked like.
Yes, that's really not well planned. They're completely different colours.
Yeah. The 22 and the 80. You can see the numbers there, though.
He looked like a sort of set the coach to give it a go.
I think the number 80 there of Austin Taylor didn't like the way he pulled out of the corner. He didn't like. I think he lost speed there through the Hulme hairpin. He's regained the momentum, though.
Yep.
And if anything, these two, with 2 minutes remaining, I think they spread out again. And I think that was just down to
momentum.
That was just down to Colchester just getting a little bit sideways or a little bit wide. And look at this. A 2-cart train has become a 6-cart train.
And then we've got the second 3-cart train, which is 36-11. So we're up now. This is the battle 876. Morley, Soto, and Fred Furman. Furman being the white cart at the front of this. The blue machine, obviously, being Soto. So it's happening all over the place. They've broken into little groups, but they're all having a scrap.
Great. That's what they enjoy. The racing.
Yep, so it's
is
11.
what, pure in these Honda races.
Pure white, number 11, going through O'Rossi, and then he's going to turn right-hand side down to Clinton's and into Barney's. And I just love that shot, that little kind of up and over rise.
Great,
it's great. I love it a little bit. Because so often, unfortunately, by the way the position of cameras, you lose any indication of elevation change. It's just one of those things. It's two-dimensional.
On the outside of there, don't we? Seen them come over that brown.
Possible.
Yeah. Need 15 cameras. Maybe one day.
Let's talk about budgets.
I think these have spaced out now.
Everyone's having a bit of a time. 11 and 36. Furman going.
Fred Furman's the 17. He's pulled away from the number 11 there.
You kind of need to shuffle
Soto.
forward, Ash, because there's a pair ahead of them. That's the pair. Well, he's so good at this. But there's the pair ahead of him having a scrap it. Coming out through the sun there. And that will be the 31 of Deere and Solo. So Solo just ahead with the orange helmet. And then you've got Jason Deere. They go over the hill. Really just hardly even break at all now. That's just a fast downhill right-hander. Round Wones, and they all find their own little battles.
This one's pretty much raged the whole race, hasn't it?
Yeah. Ahead of them, though, it's all quite spread out in that the leader, Evan Miller, has 5 seconds on the field.
Yeah, still very close behind him, though. Giles, so Louis Nye is second. Then we've got Giles in third, but right on Giles is Jaden Solo and Lucas Deere. That's those two there. And that's Devon Giles in the bright orange cart there, just leading that a train of 3 orange carts will continue around on their penultimate lap. And these two have caught that cart of Giles and caught and almost about to pass, it looks like.
Yeah. There we go. And it's coming. Oh, he got him. There's not enough road for that many carts on that part of the track. He's kind of come in with a little bit of a wobble on his side pod, but that's it. The 78. There's Jaden Solo. Got a little bit of a tyre scrub for the mechanics to clear up. We've already spoken there, haven't you, about the tyre scrub on the various mechanics need to clear up. And
yeah, we did talk about that with the kids.
Yeah, but they are inning and outing, changing around, but still leading that one.
Oh, Giles getting it all wrong on the exit there. I think his cart began to slide. He lost a bit of speed, and that's allowed Jaden Solo right onto his rear bumper. And there alongside Solo, but slots back in, has gone Lucas Deere. Deere thinking discretion being the better part of valor there. And Solo taking the very defensive
He might find himself undercut here, I think.
Checkered flag flies for Evan Miller, who takes heat 3. Louis Nye second. And then behind Louis, we've got this 3 here of Devon Giles, Lucas Deere, Jaden Solo, Fred Furman finishes in 6th.
And we're going to have a look at the who looks after these cars, which in the cadets includes a couple of karting mums. Well, there's this kind of trope, isn't there, in karting about dad and lad, but here at Access Karting, it's mum and lad. And we have Sarah Solo and we have Sam Giles. First, so how did you get into the spannering?
Well, by accident, I guess. Jaden had always done a Arrive and Drive, and then we thought, why not? We got in touch with James Purchase. We have always thought that doing this on our own was kind of out of reach for us. Access Karting have made it possible for us, really.
And so what sort of mechanical experience you have prior to taking your engine off for the first time?
None. I'm an accountant.
Well, see, at least you know how many bolts to put back on again, so that's okay.
Yeah, no experience at all. It's been a bit of a winging it. Sam helping me. Sam's got experience, so she's been supporting me all the way.
Well, I did know, Sam, a minute ago you were removing and reinstalling the engine. So obviously, you know the tricks of the trade, make them think you're doing something. But what's your mechanical background?
None. My dad's an engineer, so I've grown up around engineering, but I had no knowledge whatsoever. But we started motorsport a couple of years ago in Bambino, and I've literally learned as I've gone along, really, through the help of people in the paddock. But Access Karting has by far been the best support for everyone, and we've all been able to help each other out, and it's just wonderful.
When it comes down to the minutiae of setting the cart up, is that a case of you go and say, you ask them a question, or is it hit and hope? How you manage to get the whole setup sorted out?
So luckily, when I bought my car, it came with a setup, like a rough setup guide. So I've just kind of worked around that really, and just kind of learnt as I've gone, and get a bit of feedback from my driver when he can give it. And it all comes down to experience for both of us. So we've learnt as we've gone, and I'd like to think it's gone well.
So my guess is it's significantly easier to actually work on the car to control these youngsters.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have a lot of fun going on in the awning, all the boys.
And what's the level of competitors between you two? Is it all friends until they get on the track?
No, they're all really, really good. Yeah. They all kind of egg each other on. There is competitiveness, of course there is, but they are all really great friends, and that's what is brilliant about this series. All the kids get on really, really well. Natural competitiveness on track, come off the track, and everyone's playing together, playing football, playing in the caravans, causing havoc, so it's all great.
Brilliant. Sarah, Sam, could one of you actually look at my car, because the steering's out of alignment. Thanks for that, guys.
Thank you.
Lovely talking with karting mums. This is dad and lad and mum and what? Mum and son, isn't it, I suppose? Mum and son, yeah. I should have thought that earlier. Okay, for the final heat of the GX Junior is about to go out, and the man who's won the first two heats is on pole for this one. So it's Ronnie Townsend on pole, then Gabby James in 2, Henry Platten in 3, Joshua Paget in 4, Thomas Platten in 5, Angus Langley is 6, Oliver Misters is 7, Lucas Brown 8, Theo Purchase is in 9, Jensen Concannon is 10, Leo Rose is 11. There's no 11 here. Oh, that's interesting. 12 is Leo Rose, 13th is Lexi Hooden, and 14th is Chris Mayo. So I think we've got a couple. I think we've lost a couple of drivers and machines during the course of the day. They're now just completing a couple of corners, and they'll come round. And again, they've managed to get most of these races away pretty quickly, guys. There've been some good starts overall. And it's been a bit of the Ronnie Townsend show, and he started from pole, so there's no reason to think it's not going to be a Ronnie Townsend show in this one again, Joe.
Yeah, he should really. Ronnie on the end plate, the Macy Cup winner. And we go green, and Ronnie leads, just looks across to his left to see Gabby James as the field come through. I'm
assuming Gabby is a lady driver, but of course Gabby Chavez isn't a lady, so it's a bit hard to tell, isn't it, really?
That's spelled G-A-B-I, though.
It's a Gabby, G-A-B-B-Y, yeah, you almost said Gabrielle, isn't it? Yeah,
so,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to, you're always very careful about getting these sort of things wrong, aren't you?
If anybody knows, Gabby...
I'm assuming, yes, but...
Is Gabby is short for Abigail or Gabrielle or...
It's most likely, but I just, because that Chavez thing slightly concerns me.
As we have this field of GX Juniors.
Oh, there's a hand up there for the 27.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Thomas Platten put his hand up, not quite sure why.
Again, some very good racecraft being shown in this GX class. It's all about the racecraft with these Honda engines. Not overly powered, fast enough certainly for some very quick sections of track here at Ellough Park. But right now, Ronnie Townsend, as expected, off and into the lead by half a second. Behind Gabby James, Harry Platten, Joshua Pagden, Angus Langley. It's a four-kart train in second, third, fourth and fifth here.
Yeah, it took a couple of laps, but Ronnie's made his break that he needs to do. Gabby was trying to gap, but the multicoloured machine, the 44 of Harry Platten, he's really holding on quite well, actually. And the others go up and over the hill for the first time. And come down towards Warren's hairpin. Come on, Gabby, says Francis Holmes 77 Racing. Without giving us the answer, she must be a lady. I believe. Under intense pressure now. He's coming and going because the 44 was looking like the kart most likely to go past Gabby, and now he's been under huge pressure from the machine behind him, which is the 22. I think it was the 23. 23,
Joshua
sorry.
Pagden.
Oh, Joshua Pagden. So Pagden, again, with a nice sort of sticker kit, nice multi. They're not sponsored sticker kits, we've just made up our own sticker kit. It's great.
Yeah,
it's like,
pretty cool.
Yeah, you're not having to go in someone's awning, you don't have to do their thing. You just stick it.
No, slots back in. And Joshua Pagden just had a look down the inside of Harry Platten. If anything, Pagden looks like he may be being stifled a little bit by Platten, but there's nothing in it. I mean, it's very, very slight.
I think it's interesting. Some of the times we see them coming out, particularly Holmes, we think they've got a bad exit because they just haven't got the power to have what we visually think is a good exit.
That's right.
But there's just not enough power for that, and it completely fooled both of you and I there, thinking that it was a bad exit. It wasn't. It was absolutely perfectly fine. That's what you do with 5, 6, 7 horsepower. You can't do any more than that.
Three wide,
27 all over the shop.
No, you see, they looked like they were 3 wide, but they actually weren't. They're so close together. And
now,
they're panning
Langley in the 27. He's got the he's going to get the boat. He's not going to
he used the team tin opener there, didn't he, Langley, to get down the inside of Padgton, and he continues that momentum. You see, he had the speed, the momentum. He carried himself ahead of Harry Platten even, and now they're beginning to trip over. And just look at how Padgton is being hung out to dry. Has he managed to keep it back? Has he managed to squeeze back, or is that him just falling off the back?
It's once you. These GXs are exactly the same as NASCAR. Once you're out the draft, you are in major trouble.
You absolutely are, yeah.
But I think he's just caught back up again. But interestingly, we're going to see the 27 scored in third as they go across the line, and the 22 might even get scored just on the transponder. No. It's officially to 44 from 22. Platten remains in 5th, Misters in 6th, and then at the back of this it's Joshua Padgett in the 23.
So Ronnie Townsend, he's pulled a gap of 2.2 after 4 laps. We've still got 3 minutes remaining as down the inside has gone Oliver Misters on the 32 there with the red overalls and the grey helmet just behind this one here, number 22. Just behind this one, the red overalls there, the number 32 had Joshua Padgett trying to come back at him. Padgett leans down behind his steering wheel. Oh, and there's a very slow moving 44, was it? No, looked like it was. And they've all come back together, these 4. It's Thomas Platten ahead of Harry Platten now. So battle of the Plattens as Harry got through.
If I nod on the steering wheel, I'll go faster.
He slides very wide as the number 22
correction
of Thomas.
There as well.
Yeah, Thomas Platten.
Some great shots here from Ash's camera. You can see everything that's going on in that 44's cockpit, and a lot of it I don't think is what he wants to happen, but look at that 32 under the inside there.
Yeah, Oliver Misters on the 32 ahead of Harry Platten. Now Harry Platten is kind of wondering what's just happened to him in the last couple of laps, because he's gone from 3rd place to 4th. Now he's behind Thomas Platten and Oliver Misters. He's going to try and think about coming back inside of 2 minutes to go, though, so time is running out.
Yeah, I mean, this is another classic slipstreamer, really, isn't it? But they have just separated a little bit off. The 44, who's been scrapping so hard, he's just separated a little bit from where he needs to be, which is getting a bit of a toe from Misters, isn't it? So you kind of think now the 23, which I notice also is the D plate holder, that has entered as 23. And they're 3. That's the purchase being lapped. That's fine. Yeah, it's only his 2nd race. That's fine. He's in a massive learning curve, and one of the things he needs to learn is how to get out of the way. He's done it brilliantly. So well done for you.
Now the number 44 didn't let that cart breathe coming out of home, and he paid the debt there, and the cart behind him. Who I'm trying to see what number he's got on the back of that cart.
It's the D. He's got a D plate on the back.
Why
of it.
has he got the D plate on the back?
Well, obviously he's 23 and he's the D plate, but he's entered his 23 rather than entering his D. I know. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
That's Joshua.
Ronnie Townsend winning by miles. By the way, I'm going to try and throw out the Ronnie Townsend interview at the end of this one.
Oh, great!
So we won't have to show it, but we can talk to him.
Yes. Yeah. Brilliant. We'll quickly run down. We're getting towards the heats, aren't we? We've got another 3rd heat for our 115 UKs.
That's it, yeah. And then we are
into the finals. The interesting bit.
Be interesting to see how long the finals are, because they are running about quarter of an hour late. So they may have to shorten the final. I think originally they were supposed to be 10 minutes, but they may have to shorten them.
All right, might go to 8 minutes. Great racing once again from the GX UK Juniors. Head towards the hairpin.
2nd and 3rd have got really close together according to my timing scale. I'm not sure where they are. Oh, there they are. No, they're not.
Yeah, there's only a quarter of a second in it. Gabby James now got Angus Langley.
And they're all together, that's why. And there is 2nd and 3rd. Gabby, I've realised, I was faffing about with the video. I've looked up again. And, of course, James has been caught up by this bunch. That's why. Because you can be out on your own. Dangerous when you haven't got a tow.
Yeah, absolutely. You just fall back towards the It's the physics, isn't it? It's the science. It's the 27 down the inside. Angus Langley,
must be annoying.
Gabby James, absolutely gets caught out and tries to come back, but just not enough for her. We say her. We wait to be corrected.
Sure. I'll apologise if it's not, but it's easier.
Yeah.
And the four of them together.
Yeah, 4 of them together, and we've had a change of position, and that's second place. It'll be the one lap to go board next time by. Ronnie Townsend leads by 4.5 seconds, as the second place driver now is Angus Langley, he's broken that toe. Off he goes. But these 3 behind, James, Platten and Misters, will work together on this final lap to get back on terms with Langley.
Just wondered if James may have lost a little bit of pace at one point because she was well away, and then as soon as Langley got past, he was able to gap.
Into the Hulme hairpin then. And it looks like Langley has broken enough of that toe to give himself a cushion. Gabby James, a little bit of a defensive line through Rossi. This very fast sweep at Clinton's, which leads into Barney's. That right-hander there. And now we're final stages of the lap, indeed final stages of this third and final heat. As the leader
comes over the
Ronnie
line.
Townsend crosses the line. The rest of the field come through, and who will it be? It will indeed be Angus Langley, Gabby James, Oliver Misters ahead of Thomas Platten on the last lap as Pageant comes through in 6th.
And now a chance to talk to our winner.
We might be at the final round of the Access Karting Series, but Ronnie Townsend here, he's already wrapped up the GX Junior category and he's the champion for 2024. Here we are, Ronnie, final round. You've got no pressure, mate. You've won the championship. Well done. Must be a great feeling, is it?
Yeah, it's really good. It's my first year in owners, so to do it, I mean, it's not just me, my dad as well has put a lot of work in, and to do it where I think we've had a lot of, sometimes rounds where we've had a lot of bad luck and there's a lot of rushing around and getting everything ready, but the feeling to be able to do it after all of that is really good.
Yeah, so it's first year in owner drivers. Have you come from the higher kart sort of karting field?
Yeah, so I started indoors. That's where I started, and it wasn't until 2022, so 2 years back, that I actually started competitive racing. Yeah. I started at Brentwood, the senior race league there, junior race league there, and I race in currently as well the Buckmore Pro Championship. Right. So that's where most of my experience comes from, and obviously team sport.
Right. These GX karts, they've got the Honda GX engine on them. It's all about the driver, isn't it? You've got no power to get you out of any trouble. What sort of driving style do you need to get the best out of them?
I think so. The key thing to remember is, with 2 strokes and stuff, all the time that you lose in the lap, you can make up from, all that extra torque. It's all about learning where the best exit is. I think the thing that matters with them most is finding that perfect setup with the perfect sprocket. Your gearing is so important with them because, as I said, with 2-stroke, the gain is not too much. You can get to top speed quite quick. Yeah. With these, they do bog down and they do take some time usually to pick up to pace.
Brilliant. Okay, there's kids at home watching this. They're going to their local indoor, they're going to their local hire kart place. What would you say to them about getting involved in GX Juniors?
I think everyone should. I think for this category, I think especially, as I said, these engines, more than Rotax, and I think even higher karts as well, these teach you how to drive because you haven't got that extra torque, but you've got that bogging down, and that you really learn throttle control, you learn braking. So anyone who's thinking of coming into owners, starting in something like this, or even cadets, or that you learn so much craft in it. So once you've learned how to drive one of these, you can drive anything afterwards. So this would be a good place to start.
What Ronnie forgot to say is they're pretty cheap as well. So he's the driver, though. He doesn't have to worry about that. Ronnie, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Champion
2024. What you got planned for next year?
Next year, so I'm going to go up to the GX UK Senior category and try do some stuff there as well.
With the big lads, yeah?
Yeah, 34 big lads.
Well done, mate. I'm sure you'll do well.
Thank you so much.
Ronnie Townsend there, the junior champion in GX.
And how many questions you ask after you shaken their hands?
He's a really nice
fantastic
kid,
guy. Brilliant guy. They're going around again. We can have a conversation. It's fine.
Really nice kid, him. And
Very good.
Presented himself very well.
Yeah, he's a great chap. And it's interesting, actually. I won't mention any names. We were talking about doing the paddock show last week, and a name was suggested to me by somebody. We went, no, he's a terrible interview.
He really was.
And
yeah. I know you mean.
You know,
but some kids are shy.
No, I'm not having a go at anybody. I'm not saying that. But the point is, it comes down to if you are someone who's got a little bit about you, or you can, even if you haven't got, but you can project a bit about you. You can put it on for 2 minutes.
But just have a conversation. Not to be scared of.
No one's trying
to conversation.
Yeah, this is not.
We're only going to talk about karting.
This is not the tabloid press of the 2000s. We're not trying to catch you out.
No. And we are recorded. So we have got our 115 UK
final
out.
heat.
Yeah, the last of the heats. I try not to say final heat because it's too close to finals. So the last of our heats.
Last heat.
It's all the last of our heats. The next
Round
time.
3.
So after this one, we get into our finals. This one's the 115cc air-cooled single-barreled TKM engines. So this is the modern TKM engine, the kind of thing you see in Formula TKM in the British Champs, the likes of which you see in the NKC. And we are about to go green. And Gordon Smith and Kai Draper will lead the field down to turn 1. Luke Ogden and Jordan Kendall on the second row behind, but it's very much a clear leader, and that's Gordon Smith carrying the O plate with the D plate holder, the Dragon plate holder, Luke Ogden in second.
Yeah, they've been the performance classes field so far. They've always been there or thereabouts on this now 10 kart field. It was more than 10 karts at the beginning of the day, so they've had a little bit of attrition. That can happen. Go Dom, says Matthew Cliff. I'm assuming it's Dom Cliff.
Yep.
Car 8.
Cliff.
Car 8 is getting a bit of fan clubbery. So,
Kart number what?
Kart number 11 in position 8.
It's late in the day. We've got 3 wide into the final couple of turns there as the 83 of Kai Draper. He's the 49 of Jordan Kendall ahead of Ash Robinson now, as they're getting very crowded in that midfield with karts moving ahead of one another towards Shoemakers. Out of Shoemakers, it's Ash Robinson ahead of the 83, Kai Draper, chasing after that number 49 of Jordan Kendall, the orange kart there, the green and white kart there with the white helmet. He's broken free, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's gone. Ash Robinson it is, I think, the 58, did I say?
Yep. There's a kind of a breakaway. The first 2 have gone, and then there's a kind of a gap. So you kind of go 1 and 2. There goes the 0 plate. There goes the D plate, and then we've got the 18, and then the 49, and then we're looking now at the 49 and the 58. So you can see them all. They've all gone a bit spreaded. You drop back a couple Ashes, a kind of a kerfuffle. That's the one. The 11, the 28. They're having a bit of a fight. The 11 is Dom Cliff. Go Dom, according to Matthew Cliff. And
he's made up 4 places already.
And then you've got the 83 as well, but that's Andrew Hicks actually got past Draper since they crossed the line. I think that was through Degner 1. So a partial Tony Kart livery for Dom. He's got a NASCAR panel, but obviously the front fairing may have had rather too much contact since he purchased the Tony Kart and replaced it with a plain one.
Yes, maybe. As they head into the Warnes hairpin, the absolute nose to tail for Dom Cliff and Kai Draper. Dom with the white nose, Kai Draper with the yellow and orange flashes on those black side pods. Cross the line. 3 laps completed. Gordon Smith still leading by a second now off Luke Ogden, who's ahead of Ben Jessup by just over a second. Jordan Kendall 4th, Ash Robinson 5th. Dom Cliff here on the number 11 is 6th with Andrew Hicks on the number 28 behind him. That's for 6th and 7th. Kai Draper dropping another couple of places, dropping to 9th now behind Jordan Coulson, just behind these 2.
Yeah, and up through Clinton. Right together. Quite sure whether really Hicks is shaping up for any sort of move on Dom, but they are looking a little bit active. One thing I quite like about this series, because it is people having fun, is how many of the suits are absolutely caked in mechanical work.
Yes,
There's oil stains and there's that sort of things, and there's a couple of people who've come to shake our hands, and we've gone,
honestly,
oh right, that's fine, don't mind.
Some of these race suits, I think, have been used for about a decade, and have been used for shoveling coal as well. It's they've seen a lot of work. This is grassroots level karting. This is grassroots level motorsport. Actually, I mean, access karting. It does what it says on the tin. This is how you access karting. How do we go kart racing? How do you access karting?
Absolutely. I enjoy indoor karting. I enjoy Club 100. But Club 100 is oversubscribed and has its own problems. What can I do? Well, for a small step up, I can run my own kart. And none of these karts are expensive.
And
nothing's cheap in motorsport, but none of them are expensive in comparison to other karts.
An excellent grounding on a TKM engine or even a GX engine before you go to an iArmy or a Rotax.
Or why do you need to? Carry on enjoying yourself.
No, well, the faster karts is what you aspire to, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nothing like a bit of road tax fun occasionally. Yeah, I mean, I think it's but there is a thing with horse, of course, isn't it? And it's like, there's people who want to have the fastest and the most powerful. They want to enjoy that. They enjoy that kind of element. It's like, I'd never buy the 1.6L when the 2-litre gear was available.
You drive an RS4 Audi.
Exactly. So I'm not driving
You're not driving a
no.
You're not driving
I'm not driving
a black edition.
2-litre TFSI.
Yes. Oh, got a hand in the air.
Oh, you got a red flag.
A yellow flag because the cart is off at the hairpin at Holmes.
Cart is fine.
That's Kai Draper.
Yeah, the cart is fine.
That's Kai Draper. Yeah, Kai's on his feet, of course. This battle rages still then for 6th. Dom Cliff and Andrew Hicks. I'm not sure whether or not anything's going to change there, as the leader already crosses the line to complete 7 laps. There's just under 90 seconds remaining. It's a very well spaced out 115 UK field at the moment. This is the only battle we've got, and I think Andrew Hicks is beginning to get a little bit impatient. Remember, of course, that they can see the timer. They can see the timer coming down. Every time they come under the start gantry, they know how much time is left. So they know, Nick, how much time is left to make that move. And if Andrew Hicks is thinking, well, I can get ahead of him if from here or there or whatever.
And as with the NKC, there are points for each of your qualifying rounds,
absolutely.
as well as, of course, a better grid position for the final.
Yeah, championship points. Yes. Yeah, it all counts. It all counts getting further up the championship table. And it's not necessarily about who's going to win the championship. It's about where you finish ahead of your mates.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, most of these things will start going, well, I'm not going to... My aim is to finish the top 10. My aim is to be... I was 7th last year, I want to be 6th. My aim is to beat Barry, and they've got a big yellow flag now. Is someone else off?
We've got yellow flag.
Oh, yeah, we've got someone off on the inside. The inside of the straight after Degner as well.
But that's still Kai Draper.
No, there's 2 karts off. There's a kart over there, and there's a kart at Holm, on the outside of Holm.
Yeah, the one on the outside of Holm is Kai Draper.
And the one over there, you can't see.
Right, I can't see that for Ash. Yeah,
Ash's head is blocking you.
Yeah, we've got the 1 lap to go board next time by for Golden Smith.
And there's not a lot of the laps to overtake on because it's mostly yellow flag.
Mostly yellow flag, mostly under caution. So Golden Smith crosses the line. We're going to have to potentially leave this race-long battle of 6th for 6th
Which
and
means
7th.
It'll change.
Which means that it'll change.
Guaranteed. So who's our lead? The O plate?
Oh, here we go, hang on. Side by side towards Ogden. The yellow flag has come in. So Andrew thought he'd have a bash at it.
Well, you might miss our leader then.
I didn't mean that literally, by the way.
Let's stay with this.
We're going to have to, because this is getting very, very heated. Out of Shoemaker into the Denny Hulme hairpin.
We're assuming it's Denny Hulme. We don't know officially.
It's spelt the same, so it's got to be.
Profile it's Barry Hulme, who used to be the club treasurer or something.
Well, for me, it's Denny Hulme, the 1967 Formula 1 world champion.
Died of a heart attack whilst driving.
Yes, he did, in the Australian series, didn't he? The Kiwi driver.
Not the only well-known driver that happened to. Jerry Marshall as well, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. What a way to go. Here we go then. The checkered flag flies. Golden Smith takes the win. Luke Ogden second, Ben Jessup, Jordan Kendall, Ash Robinson, and who's it going to be?
Pushing him along.
It's Dom Cliff who takes it 6th place from Andrew Hicks. Absolutely glued together. The gap at the line was 0.12 of a second.
I demand a closer result.
Behind them, Jordan Coulson, James Purchase, Tom Stalker, and Kai Draper. We lost on lap 5. We lost Tom Stalker on lap 7, and we lost James Purchase on lap 8. Would you believe? Straight into the finals, Nick.
Yeah, I think we might have a bit of a gap. I'm going to try and see if I can bung quick one of our interviews out, because we are You need to talk while I find it, otherwise I get told off for thinking about it.
I am going to suggest that we need to have a complete rundown of the grids for the finals, because that's been decided after our heats, of course. And the first final we've got for you is our 100 UKs, the 100cc TKM engines, the 1990 chassis. But let's go to a quick chat that we had with someone. Who was it, Nick?
Mr. Williams.
Excellent. Much to Nick's chagrin, I found the grandfather of karting here. Philip Williams has been around karting a long time. Philip, you've been around karting a long time, you were telling me, but 4 or 5 years with the Access Series. Tell me what you brought you to the Access Series.
Well, it's very important to get more people into the sport, and I got my 2 sons here racing in it, and I think it's just a lovely weekend away for everybody, but it's very competitive, and it's just a good weekend away.
Now, you support the series, Williams Catering Products. Right. That's your family company, I take it, and I see there is 5 carts liveried with your company livery, so you're more than just a participant, aren't you?
I am, but I've got no money left. I'm skint now.
Well, it's your fault for 5 carts. Are you mainly in the UK, under UK category?
All the UK. We do 6 series and some other sport as well, other series. But this is the main one to try and help the sport develop into a bigger field.
And you've obviously been around, 4 or 5 years. Yeah. How have you seen it grow then? Because it seems to be quite a popular paddock. This.
It's very growth quite a lot, but it takes a lot to do. It's hard work to get these carts right at the weekend, and it's not a cheap sport.
No, but getting them right, that's the attraction, isn't it?
I'm the old granddad of being a mechanic, you see.
Yeah.
So we got to set them up and get them all going correctly.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time.
Yeah. And you've got 5 drivers to look after. That's not easy.
My granddaughter as well.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Wish you all the very best, Williams Catering Products and Williams Kart Racing Team. Here in numbers they are.
Mr. Williams, who I still don't recognise as the official granddad of karting. That's still you.
No, it is official.
Do you want to do the proper grid then?
Well, yeah, I just want to mention Williams Catering Products, a massive supporter of the Access Karting Series, and long may it continue. Great to have you. Right, we've got the grid formed for the 100 UK Championship final, the seniors, 100 UK seniors, I should say. It's the championship finale, and it's the driver on the pole position. And Liam Hamling is on the pole position. James Rees on the E plate is alongside. Second row of the grid is the D plate holder James Ogden, with Paul Streether alongside him. Wes Graves and Jamie Scott share row 3. We've then got Richard Wake and Dominic Pine on row 4. Row 5 is Owen Potter and Brendan Williams, with Ross Goodwin and Scott Williams on row 6. Row 7 is Sean Taylor and Matt Rivett. Row 8 is Cyril Smith and Ben Miles. Then we've got Nathan Williams and Matthew Lawrence on row 9. Row 10, Andrew Bradley, Alex Foster. Samantha Topless shares row 11 with John Allen. And then we've got Leonardo Taggio sharing row 12 with, Sergio, is Leonardo Sergio's brother?
Yeah.
So the brothers Taggio share row 12. Leonardo and Sergio. And then rounding off 25 carts in the 100 UK field is Sam Forbes.
10-minute finals.
10 minutes and, 1 lap. So slightly longer than, in fact, 3 minutes longer. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be interesting, to say the least. I'm expecting a bit of fireworks here because Liam Hamling, we know how quick he is, but we've got an E plate holder and a D plate holder just behind. And Paul Streether, Wesley Graves and Jamie Scott are not that far behind, as are Richie Wake and Dominic Pike.
We've got a problem for the white cart, not picking up at all at the back of this. I'll get the number in a second.
I was going to say that's really helpful.
He's in the Thanks a lot. It's the 48. The 48 cart's got, there's Ross Goodwin, is not picking up. Now, I don't know whether he's actually going to wait. Is he going to wait for the field to come round and go past it? Or is he going to try and catch up, or is he going to pull into
I think he's still trying to clear that oil, mate.
Is he going to give up?
Yeah, he would have blasted away if he could. I think that's the only way to do it.
He's retiring. He's retiring.
Yeah, he's pulling in. He's oiled up. The only way to get around that is to change the plug.
Right.
And these drivers really tugging on the wheel to get some energy into those tyres, get them up to temperature. It's cooled off, hasn't it?
Yep,
we've clouded all over. In fact, we could even have what was forecast, a 30% chance of very light rain. No, that was the forecast. I think it's kind of circumnavigating us, so hopefully it'll stay away. Don't want it to spoil our finals, that's for sure. We've got the field making their way through. We have had the number 48 of Ross Goodwin. He's had to pull off. And Ross was...
The rain's now at 10 o'clock.
In 11th place. There you go. Just the lighting on that camera has completely changed.
I don't know, it's gone all horribly wrong. Sorry about everyone watching it.
Here we go.
And we're off. E-plate on the outside with the 71 and the E and the purple, but on the inside, Hamling, is he going to come out the first corner in the lead? He is, go around Dayton 1, and they're going to scream past our curb cap.
Great stuff from the 100 UKs as ever. Absolute chaos in the midfield. It looks like chaos from here. When you're in amongst that, it's not. Because you
it's
only
total
have to,
chaos.
It's not actually, because you're only focusing on the guy in front or alongside. You forget about everybody behind you. You can't see the chaos. But it's a great battle at the front for sure. As we stream through the first part of this Ellough Park, we're getting towards the final couple of corners.
Fourth and fifth change there, I think. Not 100% sure.
And it's gone very dark.
That's the camera. It's not the camera. Why it's doing that.
Here we go, then let's see who it is. It's the pole position driver Liam Hamling, who's hung on to the lead from James Rees, Jamie Ogden, Wesley Graves, Paul Streether, Jamie Scott, Richard Wake, Dominic Pine, Owen Potter, and it's Sean Taylor there rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, trying to break away now, Liam, trying to get a bit of a lead. Not really working because it's being the other plates, the E and the D plates, are absolutely following him like a leech in an attempt to get onto him. But the 22 car in fourth.
Up from 17th has gone Matthew Lawrence, up to 11th. In fact, 18th he started. He's gone up 6 places. He was the biggest mover on that first lap. The other big mover, Samantha Topless. Samantha up 5 places to 15th to start at 20th, making her progress massively through this field.
Yeah. Excellent moving forward. But now they've done the equidistant thing, haven't they? They're all going, I'm about a third of a second in front of you, I'm about half a second in front of you. So whether this now becomes a much more tactical race,
whether it becomes a high-speed game of chess.
Oh, it could do, couldn't it? It's all about momentum.
Yes, of course
it could do. Oh, Leicester to the spots of rain. Thanks, Leicester.
Yeah, there you go.
Not what we wanted to know whatsoever.
My forecaster, my app, did forecast the potential of light rain. Now, we're on slick tyres, remember, everybody. There's nobody on treaded tyres. It's all slick tyres. So when it does rain, it will have an effect. Yeah, it will have an effect. So we'll wait and see what the lap times are like. We're lapping in 47.8 at the moment. That's the fastest lap there is, 47.86, 47.89 as they cross the line, 3 laps completed. No change in the order though, Nick.
Yeah, at the moment this rain is just concerning us. It wouldn't be concerning the drivers at all.
We're losing Jamie Scott. Jamie Scott plummeting down the order. I'm not sure what's happened to him.
Second and third now getting closer as it's the E versus the D. Rees in the E, Alton in the D. That's the English plate versus the Dragon plate. It's England v Wales, so they're not necessarily English or Welsh, just where they won it. A little bit of a squiggle on the old visor there from Rees, whether he's getting psychologically affected by the psychological rain, who knows?
He wiped his visor.
Yeah, no, I don't know if he did actually. I think
oh yes, he did. Yeah, he did. The E-plate,
he's not enjoying it.
Yeah, he's wiping the. He's obviously got spots of rain.
Oh, look at the camera.
There's spots of rain on Leicester's camera for sure. He's right where the rain is, isn't he?
It just doesn't look like there should be rain here. No. Look at the sky. It doesn't look like. And the marshal's going, why is there rain? Because there's no sign that there should be rain.
I'll tell you how heavy the rain is. Leicester's getting out his plastic bag.
Leicester's plastic bagging it.
Yeah.
Blimey, it's a plastic bag from Leicester.
He's into the
pits.
So
we apologise for a kind of a blank area in the coverage because Leicester's got a plastic bag.
Right, Nick, tell you what. Track beginning to look slippery at shoemaking.
I just see the
definitely.
I just saw the slippery surface flag out at home.
So we've got light rain.
Shaking head. Liam Hamlin making hay at the moment and pulling away.
The light rain that was forecast has arrived.
It's heavier than it's supposed to be.
And it's, well, I don't know about that. It was just light rain.
Oh, coming together there.
Yeah, and that's down to slippery surface there.
A bit of a wave there.
He slid wide. He absolutely slid wide as into the T73 hairpin. It's going to be very tricky now, Nick, as they cross the line. Liam Hamling already ahead by 3.5 seconds. James Ogden now in second. Wesley Graves up to third. We are losing Dominic Pine, who's dropped 12 places and dropping like a stone.
Yeah, there's a few who've had some problems in this weather. I'm not sure if it's still raining. It may even have stopped again because it's Slippery Surface flags are still out. I'm not seeing rain in the air. The wind did massively pick up for a second and then drop again. We're back with Leicester Division, if that's good news.
Leicester Division bringing us this battle between James Ogden and it looks like Wesley Graves.
Leicester's going to need to wipe his lens.
Yeah,
absolutely. He's arguing with the wind and the rain. It's a common cameraman's joy. Oh, it's windy and rainy.
So Wes Graves has gone through and ahead of James Ogden and about to be taken by Paul Streether now. James Ogden on that D plate is struggling with this slippery surface for sure, as he's about to lose another place. He's already lost out to Paul Streether. He's got the E plate, has he behind him? Yes, he has. James Rees now queuing up behind James Ogden, and he's clearly not at ease with the slippery surface there. And when it does get wet, Nick, it absolutely gets very treacherous.
In the air there
from the E plate.
Oh,
he gives it back.
I think he's lapping the 32, I think. No,
yes,
no.
I don't know what's
going
that's about.
No, Potter's in 6th. No,
Yeah,
they're just
yeah,
talking
that's
about moving forward together.
That's a
what
move.
earth is that all about?
That's a move. I think Potter's tried and pushed him, and then he's gone, I'll give you back the place.
All right, okay.
I don't know. I'm just speculating there.
We're back with Leicester Division again. We're with the purple E and the 32 behind it. Their positions are 4 and 5, Leicester, as they come round and underneath where you are. So it's easy to see it's the purple one. There we go. Screen still a little bit. Let's not Leicester's forward towards the rain.
Yeah, I think Leicester's right in the wind.
I think once again we're giving Leicester the best position in the house. Not. He's not getting any danger money. That's it.
Under 3.5 minutes remaining of this final then.
Yeah, definitely the weather's really put a spanner in the works for both of the plate holders. Both Ogden and Rees have not seemed as happy with the damp as some of the others. Wesley Graves and Streether have done particularly well, but in fairness, Liam Hamling, who's out by 5 seconds, has found absolutely no issue whatsoever with whatever Mother Nature was throwing at him.
Yeah, Liam Hamling, he's more at ease on the slippery surface. It's always a voyage of discovery when the rain comes. You just don't know how heavy the rain is coming. You're getting an idea because you can see the drops on your visor, but then that can give you a false impression of just how much grip there is out there. And then off these straights onto the brakes, before you know it, you are locking up your rear axle and pointing the wrong way. So it is very, very tricky. And if the rain increases, then it gets even more trickier. It was going to be a little sort of
squall blew over. Yeah,
little clouds of rain just dropping, very light rain.
Oh, look at the action there. Who went looking down the outside? Streether and Graves. No, it's Ogden and Streether. Ogden out the inside trying to pick up the podium place.
Now that the track is getting dry, now that the rain has stopped, we've now got James Ogden, who's got better pace. He's better pace with a completely dry track. And Streether, who got ahead of him because of the damp track, is now under pressure from James Ogden, who's now more comfortable.
And then up the inside he goes. Beautiful move. That's a great overtaking. It's a very opportunist move really into the corner at Barney's after a good run through Clinton's. And they continue going through. Will he be able to get up to the 22 of Wesley Graves in second? Liam Harding's gone. Ian Hamlin's gone. He's 5 seconds up the road. He's effectively in his own postcode now, but these four fighting hard.
Oh, he's under a lot of pressure, is Streether. He liked the damp, didn't he? He was much more at ease with that kart moving around on the slippery track. However, it's gone back to dry, and the D plate holder James Ogden off and into third place and catching that number 22 there just in the foreground.
55 is being lapped.
So the number 22 is the black kart there, the red helmet, is being chased down by the green helmet of James Ogden. Streether still hanging on in that red and black kart, still hanging on ahead of the purple kart. That's a great angle there. Why is that the first time I've seen that?
I don't know, that's not actually the karts we were looking at though.
Oh right, it doesn't matter, it was a great angle. Yeah, I like that. That was a fabulous angle.
Yeah. Of not the cards we're looking at.
Yeah, of not the cards we're looking at. These are not the cards
you're looking
at
for.
Inside the final minute then.
So we are concentrating at the moment. We will switch a minute to our leader, but at the moment we've got the battle really between the 22, who's just going around the home corner now, and then being chased up by the O plate, the D plate and the E plate, but the sandwich in between is Street, who seems to have recovered his pace again. Red 26 car in the centre of that field of cars, the four of them, as they hop over the hill. And they're just about to start. They're going to get two more because of how far ahead Hamling is of the rest of the field. I'll sort out there in this race.
Yeah, Hamling 6.6 seconds ahead. And the rest of the field now as one, as Wes Graves has for company. He's got two more laps to hang on to this second place and doing a fine job of doing that. The McLaren Scholarship driver back in his youth, as Streether comes under attack from James Rees. The purple cart of James Rees trying to get by Paul Streether, and likewise the cart ahead of him, the grey cart there, the green helmet alongside. Oh, not quite the pace though. And Wesley Graves, cool as you like.
Oh,
Graves
on the inside now, got him.
Yeah, great.
He's only one though.
Textbook, only one move. He's about to lose. 6 carts have joined in now.
Yeah, it's going to be a scrap.
So Wes Graves now hanging on to third, and Paul Streether absolutely on his bumper into the final lap.
7 seconds behind Liam Hanley. This is all happening now, but we may have to nip off and see our leader. If I can work out where the heck he is.
Yeah, he's ahead of this lot.
Okay, Ash, you need to just go across the other side. Coming underneath you right now is the 41.
There he is, Liam Hamling.
Going underneath you now by you, Leicester, the 41, silver, black, going down towards the... no, he's not got it. Okay, Leicester hasn't got it.
Liam Hamling into the hairpin there, and he will come into our view now through the T73 hairpin and through the final sweep for him this afternoon, and will take the win in the 100 UK Senior Championship finale. In second place coming through now, that's the gap between the leader Hamling and the rest of the field. James Ogden finishes in second. Wesley Graves did indeed hang on to that third place on that last lap, but it was all changed behind him as Paul Streether has had an off and falls down the field, and he's off and out of it. Behind Wes Graves was Owen Potter. James Rees finishes in 5th, Richard Wake 6th, Brendan Williams 7th, Matthew Lawrence 8th, Ben Miles, Sean Taylor. In 11th place was Andrew Bradley, 12th was Matt Ribbett, Dominic Pine was 13th, 14th was Nathan Williams, and then we had Sam Forbes in 15th. The rest of the finishers, Leonardo Taggio, Cyril Smith, Paul Streether will be classified as 19th, as Sergio Taggio classified in 20th. Samantha Topless went out on lap 7. John Allen we lost on lap 5, and Jamie Scott we lost on lap 2. Very, very dominant win that for Liam Hamling. Behind them, though, some fabulous racing from these TKM Engine 100 UKs. The season is finished for them, and as ever, we call that as the provisional result. We've got to get through Tech, remember. Anything can happen in Tech, and so we leave that with Liam Hamling winning. James Ogden on the second step of the podium, with Wes Graves on the third and final step. The second of our finals, then, it's the F300s. Now then, we had Mike Kenworthy on the GX620, the V-twin. He had a non-finish in that second heat, which has put him down the grid, hasn't it? Let's have a look at the grid proper, though, before they appear on track. We'll probably go over this on the warm-up lap, Nick. Oliver Warner starts on the pole. Jack Reeve, we saw how well he can go. He starts alongside. Guy Hefford on the number 1 starts on the second row alongside Gary Woodward. We've got Chubbs, nigh Cortitho White, as he's formerly known. He starts on row 3 with James Price alongside. Ryan Martin and Mike Kenworthy start on row 4. Andrew Warren, Andy Martin start on row 5. Jason Cooper and Brett Knapp are on row 6. Row 7, Nicholas Clare and James Reeve. And then we've got Rob Hewlin and Frank Soto. With Lily Braham, after that non-finish, will start at the back.
Unfortunately, 2 non-finishes for Lily.
Was it 2?
Yeah.
Ah, right, there you go.
Just been out there, it's really weird because there's not a single drop of water on any of the cars. It came down and got dried off by the
Leicester.
Yeah, and it got dried off by the wind instantaneously.
So it was just on Leicester.
Yeah. Basically, Leicester's got his own little cloud.
Yes. He's going to sing us a little White Rain Cloud next.
Yeah. Are you on coffee duty or? Oh, it's commentary as well.
Yes.
Can you do it in a lap and a half?
Yes.
Okay, so we're getting ready to run with the F300 final. As the engines grumble and growl with their very different displacements. We've got a rotary, we've got a V-twin, we've got big singles. No one's put a Chevy V8 in there, but I'm sure that's to come. Okay, let's just get Meal Deal out to his camera. Come on. Oh, we just amused ourselves there immensely. So, lovely shot there of the variants of these machines. I mean, this is really an oral pleasure. That's A-U-R-A-L, oral. A-oral pleasure as much as a visual one with these karts. Giving the sound of many, many different engine displacements, but they are rumbling. You can hear them coming. It's like an express train coming towards you as they get ready to get underway for this 10-minute F300 Championship final here at the Access Karting Round 6 at Ellough Park. Will they get a big green light? They do, and they're away and straight away into Degner 1. There is no Degner 2. Oh, and immediately it's gone horribly wrong for our pole man with a big accident as well. He's got going again. He's been knocked straight again and into the lead. We'll come back to, but what happened is actually off the lead. He comes down. As he turns in, he gets tagged. Oh no, what happened was the guy in third, Woodward, had a locked up and went into the back of him. So very, very, very bad luck for one of our front, 2 or 3 of our front guys, but into the lead has gone. And it looks like Ryan Martin, the 17, has cut in from 6th place after all that kerfufflage. And he's ahead from the 620, the massive, thundering 6th with Mike Kenworthy, 2nd already. As they come rolling down the straight. And to complete the first lap, this is going to be a major shuffling out the positions as Kenworthy looks to take the lead, but no, backs out. Look at that, bang, Martin, Kenworthy up, Price. I've never seen the screen move so much in her first lap. Lee Bray up to 8th from 13th. She's running, and it looks like if we lost it, they're way off the back, or we lost. No, they all got road going in the end. Hewlin and Clare were obviously involved in some of the problems. But it is Martin with the Union Jack nose and fairing leading at the moment from an under pressure from the effectively World War II bomber that is the 630 of Mike Kenworthy. So Kenworthy with the big V-twin.
Absolute tragedy for Jack Reeve, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lost 8th place. Guy Heaven, another big loser as well, involved in that.
It was unlucky. What happened was the 3rd place man locked up and braking and then tagged the back of the lead. It was completely unintentional. Kenworthy looks again a chance of going round Degner 1.
Plenty of time for Mike to just wait his time and wait for Ryan Martin to hurt his tyres, if you like. Yeah, I think that's what the sort of waiting game we're playing.
The incident at the first corner was absolutely definition of a racing incident. Very bad luck for our leader. He's just going to sit there and curse his luck, but no, these things happen, really. That's what it is. These things happen.
What I love about the F300s is you can visibly see them punch off the corner. Look at that. Look at the way they punch off the corner.
Well, they've got at least 40 horsepower, haven't they?
Yeah. 38 to 40 horsepower on these things, at least. Here they come. Now watch this. Oh, look at that from Kenworthy. He put the throttle in and the back end just squirmed for traction.
Well, this is the point. You're putting the same 40 horsepower on the same contact patch as the GXs are putting 9 or 8. And, with the same sort of tyre. And there's a tyre excuse me, there's only so much I can do.
Yeah, delicate throttle modulation coming out of these corners. And they're all tight corners here at Ellough Park, aren't they? That's the thing. I love to watch these F300s through that left and right section. Fantastic. Now watch them punch off this corner. Bosh, there it goes. Towards the hairpin.
What we have seen, to be honest, again, is the fact that they can overcome the grip of the tyres. They can overcome physics on 2 wheels. Because you do have to be a little bit more throttly sensitive.
Oh, you would go all about momentum on that short straight past the start-finish gantry. And Mike Kenworthy He makes the move. Look, just fires the kart into the right-hander at Shoemaker's there. And now Mike will, after a bit of a character-building day with a non-finishing Heat 2, gets to where he was planning to be. He's kind of on the left in that kart, as you've said, Nick.
Oh, absolutely. There's no room for him. It's all engine.
Yeah, the VX V-twin, leaving no room for the driver in the central position. So a little bit of a tricky one to balance up, I would think. But Kenworthy now
pulling away
off into first.
And the question is now whether the 17 of Martin can hold on. He's got Price, but drop back one to Price in the whitish kart, Ash. And there he is. And that is your third place man, the 11. Now he's got himself into a kind of a no man's land as well. So actually the battle actually is 4th and 5th. Let's drop back to the 4th and 5th battle that's going around home at the moment. It's the green kart is in 5th. I think that's isn't that recovering pole man, the number 11, number 1, and Gary Heffern, who was chasing down the 5 there of Jack Reed. Both of those were involved in issues at the start of the race. They're on a recovery drive, but obviously they have lost quite a bit of time. Kenworthy and Gang, but they are the closest battle on the pitch then, on the track.
Yeah, it's a bit of a recovery drive for the number 1 Guy Hefford, who's coming through. Jack Reeve coming through with him. Still a little bit of a gap as Jack Reeve, Guy Hefford, 4th and 5th now. And
with the one kart, that's the green and the white machine. A little bit on his own now, actually, in Finn. In fact, this one's really strung out after a fantastic opening stanza, a couple of laps, but it's really just kind of. You notice a little kind of subtle bit of opposite lock he was applying there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because these things like
turns in, and even at that high speed sweep at Rossi, you could easily break traction.
Back now with the further back down the field with Leicester, and it's the golf-coloured machine, the number 89, is it? 69,
yeah,
the 69 of Super Cooper, and the 22 going down the main straight now. Ash, you can pick that. That's it. Brilliant.
He's been racing 18 years as Super Cooper. He's won the F300 Championship twice, and he's raced all sorts of, I think he said things rather than just cars.
No, well,
so that may be bikes, cars, whatever.
Lawnmowers.
And he has a 4-wheel dwarves.
I don't think he does.
Seems to be the trend in this class.
Yes. Is it because that they're the biggest, beefiest cars? They're afraid of small things.
I don't know.
But he's now under putting an attack in as he goes up and over the hill, trying to get past Andrew Warren.
I think if I've mentioned this in the heats, I don't care because I want to say that the thing I love the most about this F300 class is they all sound different. It's not just that single tone from each engine. Each engine has a different tone. Reminds me of kind of sports car racing, different classes, where you have different engine tones and different noises. And each one of these kart engines, Lily Brame is on a rotary, and that's just a screamer. It's doing 10,500 revs.
Charlie Tribbles tells us it's certainly an experience sitting in a racing V-twin. I should know. I've got one myself. I should have been there in this race today. Yes, you should, Charlie. So I'm sure you've got a very good reason why you're not here.
We need to measure Charlie's reason for not being here. So can you tell us why you're not here, Charlie?
Yeah, if a birth of a child,
I don't care how embarrassing it is.
Injury, that's fine. Yeah. Birth of a child injury is allowed.
I'm not sure.
No?
I'm not sure.
Not birth of a child.
Even if he was getting married today.
Well, that's plenty of time of the day, isn't there? To get married.
Yeah, exactly. This is a great little tussle, isn't it?
And it is the only tussle as well.
Yeah, Andrew Warren. Got a little bit on Andrew Warren. Started racing last year. He started racing after rental cars.
He's saying that. I think we've got to come into... Yeah, OK, Ash, we need to move up to 2nd, 3rd and 4th because they've come together. So I don't know how you're going to do this because they're actually... you pick them up now at the bottom of the track, Ash, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're going round the... Ash, you got them? Yep. That's 3rd and 4th. They come together.
Stuff. Great work. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there. A little bit of a nudge from the 51.
Sorry, what would a big bit of a nudge be then?
Hang on, that's the number 5.
For 11, yeah. This
that's
is
Jack Reed.
This is 3rd and 4th game.
Here he goes, down the inside, into 3rd place. He's struggled to get by. Now remember, this was one of the drivers involved in that first corner shunt. And Jack Reed had overall honours on his checklist.
Right.
No question coming into this final.
He's now got a chance to catch up to the Union Jack of Ryan Martin. I think the Kenworthy's away, and more importantly, has got an awful lot of power in reserve.
Well, we've got less than 2 minminutes for him to do
But
that.
he's catching a hand over fist.
Absolutely.
Absolutely hand over fist he's catching.
44.2, Ryan Martin 44.4, 44.2, but he was overtaking, and that's just disappeared.
That's gone. That lead's gone. I mean, in 2 corners' time, I turned like 1 corner time, he's on his tail. So
Ryan is going to be starting to think defensively, though. He's going to be able to hear. He might. You know what? I'm saying
you could probably hear from the other county.
He might not, because of the note coming from his engine on that number 17. Here they come then into the hairpin. Oh, look at that! Just absolutely firing out the corner. There's a minute of this race left, and one lap, and there he goes.
Doesn't need a minute, but he's now got a situation where he's 2.4 seconds or 5 seconds behind Mike Kenworthy. And in fairness to Ryan, he didn't fight that unnecessarily. I think he realised this was going to be the best he could get is punted off, so he just let him go. I mean,
I think so.
I suppose, this is the thing. These are not the same. Some of these cars are quicker than the others, and as you pointed out earlier, at certain tracks, some are quicker than others now at other tracks.
Yeah. And if you just happen to be at Ellough Park on a kart that prefers 3 sisters, then you are going to have a bit of a long day. But you'll get, it'll all come back to you, won't it? Sort of, well, in this series, of course, Clay Pigeon, that long straight at Clay Pigeon, very short lap on one of these, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Inside of the final minute, in fact, inside the final 30 seconds.
Well, it's 2 laps, and he gained 0.6 per second. So it's not. I think it's going to be a tall order for this green overall.
Oh, you know what?
Number 5 to catch up.
It's coming down, and there he is. There's the
Kenworthy.
leader.
Come on, you put
There's
your foot
the
down.
leader, Mike
Bit
Kenworthy.
shortly on the camera there. To be honest.
He will see the last lap to go aboard, and Mike will be nursing those tyres, because it would be very easy to overheat those rear tyres on these karts with the amount of power that you put through that rear axle. So a bit of tyre management.
He is closer.
He is definitely closing.
I think we're 2 laps away from the grandstand finish.
I think we are.
I think they're going to get. It'll get within a second.
One more lap.
So last time it was 1.91. Now, 0.7 of a second. So it's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Mike can make a mistake, but it's fine. Can we just shuffle forward to Mike?
I actually think
Ash, just get the leader.
I actually
blue
think
cart, because he is. They've got a bit of back markery to get past. He's done that. So it's Kenworthy.
I actually think, Nick, that it's going to be very easy to make a mistake on these cars.
Yeah.
But Kenworthy, I think, is experienced enough not to be fazed by the green. In his peripheral, he'll see that green Jack Reeve kart and overall colour. In fact, he's got this. He's got this. One more corner, one more real corner to go. Actually, the sweeping right onto the stop finish of the corner in one of these.
Oh, yeah.
As Mike Kenworthy takes the checkered flag to take the F300 grand finale here at Ellough Park. Jack Reeve, what a drive. That was a drive of the race, I think.
Yeah, pretty
Jack
up
Reeve.
after that problem first lap.
Second, Ryan Martin third. James Price fourth. Guy Hefford, a recovery drive for him. Chubbs was sixth, with Jason Super Cooper will come through in seventh on that Gulf livery kart there. And then we had Andrew Warren, Gary Woodward. Lily Brame is coming through any moment now, and we will hear that Wankel engine
we've got
on that frame. Lily Brame and Andy Martin finished 10th and 11th, then Nicholas Clear and Rob Hewlin will be classified as 12th and 13th.
The reason for Charlie Tibbles not being able to do this was lifetime and money, which is fair enough.
Okay.
Gearhead James, anyone know where I can find info on F300 regulations, etc.? Access Karting. I'm sure it'll be on the Access Karting page.
No, it's not.
Is it not? Okay,
no, because this is not part of the championship.
F300's. Sorry, it's F300, of course, are guesting here, but permanent next year.
If you do find anything, let me know, because I haven't been able to find anything all week. And all right, I didn't spend all week trying to find it. I had a look and I couldn't find anything, and I had to move on. But yeah, this is the F300 is going to be renamed F300 UK, and will become part of the Access Karting series, and we'll have a 6-round championship within the. I have had some info that there will be a 6-round championship and an O plate.
Are you a Facebook group?
Are you listening to me?
No, I'm finding information for you. It's a Facebook group.
I know that, but regulations is what we're talking about.
Right.
So a 6-round championship plus an O play for next season. and the F300s will be a big part of that championship. So
yes, to the person who wrote in, who was, of course, hang on a second. It was wrong page. It was Gearhead James. There's an F300 page on Facebook, and I'm sure it's a good place to start, because if you can't find the regulations, there'll be someone who manages the page who'll tell you where they are.
True.
Just join it and message them, and everything will be fine.
So, Paul,
hang on a second. Fletcher Racing, the engines are loaded like 4K from Germany for F300. Well, yeah, they are, but that's if you decide to go for the Beeland engines, which are €3,500. But there are many, many options. And realistically, actually, yes, that's a lot of money, but with engines, the actual cost is keeping them going. If it doesn't need a rebuild, I mean, I don't know, there might be a rebuild every 2 minutes, I don't know. If it doesn't need a rebuild very often, or it doesn't need that much, it ends up total cost of the lifetime of the engine is actually more important. But that's what I think. And
well, we are going to move on to our GX UK Senior Championship finale. Brad Philpott as our champion-elect after a very successful season. No, he isn't. But race winner Jacob Sharrock is. Jacob took a race win at round 3, which was at Houghton Park, wasn't it? So, you know, we've got Jacob. That's, yes, it was at Houghton Park. That is very, very adept at being able to control the pace of a race and knows how to win a race. Alongside him is Matthew Roberts. Second row of the grid is Brad Philpott and Tom Angler. Third row is Tom Sully and George Massey. We've then got Simon Fuller and Paul Handley. Alex Van Gien and Thomas Butler are on row 5. Tim Kansas and Oscar Poyetti are on row 6. Row 7 is Sebastian Musica and Ethan Hall. And then we've got Kyle Power, Glenn Freeman, Thomas Burgess, Ben White, Alexander Horn, Daniel Patrick's the first of the novices.
Here they come.
As they come through.
Purple cart is Brad Philpott in third place. Best known racer in this field. And not a great start from second. Immediately lost the momentum going around the corner. And there's real scufflage there. They're going round again, are they?
No. He was complaining about being hit.
All right, I thought
he was complaining about being hit there.
There was a lot of that going on.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. It's the number 46, Tom Sully, who finds himself, bizarrely, at the front of this field. He's wondering how he got there. Jacob Sharrock on the orange and white cart finds himself in second. And then Brad Philpott, looking very menacing, very composed in the seat of that all-plate cart. He's got the purple livery cart. And these three now breaking away. It's all about that. 10 minutes is a long time to sit there in the lead behind it, in front of this lot.
Yeah, I mean, they made a nice little break, those three. It's possible they could cement this and just turn it into a battle between themselves. But even if you say this, the fourth place Tony Kart livery machine seems to be getting closer and closer and closer. Philpott, what's that about?
Yeah, look down at his engine there. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think he got away from the marshal.
All right. Okay. Tom Sully comes out of that corner, the Degner, and then by the time they get towards...
Philpott's to get him as well, I think.
Philpott's going to move down the inside. How many times have we seen that?
Perhaps there is a problem with the 46. I don't know, but he seems to be acknowledging information from a marshal. Has he got a wobbly something they want to talk about in a black and orange type environment? Don't know, but first two are away now. Philpott looking very relaxed in the purple and black.
Did you see Philpott nodding his head? That was to the people behind him saying, let's try and make the break and keep on this. But however, we've got a train of what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I stopped counting there.
I think seven.
Van Gien latching on the back in 7.
But these two are looking to break away again. Now I'm kind of wondering about this point. What is the tactics? If you don't think you can break away, but you know you're fast, is second or third the best place to be for the majority of the race?
That's a heavy question.
Sharrock actually has just put a few yards between them, but that will come back to nothing again in 2 corners' time. Yeah. But recovering from whatever the issue was, is Sully now in third.
What will happen is Philpott will have Sully come up behind him. Tom Angier will fall in line as well. And then the 2 carts, 3 carts, 4 carts will cut a hole through the air and will gain speed on Sharrock. All Sharrock can do is sit there and drive as fast and as smooth as he can, and it's all about smoothness in this one.
He's actually managed to break a little bit of a gap. I mean, and I mean a little bit of a gap.
Quarter of a second.
Well, I think it went up a bit, and interestingly, it's coming back down again. I think it might. I'm going to say he's increased his lead. Let's see. With 0.24.
Let's see if he has 0.24. It's gone out to 0.44.
There we are.
So he's put another 2/10.
If he does that, if he can do that every lap, then that's great. But I think it was a result of a little bit of kind of like perhaps not perfect driving by people behind him. And we have now a break of 4. So that's interesting.
Yeah, because
4 have got away.
Because Philpott has not dropped off the back of Sharrock, has he?
No.
He dropped back. All right, he's dropped back 4/10, but now
he's closer again.
Now they're coming back at him in a train of 4 karts.
But our 7,
Sully, Angier are the other 2 drivers. Behind these 4, you've got Matthew Roberts, Simon Fuller, Oscar Prietti, Alex Van Gien has dropped down a 1 to 8. Ethan Hall and George Massey. That's your top 10. But Philpott now coming back towards Sharrock. There's an element of tyres coming in as well, Nick.
Yep.
So the tyres have come in on lap 3. I know there's a lot of corners here at Ellough Park, but the tyres still, need to come up to temperature before you can maximise everything.
Now Philpott has moved towards Sharrock, but also he's moved away from Sully, and I sort of got the impression that Tom Angier there was getting a little bit concerned about this. And Angier, I think, is thinking about how, because they're now 2 groups of 2, and Angier needs to make, if he's got the pace, he needs to make a move past Sully as quickly as possible. That's Angier's in the Tony kart, the green, the white nose, just behind that. Sully was bouncing up and down like a mad frog there to try and get some extra speed.
Yeah, Sully not happy with the way his kart's coming out of the corners there.
That's a big gap. That's a big gap in these 2.
Really slowing him down, so he's not happy with something there. And if anything, he's going to leave himself vulnerable if he's not careful.
The top 2.
And
first and second, Ash.
Yeah, Philpott looks like he might be just biding his time. Remember, Philpott's
no,
clinched
he's
the championship.
They are working together.
I know they are. That's what. Hang on. What I'm saying is, Philpott is biding his time, building up a lead, so he's not challenged. But you know what Brad Philpott will want to do? He'll want to take the win.
Oh gosh, no.
He'll want to crown his
these
championship
2 have
with a win.
worked out that they can pull away from the 3rd and 4th, so they can make it between the 2 of them. And they're both happy to do that.
Yeah. And look how comfortable Sharrock is. Sharrock knows he's got Philpott behind. They know they've raced all season, these lot. And now we've got a 3-card battle
for third place.
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
They're coming together. The 3rd place cart with that was Oscar. No, it wasn't. It was Matthew Roberts actually, because I can't get Oscar's surname right in my head.
Prayet.
Yes, Oscar. But the top 2 is where it's all at the moment. There is a very, it's not actually a game of cat and mouse, it's a game of cat and cat, because they're both effectively saying, this is what we're going to do. And I don't know when all bets are off. I assume, with a minute to go, 3 laps to go, that all bets are off?
I usually call it the 2-minute bell, don't I, when they start getting ready. I mean, we've just clicked back by half distance here in this longer final, 10 minutes and 1 lap.
Yeah, the gap between the top 2 and the rest went out to 1.2 seconds.
The battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th is beginning to heat up a bit here as Matthew Roberts beginning to challenge Tom Angier.
Yeah, just drop back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. I think there's still some kerfuffling to do that, whereas I do think the Philpott battle is going to, as you say, not explode till 2 laps to go. They'll prove us wrong now and do it next corner.
Yeah, Brad will have a go, and then Sharrock will come back on him. And
my feeling is it's going to be a couple of corners as these 2.
Yeah, I think these 3. I think Matthew Roberts feels like he has a bit of pace, but he's being held up. But that's the way you know what? You constantly feel like that in this class of racing. You constantly feel like you're being stifled.
I genuinely don't think that the best person to be in the lead of these 3 karts is Sully. It is for Sully, but not for the others. I think Sully is not at 100%. I think there was a little bit of a problem he was acknowledging early in that 2nd lap.
And it's hard to judge because he's going very well. You know what? The slightest problem you have with your kart is going to be exacersations with the closeness.
It only needs
of
to be
class.
a 2/10 or 3/10 of a second a lap problem.
3 seconds, 3/10 is massive. 300s, 3000s, and it's a big problem in this class. Now, seriously, I mean, they are so close. It's going to matter.
14 kart really looking left and right there, and that was Angier really thinking about, can I dispatch Sully? The only problem is at this point with 3 minutes to go, I'm not sure he could have any chance. I know the gap's only 1.5 seconds, but bridging that gap's going to be really hard. Oh, it's a big drop there. It went out by 4/10 between 2nd and 3rd there.
Sully aware. Oh, and look at that. Sully's tactic into that right-hander at Degner really paid off for him because he's absolutely dropped the 2 behind. And there's the move. Fourth place as the number 53 of Matthew Roberts. And they're coming back. They're side by side now into the very fast swing.
Can't go in here.
They're trying though, aren't they?
Ooh.
No, they sort themselves out. Matthew Roberts ahead of Tom Angier, but Angier caught napping a little bit there. And it was all about coming out to Degner, like caught way back.
Yeah, Angier had to break out of that. He didn't
We're
want
back in the
to.
lap.
He had to back out of it. Right, so this is now a chase they're going to put on. But we are now at 2 minutes, so we need to go back to our leaders, please, Ash, on the 2 minute mark.
We are 13, 12, 10 seconds away from the 2 minute bell. It's not an actual bell, it's just a seeing that, because that's when everybody thinks, right, now I've got to make me move. I've sat here for 8 minutes.
There
it is. Nick, thanks for that. That was absolutely awful.
Thanks for that.
Into Hull.
Playing on your stain. You're awful.
Sharrock on the orange and white. That's it, B&Q on there.
Best way to do it.
Yeah. B&Q it. Orange and white cart in the lead. Jacob Sharrock. Brad Philpott on the purple and black cart. Philpott, the champion-elect in this class, in the access karting. If he doesn't get disqualified and have to drop the round, he won't do that now. He's right on the bumper, though, if anything. Pushing one another down this straight.
Oh, the yellow flag.
Yellow flag at Degner.
And that is, someone who's gone off, and they're actually they're putting the cart over the barrier themselves, just by the marshal post. I think that's going to be taken off now.
There's the leaders into the left-hander at home. And he's got from Philpott being glued to his rear bumper. Sharrock has pulled. That's not really a gap, that is it? It's half a cart's length, which is nothing. However, it's something in this GX UK class for sure. Into the final.
Think about it. He's gone for it. He's gone for it. Wow, that was an interesting move to go. But you're right. 41 seconds to go. But Sharrock's not given up yet. Now, can Sharrock come back? Philpott's waited a while to do that. How much intrinsic speed does he have? Sharrock immediately gets straight back in. There's no one there, mate. You are fine. It's just you two to fight. There's a 2 second lap. Now you can push as much as you like. You can waste time fighting each other. Right on his tail. Can Sharrock get Philpott back?
That is a big question, isn't it? And they've got this lap and one more to do it. Philpott did play the waiting game. The high-speed game of chess was actually what we were watching. And Sharrock is not allowing Philpott to escape him. Is he playing a waiting game? Is he going to make his move? It's yellow flags at this point on the track, so he can't make the move here.
Yeah, someone else has gone off coming down this short shoot here.
Is he going to be... they clear it now. We're into green. Sharrock down the inside,
trying himself.
side by side through the hairpin. They're going to have to sort themselves out through Rossi. Oh, it's through the... Sorry, it's a corner before that.
Yeah,
it's
the last lap.
Last lap board now for Philpott. He's shown his cards now, hasn't he, Sharrock? And Philpott now only has to defend for one lap.
No, yeah, but he's gone too wide. He's gone too wide.
Yeah, side by side.
Philpott makes a mistake.
He's going to have the corner, isn't he?
And he's done it. Brilliant move there by Sharrock. Philpott made a mistake, made too wide. Now he's got a bit pushy. And they're on each other's tail, but now there's only one place he'll need to defend, and that's coming. No, Philpott's got around the inside. They're going to go 2 by 2 here. We know two carts can't get around the next corner.
Oh,
Sharrock's going to have to back out. He's not going to back out.
He's not going to back out. They're across the curb and into Barney's for the final time. Sharrock
has he got the drive?
The bravest
he's going to have to go inside. He's got the inner line.
He's got the inside line. He forces Philpott to the outside. It's going to be a quicker line for Sharrock, who comes through the T73 corner now, and then it's the curve onto the checkered flag, and Jacob Sharrock. That is a well-fought and intelligent race from both of those drivers.
Great race.
Jacob Sharrock and Brad Philpott.
I think we have a...
Awesome.
I think we have a contender.
From these two. Yeah, we absolutely have. I knew it was going to be.
That was it. Got round nicely there.
Yeah, this is the bit. It was the bit further on.
He was the first person not to back out of the right-hander going into Clinton. And in fairness, that means that Brad gave him enough space.
This is what I mean about intelligent driving. That could have been so messy.
Yeah.
But Brad knew he wasn't going to. He knew Sharrock wasn't going to give him. He knew Sharrock was going to stay there on the outside, and he knew it was going to be side by side. And then by the time they got to Barney's, it was going to be Sharrock's. But he knew he couldn't do anything about it. But what a great race, and he came second, and we'll see him on the podium. Fantastic stuff. We knew it was going to be fantastic from this lot.
Yep, certainly does not disappoint the GX seniors.
We've got the 160 mods out next, Nick. That's the modified Pro Karts.
Did we run down the results? Or? I can't remember.
I don't think I did.
No. I'll do it then. Jacob Sharrock from Brad Philpott. Tom Sully came in third. Matthew Roberts was fourth. Tom Angier was fifth. Oscar Prietti was sixth. Ethan Hall came seventh. Alex Van Gien, who was kind of featured quite a lot, was eighth. it was Simon Fuller in 9th, Carl Power in 10th, Paul Handley in 11th, Alexander Horn in 12th, Dom Hemp was 13th, George Massey 14th, Thomas Purchase was 15th, Sebastian Muzica was 16th, Ben White 17th, Tim Kansas was 18th, Daniel Patrick was 19th, Glenn Freeman making his return after many years away from karting was in 20th, 21st was Nick Barnes, 22nd was Charlie Furman, 23rd was Damon Williams, and it was Stuart Stalker, Lee Dorby and Jaden Nichols. And unfortunately, Daniel Howarth, Ty Nicholson and Thomas Butler all encountered some issues during the course of the race. So we're now in a little bit of a gap. And the next thing we're going to get is the 160 mods coming in. Just 6 karts on this one. There's some rescue of karts going on. Interesting amount of attrition, actually, in that race as they try to bring the karts back. It's Lee Mitchell, Chris French, Phil Richards, Matthew Spragg, Ryan Clark and Ben Weasley going from 1 to 6, so 37, 6, 33, 25, 24 and 63. As the day gets darker, because obviously we're at 5:30 and we're not that far away from the clocks going back, so it's not super light these days. Doesn't look like we're going to get any, this is famous last word, doesn't look like we're going to get any more rain, to be honest. It's kind of got that kind of high cloud overcast, which doesn't tend to produce rain in the UK. As you can see from the shot there from the hairpin, it is very windy. The flags are fluttering away as someone drives back their damaged car, their car that fell out of the race. And we wait to get the Mod 160s underway. Just so you know, we're currently running about 20 minutes behind time, which I don't know how they're going to do this, because they're supposed to finish at 5:30. I think they're going to finish nearer to 6, is my guess. But a great look we had by all. The temperatures held up reasonably well, actually. Whilst it's kind of overcast and cold, it's still about 14-15 degrees air temperature, which is perfectly pleasant if you've got a jumper. Track temperature would have dropped significantly from earlier when we had that bright sun in it. And as Gearhead Jones says, what a move. And they have released the big old Mod 60s, twin-engine Pro Karts with a little bit of tweakage. And we are getting out for this next race. And my esteemed colleague has come back from his natural break. How are you, esteemed colleague?
Here we go. We going around again, Nick?
This is the first time.
Oh, right. They've just been released, have they?
Been released,
oh,
yeah.
good. We've got 6.
27 now.
You've mentioned the grid.
Yes, I have. Not only mentioned it, I've read it out.
Yes.
I only tripped over one name in both the results and the grids. It's still Oscar Purity is giving me issues. Oh, you're so.
What was I going to say? Yes. We may only have 6 karts. But you remember the heats for these?
Oh, this will be fine. No,
yeah,
I think Chris French. How is Chris French not on pole? I think he is. I think he doesn't come across in pole. I think Chris French is the red hot favourite for this one, but second place could be anybody's.
Yes. We shall see. We are not that far away from getting things underway.
Yep.
6 kart grid. Only takes 2 to make a race, though. Yellow flag flashing. The light is reducing. The cloud cover has come over. We had blue skies earlier with broken cloud, but now the cloud cover has come. We've still got the chance of a little bit of a sprinkle.
Just drop right down.
Yeah, it has. Here they go then. Coming through the sweeping right, keeping the pace down nicely. Well controlled from Lee Mitchell.
Very close 3 rows and they're off.
Lee Mitchell leads from the pole position. He's got the inside line for Degner. Through Degner, very fast sweeping right-hander. That brings them onto the back straight and then down towards Shoemaker. It's the number 37,
yeah. The lead's gone Lee Mitchell.
From 33, Phil Richards.
Oh, let's just say there's more rain. Just let's say there wasn't any rain.
Yes, I thought, I kind of felt it in the air.
It'll be the same as last time. It'll be the same thing again.
It will be exactly the same. That was the forecast. They're not being affected out on track, though, and these two breaking away.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
No, let's just literally attack the rain. It's like this is like a walking sponge.
He's like a magnet for water magnet. We've got a change for lead as the 33 has gone ahead. That is Phil Richards, who's broken away and gotten ahead of Lee Mitchell across the line then.
Where did Chris French
Richards,
start?
Mitchell, Spragg, Chris French dropped 3 places. Ben Wesley and Ryan Clark, that's your 6.
had a problem in the first corner, bogged down, but these three are having a bit of a fun battle.
Keep an eye on Matthew Spragg. Remember him? He's the lad who had that very attention-catching tank slapper down the...
and the very attention-catching engine blow.
Yeah, he did.
He's basically hogging the camera, really.
Well, he's catching these two in front, no
Yeah.
question. The orange overalls is the chap we're talking about, Matthew Spragg.
Up the inside.
And nice
Just
move.
the lead. Just not, is it going to come off?
Nice move. Left
No,
him room.
Didn't happen.
Yeah, left him room.
And the 33 of Richard stays ahead.
Here comes Spragg, though. He's right on the tail of the 37. The 37 of Lee Mitchell. Down the inside there, not an optimum line through that corner, and Spragg should be able to tow by him, but no, he does not. That's the difference. These Pro Karts are very, very well developed, very, very well breathed on, these motors, as Phil Richards there, not phased whatsoever by Lee Mitchell, and Lee Mitchell's presence down his inside.
Yeah, going up over the top of the circuit now, and you can see the evidence of the rain on the lens. It's not in any way affecting the track whatsoever at the moment. You come down the Wayne's hairpin, and it's as you were. I'm just really interested that Chris French, who dominated the final heat, is in sixth and not gaining. Sorry, in fourth and not gaining in the car six.
Oh, Mitchell was held up there. He had more speed onto the straight and goes round the outside of Degner. And that was, I think, traction coming out of the T73 hairpin. Carried that all the way down the straight. Was almost tripping over the 33. I'm surprised Matthew Spragg, who's just caught these two in front, the two black carts in front of the orange overall driver. He just caught them, but he hasn't been able to do anything else other than catch them. And if anything, they're pulling away from him.
Well, he had fastest lap last time.
Yeah, well, he had it on lap two.
Sorry,
yeah.
lap two. This time round, he was doing it within a couple of tenths, but it's again, some of the drivers are more affected by drops on the visor than others, because it's not. I tell you now, it's doing nothing to the track with rain in the air.
Yeah.
It's absolutely what we call psychological rain. It's what's affecting you in your head. What can I do? Should I steer quite as aggressive as I normally do? Will I slide off? And they may even be feeling it, even though it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree. It is. It's very, very disconcerting, to be honest. Well, you feel it on turning, but the problem is you've got to brake before you turn on some of the corners, and they're the worst when you've got to brake first, because you touch that left foot. I remember that karts only have brakes on the rear axle, these karts, and before you know it, on slick, it's on the wet. And there's Spragg now getting involved with the number 33, Phil Richards. He's right on his tail. If anything, Lee Mitchell's beginning to pull a gap out onto the straight to come.
Oh, just powered past him. That was just pure horsepower.
Yeah, that was
grip.
You know what? Lee Mitchell was able to do that to Phil Richards.
The 33's obviously got an issue somewhere.
Yeah, he doesn't have
pick up or whatever it may be. Because I always said I'm really good at straights. Just put your foot down. I can do that myself.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But it's all about how you come out the corner. And if he's not punching out of the T73 hairpin left, then that's going to cost him through the sweep and right. And it might be that he's sliding through that sweep and right.
Yeah,
It might be that he might be having to lift. If it is a little bit damp, and he's just, he finds the cart sliding and he's having to lift. Now they all come back together, Nick.
Yeah,
this is for us,
Yeah, Chris French's not getting any nearer. He's just dropped off. Did a fantastic job the last heat. Not happening this time. Don't know what's gone wrong. First two, around Degner one. And then coming up the short straight for Shoemakers. And looking absolutely nose to tail.
But distance.
It's going to be what can Matthew Spragg in the blue, white and red machine do about Lee Mitchell and all the black, the menacing black cars.
He's right all over his rear bumper. That's what he can do. But whether he can find a way by, they're through Clinton's now over the brow of that little dip.
If he can, he's got to find a way really of having that same sort of momentum game that he had over.
Well,
Richards.
This is where, if anywhere, he'll find it. So it's out of this, and then get the power down, and then carry that speed. But you know what? Lee Mitchell on the 37 is one of the fastest karts out on that part of the track.
Yeah,
he's punching out of T73.
And they've broken the third place. Richards is now at third in his own.
Yeah,
French actually is a little bit closer overall to them after that last lap. He's got a few tenths closer, but he's still 3 seconds off the lead. And these two can afford a little bit of scrapping together, but not a lot.
Into that sweep of Rossi and Matthew Spragg trying to get onto the bumper, isn't he? He's got to get onto the bumper like he is now. There's not enough straight there to outbrake.
I think they're too heavy to outbrake as well.
They are. They're really, really heavy. So you're carrying a lot of pace. Yeah, a lot of weight on that rear axle as well. Here they go then. It'll be 8 laps completed. Fastest lap of the race from Lee Mitchell there, 47.1.
All right.
So that's how hard Matthew Spragg's driving. That's how hard these two are driving. They are absolutely flat chat, these two.
But it's going to give them the confidence that the water's doing nothing. And anything they did have on their visor now is not an issue. And I think it's virtually come to an end now.
He's having a look, isn't he?
He's thinking about it. I think he's trying to do the unsubtlety thing. He's trying to. I mean, it's
very
hard.
They haven't got mirrors.
About to say it's very hard. With someone wearing a helmet and a mirror, it's very hard to get in the corner of the eye.
Yeah, it is.
But you know what they are doing? He's moving the engine sound around.
Oh, good point.
And you can hear that engine sound. Where is it? Is it left? Is it right? So he is trying to unsettle him, and the only way he knows how, by saying, I am here, I'm to your left. I am here, I'm to your right. I am thinking about this, am I doing it? Just to try and make a potential defensive line taken that isn't needed, which takes the momentum moving forward the following corners.
Side by side.
But that's not, it is going to work. Wow, what a great drive.
But Nick, that was all about coming out to Degner.
Yeah.
That was all about getting the power down, I think. And maybe what we didn't see was Mitchell getting a little bit of a squiggle on. Yeah, he didn't have the same speed. I mean, that's a really short straight from Degner to Shoemakers.
Probably,
a really fast
my guess
turn.
is in going round the Degner, he got a flapper on.
Yes, yeah.
And just lost 5 miles an hour, and that's it, can't get it back.
Yeah.
So now, probably the fastest car in the field is in the lead. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to win. He's gapped he's gapped Mitchell a little bit, but the point about this is that Mitchell was off a slower start, but now can he just pull away is the question. He's 46.
He is.
6. He's just the fastest lap of the race. Now, actually, the race, everyone has sped up by about a second. So there was something, psychological, whatever, which was slowing them down on the track. They're all a second quicker.
I think that'll have been an actual track service thing. As Spragg, he's pulling away. He's already pulled a gap of half a second.
Really worked out what he's doing.
He's got less than 90 seconds now. And if Lee Mitchell can then just get his composure, just slot in behind. He looks like that's what he's trying to do. Not let him get too far away. Out onto the straight they come. 11 laps completed. We're about a minute away. They're lapping in the 46ers, so probably 3 laps, would you say, Nick?
Where are they now? They'll get this one in 2 more, I think,
Yeah, through Shoemaker. That's a really fast turn, that, isn't it? It comes back on itself, but it's sweeping, and you're absolutely leaning on their tyres.
Chris French has picked up 3rd place. He's got past Will Richards.
Really? Yeah, I think Richards is struggling with an issue, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think, as you say, it's not a massive issue, but any issue here is a massive issue because they're so close together.
Into the Warren's hairpin. And out of that, through the left hand, there'll be another lap completed for these. So it's last lap board next time by for Matthew Spragg. He's on to his penultimate lap, and let's not take this for granted. He's still got to press the brake at the right time, still got to turn the steering wheel. And a lovely little flick through there, just checking the slide. He'll be feathering the brake to check that slide, using all of the track and more. Comes out and then sweeps through the left and right. Love that part of the track. Love that part of the track in the UK. That's a great part of. I think that's the bit I'll remember of Ellough Park.
I think Matthew Spragg's had a pretty impressive and eventful day. First heat, one of those 2 engines went where we think went pop. Certainly started leaking oil where it shouldn't have been leaking oil. He had to pull over. I think the second race he scared himself half to death at this point in the track exactly with a off-the-track tank slapper, which then inspired him to go incredibly quickly. And in this final, coming back from that slightly off good position due to that breakdown in the first heat, he has looked very much the class of the field. He's stalked the people he had to stalk. He's overtaken them when he's got the chance. And Mitchell gave him a chance when he didn't have any drive off the Degner one, we think, for an oversteer moment. And at this point, Spragg never looked back, and he's now just eased out for his final lap. He's going to take the 160 Mods Championship at round 6 of the Active Karting at Ellough Park.
this class of karting, the twin-engine Pro Karts, will go to a sealed and controlled engine. We were told by James Purchase as Matthew Spragg takes the final Access Karting Series 160 mods final here at Ellough Park. Lee Mitchell finishes 2.2 seconds behind in second place, and then a further 7 seconds to Phil Richards.
Well, Richards got French back again.
Yeah, he got French back again, didn't he? Yeah, that was a great drive from them. We just missed that. Chris French finishes just off the podium in fourth. Ryan Clark fifth, and then Ben Wesley finishes and rounds off that 6-kart modified Pro Kart field. I'm kind of in two minds about the change of regulations.
You want it to stay free?
This. Yeah, I mean, look how quick they are. You know,
I think I couldn't really tell whether there was any unevenness in the performance, because it could easily just be in the kart driving, and certainly the overtakes we saw there appeared to be about people not getting you drive out the corners, which has got nothing to do with the amount of power you've got.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the fact of not putting the power you've got down.
There was lots of elements, really. You know, those drivers will undoubtedly get a lot of satisfaction out of tuning the karts and what have you, and getting and beating their opponent by dint of tuning their engine better. That's the challenge, isn't it? The challenge is multi-layered.
Right, so we are underway with the warm-up for the juniors.
The 100 UK juniors come out for their final. On the pole position, we've got two plate holders on the front row. We've got Ewan Scott on the O plate, James Phillips on the Dragon plate, with Thomas Hadley and Thomas Forbes on row 2. We've got Kai Turner and Yelena Osbar-Scott sharing row 3. Lucy Lovell recovering after that recovery drive in Heat 3, and she qualifies 7th alongside Ollie Robson in 8th. 5th row of the grid is Evie Scaplehorn and Cody Pennington, with Ryan Townsend and Seth Jones on row 6. Row 7, Jacob Metcalf and Mason Pennington, with Jessica Williams rounding off the 15-kart 100 UK juniors. There's the 23. And that is Mason Pennington making his way around now. Mason on the novice plate there, the black number plate with the white numbers. They are being sent round again, I believe. Driver's been given the signal. So they get another chance at getting more heat into the tyres, really blowing out that the engine, really making sure that plug is nice and hot and the engine temperature is up, so that we don't get any plugs fouling and oiling and stopping these karts. It's the 100cc UKs, which is the TKM engine, 100cc TKM engine, which is the air-cooled old-school stuff on 1990 chassis. In fact, that kart there, the 116, is Lucy Lovell, and she's on her dad's kart from the 90s, which he raced on. Lucy on the third row of the grid. Keep an eye. This is going to be a cracker. This is going to be an absolute cracker, Nick. Ewan Scott, James Phillips, Thomas Hadley, Thomas Forbes, Kai Turner, Yelena Osbar-Scott, Lucy Lovell. Lucy coming through. Yelena Osbar-Scott is at the back of the field for some reason. I'm not sure if she's going to come through and take her spot, but for some reason Yelena is at the back of the field. As they come towards us then, towards the T73 left-hand hairpin, we are just in the background in that green building, and we get things underway. Drivers bouncing in the seats to get that engine to pick up. We go green and heading down to Denya, the number 23 there, or 28 I should say, Thomas Hadley, having to slot in behind the O plate, is in the front of the field with the D plate of James Phillips second. We've got a couple of karts off at the back. Ryan Townsend was one of them, I saw. And as the two plate holders, the three plate holders get off first, second and third, we've got O plate, D plate and E plate. Ewan Scott, James Phillips and Thomas Forbes.
We've got 3 karts in trouble already.
That looks like Lucy Lovell.
There's 2 karts restarting from an issue on the first corner, and there's the third one there. I think it may well be Lucy. So this, I think initially we had 14 karts. We've started 12. I think we're maybe back to 9 competitively running. As you say, it's a battle of the plates at the moment. It's the O plate from the D plate. Where's the E plate gone? The E plate's second.
Where's the D plate gone?
Yeah.
The D plate had a problem.
It's OED.
No, the D's gone.
Oh, James gone,
the
right
D's
back.
Gone.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely way back. You're completely right, yeah.
He was just underneath us, and he started to slow down.
Oh, dear.
And everybody was jinking around him, and I'm not sure where he is.
So we've lost Phillips, Lovell.
He's pulled off just below this point.
There's a few people who've had a lot of problems here. So just it looks like we haven't got Phillips. Looks like we haven't got Lucy Lovell. Looks like we haven't got Seth Jones, and we haven't got Ryan Townsend after one lap. But what we do have is a battle here for second place between the E plate holder Thomas Forbes. This is a bit further back down the field. Let's get to second and third, please.
James Phillips.
As they come back and round, as it's got darker, as you can tell, because the camera's gone much darker. There we are, second and third. That's your battle. It's the E plate of Thomas Forbes from the 28 of Thomas Hadley, with Ewan Scott leading by quite a long way.
James Phillips, it's a shame. He's off on driver's right just before the start-finish line, and that kart started to peter out a couple of laps ago, and everybody there, the E plate and the number 28 of Thomas Hadley, so Thomas Forbes, Thomas Hadley, they had to jink round him. The leader, Ewan Scott, looking over his shoulder, he can't believe the gap he's got. And if these two are clever, Nick, they will work together. The English plate holder and the number 28 need to just work together, not try and fight it out for that second place podium slot, and they may indeed catch Ewan Scott off into the lead.
Yeah, they've got Kai Turner behind him in that blue 31 now. Well, blue overalls. It's a black nose 31. Don't forget, Kai is the reigning GX UK cadet winner, and he has moved up to this class for the first time this weekend as they put a lap on one of the karts that had a problem on the first lap.
He's enjoying the faster kart, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a bit more of a handful than a GX UK cadet for sure.
Well, I think we're going to try and hear from him after this race.
Excellent idea.
But he might have a good result to talk about. Well, not to talk about it yesterday, but to celebrate. But this is about second and third. Now, Ewan's got away by about a second. Last time round, he was a few hundredths faster. So he's not gaining anything now. And the fastest lap does go to Kai Turner at last lap. But again, the difference is a few hundredths of a second. They're all really lapping at very similar times. And that bright E plate is being hunted down by the 28 of Thomas Hadley.
They are spanning out. They're spreading out slightly. The gap to the leader is 0.8 of a second. We'll keep an eye on that as Thomas Forbes on the E plate has put in the fastest lap of the race. A 47.78 in comparison to the leader, Ewan Scott's personal best of a 47.97. That means that he has reduced the gap. However, it doesn't look like he has. And Thomas Hadley coming back towards the rear bumper now of Thomas Forbes. Hadley with the orange and white helmet. Thomas Forbes with the white helmet there in second. And look at that, the red kart there of Hadley right back with him. There was a gap, but that's disappeared now.
Yeah, hopefully Hadley's kind of been learning from some of the race we've seen earlier and not going to get into a competitive battle with Forbes on the E-plate just yet, but wait a bit and see what they can do. Now, I think that was exactly the same time between the two of them. Yeah, 48.15 for Ewan Scott, 48.15 for Thomas Forbes.
Tremendous.
So 100 a second,
stuff.
And he was quite right, slightly faster for our third place man Hadley.
Yeah, 47.9, a personal best for him. And these two, Hadley being chased down, the red kart there being chased down behind him by Kai Turner, who's not quite got the pace of the karts in front of him.
Only by a tenth.
48.12, yeah, but it means a lot, that. And once again, the E-plate holder, Thomas Forbes, responds. This will be a quick lap this time by. They're heading towards half distance, only a few seconds away.
But are they this lap any closer to Scott? And I get the feeling they're not. I think Scott's pulled away this lap.
Let's see what it is. It was 0.8. It's 1.4.
Wow, 6/10.
And there's a move.
It. Hadley's had enough. He's decided I can't hang back there. I can't hang back. As far as I'm concerned, you're not doing the job you need to do, Mr. Forbes.
Well, Thomas Forbes dropped right off the pace there, 48.7, and he's pulled that. He held up Thomas Hadley. So for some reason, the E-plate has dropped its pace. Hadley's now chosen to go ahead.
But he can hold on now. They've got a problem now. Yeah. They've got 99 that's coming out to being lapped. I don't think necessarily that Ryan Townsend's that slow. He obviously had a spin on the first lap, or a kerfuffle on the first lap. As it's amazing how he gets very slightly darker, and the camera gets incredibly dark. It depends how good eyes are, isn't it? Eyes are really good at doing light, and cameras need to be constantly adjusted. But the E-plate, here he goes. And they are now...
Yeah, stringing out, aren't they?
And in fairness,
look at this. Look at this, Kai Turner. Kai Turner coming into the play. Remember, Kai, newly crowned GX UK Cadet Champion, is finding his feet in the 100 UKs, and it's a completely different kart. It's a lot quicker.
Oh, it couldn't
massively quicker.
Yeah, and it's not like going from GX Cadet to GX Junior to GX Senior. You've come across from a 4-stroke to a 2-stroke, from a clutch to no clutch. Completely different.
Yeah, completely different. These TKMs punch off the corner with the direct drive.
There's a lot to learn about tyre management. But interestingly, what's happened here is it doesn't matter whether it's Hadley or Forbes who's leading this chase, they're both of them falling back from Ewan Scott. So Scott effectively has pulled out every single time the last 3 or 4 laps. And again, another poor 3 or 4 corner section for Forbes. He drops right off the back of Hadley and into the clutches of Kai Turner.
Here we go then. Ewan Scott has really been the class of this 100 UK junior field, to be honest. He's been very, very hard to beat all day long. Thomas Hadley, though, has not given up the fight, and he will continue to try and bridge that 2-second gap. Time running out, though. We're inside of 3 minutes remaining. And the E-plate holder, Thomas Forbes, there, being chased by our current cadet champion, Kai Turner. Behind this lot, what we're watching, Ollie Robson's in 5th, Jacob Metcalf 6th, Yelena Osbar Scott is in 7th, Cody Pennington.
That's a good come up at the back,
Evie Scaplehorn, yeah, Mason Pennington rounds off the top 10, but Evie, for some reason, started at the back. We've lost James Phillips, as you know, and we also lost Lucy Lovell. I'm not sure what happened to Lucy. We saw her point the wrong way
at the first lap.
Maybe didn't get it restarted.
It wouldn't restart. Yeah, I think she had a restart problem, didn't she, in the previous round as well.
So.
It is a very, very old kart, we know that. I'm not sure how old the engine is, of course. Oh, looking up the inside there, potentially was Turner for the 3rd place. So the E-plate of Forbes under intense pressure from Kai Turner. In fairness, they've been broken by Hadley. He's got past, but our leader, Ewan Scott, 2 seconds up the road.
Turner can see that 3rd place podium, can't he? And what a way that would be. What a way to join in with the first ever 100 UK Junior Championship by ending up on the podium. He's got that in his sights, and he will continue to chase down Thomas Forbes all the way to the flag. And the flag, Nick, is only 90 seconds away. So we're getting towards that point in the race where it's going to be crucial when you decide to make your move.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, in this particular heat, they're going to make the move whenever they can. And it looked like Forbes had got to hurry up, and then he seemed to make a bit of an error, to be honest. He got away, and then he got caught back.
He did again. I think it's into the worn hairpin. He's losing time to Kai Turner.
Just not quite as confident the brakes, perhaps.
And then maybe, and then he picks up the pace, turns into the Degner, out onto the back straight, down towards Shoemaker. And Kai Turner looks racy, doesn't he?
He's looking for it. He obviously knows about racecraft. He's won a championship already in 5 rounds. But what can he do? Because I get the impression that it's a little bit more in Forbes' hands. If Forbes actually just talks to himself and doesn't overdrive, he should be able to stay ahead. Down to 37 seconds. I think the rain's come back again, doesn't bother the camera.
Looks a bit breezy as well. We are 30 seconds away from...
How dark it is. It's night time and that part of the track.
We're 30 seconds away from having to leave this battle to it and pick up Ewan Scott for his final lap.
That's only a bit of a drift forward for Ash because he's just 2 seconds ahead of these people in ahead.
Yeah,
there's still 2 laps to go. So, but this one's now, look, suddenly Forbes has got the idea and he's gapped Turner again. That's Turner, and he's a gap away from
responded, hasn't
he? The Hadley, but 2, 3 and 4 are really, really stretched out. Do you want to move to our leader because they are very stretched out? There we go, and that is Ewan Scott. He's got a lap and a half to go. He's
been hard to beat, hasn't he? The all-plate holder.
Basically, yesterday all his dreams came true when he was interviewed by you, and since then it's been it's just been on a wave, a crest of excitement ever since.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got nothing to do with this performance here today.
Take it.
No, I refuse to, because that lad has raced really well. He took the all-plate win at Houghton Park, remember, and he looks over his shoulder, and yeah, Ewan, there's no one there, mate. You've got a gap of 1.6. He's actually managing the tyres to the end here. He had a gap of 2.2 not so long ago, and here he is on the final lap, and just turning the kart in there, trying to get it to turn into the left-hander then. And there's no question that
together again.
Hadley and Forbes are coming back, but the leader into the final stages of the lap, indeed into the final stages and the final few corners of the weekend.
Yeah, down they go.
Yeah, into the one hairpin. He's got one more hairpin to go. He's managed the tyres all the way to the flag, and here he comes, acknowledging the win as he crosses the line and takes the win. Thomas Hadley second, Thomas Forbes third, Kai Turner fourth. And let's have an interview we did yesterday with Kai Turner, the GX UK Cadet Champion.
Well, we bumped into Kai Turner, who is the current GX Cadet Champion, but something new this week. You've claimed a championship and now you're racing in?
100 UK Junior.
And tell me, how different are those two karts from each other, from the GX to the 100 UK?
The chassis is way bigger, there's way more torque and everything. It's like a different story and everything.
Much quicker?
Yeah.
Did it take you a long time to adjust, or like first lap, now I can do it?
First session I was within 3/10 of someone who was in like the top 5.
So you see, everything's happening much more quickly. What was the most difficult thing to get used to in this new faster kart?
The elevation change here, because that's massive, and the G-force.
Now, of course, you've won the cadet class. I mean, how you won it with a round to go? Was it? Did you find that quite an easy victory, or did you have to work really hard for it?
Started off very easy, but then I was just getting taller and bigger, and that made me more overweight. And then I was getting taller, so that I was like a massive wind duck down the straight. So, yeah.
I love the idea that he's overweight. So you're starting 100 UK. This is a kind of a trial. I take it you're going to do the whole season next year.
Yeah, we're going to get the kart done over the winter.
And so, what is it about the Access Karting Championship that you really enjoy?
The racing is fun, and then everything.
Well, we're part of everything now, so Kai, thanks very much, and best of luck in your new adventure.
Cheers.
Three more finals to go then. And the next one on the card then, GX UK Cadet Championship. We just spoke to the champion, Kai Turner there, who has moved up into the 100 UK Junior Championship for the final round after clinching the GX UK Cadet Championship in the Access Karting Series. And that was a great chat that Nick had with him in the paddock yesterday. We've got the cadets out next, or the GX cadets are out next. Louis Nye looking at clinching that vice champion position, and very much on course to do so, having taken the pole position. He's alongside Lucas Deere on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is Jaden Solo with Fred Furman alongside. Third row is Devon Giles and Alex Morley. And then we've got Logan Pedge and Evan Meller on row 4. Row 5 is Sam Blamey and Jaden Bond. Austin Taylor shares row 6 with Finley Thompson. And then on row 7, Oliver Soto, Eric Colchester. Row 8 is Maxims Svetlek and Connor Sturdy, with the 9th and final row being rounded off with Milo Purchase and Dylan Patrick. Nick, you've just been out there for a quick run down the stairs, and you tell me that there's a bit of rain in the air.
It's rain in the air. It's mizzle.
Is it raining though? Or
no,
is
it's mizzle.
It's mizzle, is it?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I like last time when there was no indication of rain in the cars. The cars now are looking a bit kind of miserly and damp. I mean, the weather. I don't see it chucking it down, but I don't see it stopping mizzling either.
Yeah. I mean, that's going to have an effect on the track, but not a massive effect.
These are my messages from Leicester. Spots of rain, more spots of moisture, and it's spitting. That's 3 separate messages I've had from him. He is our resident out with weatherman.
Our resident Peter Kay, isn't it? Cadets making their way around. And we are going to get them I think we're going to let them go around again. Yes, they're getting the sign.
I think
the
it's
signal from the officials.
They're trying to give them a little bit of a hand on the.
A little bit of a reconnaissance, are they? As to see just
I'm not
what
sure how
the
much
track is in.
It's I don't know. It's hard to tell because there's moisture sitting on. There will be moisture sitting on the track. Whether it's
it's getting slippery down there. I think it's getting slippery out there because the kart just wouldn't turn there for. I think it was Lucas Deere. It might have been Louis Knight.
Sam loves the wet according to Deathblade.
Right. So Sam Blamey
starting 10th,
starting 9th.
Oh, sorry, he's 10th.
I know he's 10th there, but he's starting 9th.
He loves the wet. Apparently,
he loves the wet.
Like second race.
Right. Okay.
Perhaps just likes bath time.
I'm not sure he means that. No.
Oh. Slow down. Everyone's shouting slow down because they haven't slowed down enough to let anyone catch up. So there's kind of a cacophony there of slow downs. These are 4 strokes. You can slow down. You're not going to wall them up. It's fine. They go over the back of the Rainmeister, Leicester, because he's just the master of being attracting rain.
Oh, we've got consternation there. That's the number 17. That is
third place, Fred Furman.
Evan Meller, isn't it?
No,
Fred Furman
out of third
from the second row of the grid.
Is he going to try and get back?
Oh,
no.
This is going to mix things up. I mean, all right, the championship is done as far as the champion's concerned. However,
no, Fred's gone back into third place. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that. I suppose the individual regulations will tell you whether it's not.
It's all to play for vice champion. Sorting themselves out at the back. We might get this going.
Here we go.
Probably best if we do, to be honest. Yeah. And we do indeed.
Lots of overexcited 7 to 10-year-olds or 7 to 12-year-olds is not a great thing. And then here they go.
Oh, that's going to be tricky coming out of that corner. Louis Nye.
All held on well.
Louis Nye leading the field onto the back straight and through Shoemakers for the first time.
And clean start, it seems. I just want to look in, the whole field has got round reasonable. There's a little bit of a break, but the last 4 karts got stuck off the back. But the majority of the field, so that's going to be 13 of them, are relatively okay, but there's quite a lot of spacing there. And I mean, looking at the 18 kart that's in third place, he is, there's a kind of a half a second between first, second, and third. I think it's Lewis Nye from Deere from Solo, but as the rest of the field streaks past, you can see it's all very orderly, very sensible for these youngsters, isn't it?
Well, very, very good from these youngsters considering the changing track conditions. The track's changing all the time, Nick. So every time these kids turn into a corner, it's a bit of a voyage of discovery. And Louis Nye, the first to find out whether the racing line is wet or whatever, or damper or whatever. Yeah. That's the driver there. That's the number 31.
That's Lucas Deere.
Lucas Deere, who's chasing down Louis Nye.
Morley was a big loser out that last one, and Alex Morley went down several positions.
There's Louis Nye with the blue helmet, just ducking down to get some speed. Lucas Deere chasing after him, though. And this was the part of the track here that seems to be getting the rain first, doesn't it?
Yep, that's because Leicester's there.
That's right. Yeah, Leicester attracting the rain to the part of the track that he's on.
He's you realise that Leicester is hygroscopic. He just attracts the water.
He must be. The 3 leaders, though, Louis Knight, Lucas Deere and Jaden Solo, they've pulled out 4 seconds on everyone else. Let's have a look at that train behind them, Nick, shall we?
This is,
because behind the front 3...
Yeah. Ash, wait for the third person to go by and then pick up the rest of the train. That's it.
That is
a gap and a half, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Massive.
5 seconds, and it's led by... I think it's led by Evan Meller in the green kart, which is the 117. Now, the only reason that can have happened is because there's a lack of confidence in the damp from these people further back.
Yeah, maybe.
And of course, he's a very, very inexperienced racer. You know, there's no criticism implied here. These are cadets; they are learning. That's the point.
But I think those early reconnaissance laps were exacerbated by the cold tyre. Now that everybody's got warmer tyres, then the mizzle, as you say, Nick, isn't having as much effect. The karts are finding grip, and just those harmless low-speed spins that we saw. Look at that battle down the midfield. Changing places, going down the inside. I'm not sure who that was. Let's see if we can. We'll confirm who that was changing position as they come through.
117, 41. So basically, you've got Miller, Furman. Sorry, Pedge has got past Furman. Furman slowly dropping down. It's like third now in 6th. Jaden Bond. That's Jaden with a Y. Is in 7th. It's Jaden with an I in 3rd. And he's got a big fan club that Jaden Solo has, currently in 3rd place from Joel. AEP 27. So just let this one come through the screen a little bit, Ash, because it's not the most interesting. Yeah, pick up 48. That's the Italian colours, red, white and blue. Sorry, red, white, and blue. Red, white, and actually, I think one of those, which is red, green, and blue. No, red, green. Oh, right. Okay, I'm colourblind, and my brain's gone. It's very late in the day, but he is actually red, green, and white.
I'm sorry, mate. I drifted off there. I have no idea what you're talking
not
about.
Able to recognise colours after 7 hours of commentary.
Absolutely. The blue cart there, chasing down the 40 years.
Yeah, I knew it was blue.
Yeah, Jaden Bond is the number 11 there is Oliver Soto, and the Oliver Soto was on the blue cart on the number 11. He's dropped back off Jaden Bond. The bright yellow helmet there, easy to pick out. And see why his parents have picked that colour helmet. You can see him from space with that colour of helmet.
The top three are 8 seconds ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're going away.
Incredible gap.
We'll keep a wary eye on them because I think we've got a challenge for the lead. That is occurring.
Yeah, we need to pick up the leaders.
That is occurring.
Ash underneath you
just
right now.
Just coming underneath Ash now.
That's the lead. There we go.
There is a challenge for the lead.
Good spot. And we are back with the leaders because that's where it's all happening now with 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Not quite halfway.
Right, the leaders are Louis Nye leading in the number 18, but that's Lucas Deere now who's come along and just nestling right up to his bumper.
Fastest lap for the last 2 laps has been Jaden Solo in third. So he's coming back at 2 or 3 tenths a lap. They've all kind of got a bit more. Oh, bad drive from Nye, and then it puts Deere on the outside. And is he going to... Oh, red flag. Red flag.
Yeah, we've got a red flag, so an incident out on track with half distance completed.
Ah, right, it's happened at the hairpin.
So we've got an incident at the Warren's hairpin.
Yep.
Got carts off. We've got driver being tended to, so the officials have got to him very, very quickly. The kids have pulled up their carts on the infield, all safe on the track.
Is that the 83, that cart there?
I can't see that. It's well out the way. Half distance is whereabouts we were in the race.
They have time limitations about getting this going again.
They have, yeah. We might have to call that and get on with the next two.
Yeah, they pulled them off.
They pulled them off. So that will be called. So Louis Nye will take the win. Lucas Deere will take second. Jaden Solo will take third. Evan Meller, Logan Pedge, Fred Furman, Jaden Bond, Oliver Soto, Devon Giles, Austin Taylor, Sam Blamey, Alex Morley, Eric Colchester, Dylan Patrick, Maxim Svetlik, Finley Thompson and Connor Sturdy. There were the 17 runners.
Finley Thompson who's had the
incident. The result will be called from the previous lap, so they will be classified, even the people who were involved in that.
He's being looked after at the side of the track. His cart's he's certainly mobile. He's not mobile. He's certainly awake. There's no concussion. I think the cart looks a little bit squidged. There isn't a second cart that I can see being involved. That's the only thing. So, who else didn't complete a lap? Connor Sturdy, but he was a long way behind. So, don't know. Can't say. I'm not going to speculate. I will say that the driver is by the side of the track. He's conscious. I think they're just going through a kind of assessment with him. So we think that is it for the UK cadet. I think just because of time constraints, they haven't really got enough time to get this thing rolling again. Because they're already going to go way past the 5:30, which they're supposed to stop at.
Yeah, we've got 2 more finals to get through. Then the GX UK Juniors are the next on the card, followed by the 115 UK Championship. That's the 115cc TKM engine class. I think I'll be amazed if we do restart the cadet race.
It wouldn't make much sense, but I understand
that.
Well,
it will not make sense in relation to the curfew.
Yes, I mean obviously it makes every sense in relation to racing, but not in relation to the curfew.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Yes.
I think
were you going to say something?
Well, I was just looking at. I was looking at Leicester really, who's there. He's
still attracting rain.
Well, I'm just wondering whether there's a little rain cloud above him, just Leicester's personal rain cloud, because it is amazing how one man can attract so much precipitation.
It has been on Leicester's corner.
Yeah, I've not seen a single drop of rain on Ash's camera or on the other cameras.
Yeah,
it's just literally Leicester.
Whenever the carts have slid around.
It's a worrying thing. I'm worried that Leicester could be Mr. Rain. Roger Hargreaves, Mr. Rain. Oh, dear. They've got the paramedics now over with the young man who's at the side of the track. And
I tell you what, Nick, let's play Brad Philpott.
Do you think we'll get the 8 minutes out? Might do. We'll
Yeah,
give it a go.
might- yeah.
It's an 8-minute interview. If we have to crash it, we'll crash it. But here is Brad.
And if we do crash it, we'll play it at the end.
Yep. Here we go.
Access Karting Series, brand new to Karting Live TV, but one of the classes that really caught my eye was the GX UK class, especially the seniors, which of course I am eligible for. And Brad Philpott here, he's no stranger to, certainly to me. Brad, we've met a few times in your car racing exploits, but it came as no surprise to find you involved in this class. Now it's I'm going to say basic GX Honda engine. I'm familiar with them in Pro Karts where there's two.
Yeah.
I was very unfamiliar with just the one-engine karts, but these things race, I want to say it in a kind of a pure way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so you're right. It is essentially just a twin-engine Pro Kart engine, just one of those, but with a lot less weight in general. So the kind of chassis we've got here, this would normally be using Rotax or X30. Obviously, it's just a senior chassis, and that means through the corners it's great. Especially with these Maxis. Once they're up to temperature, they're pretty sticky. But as you're aware, and as you will have seen, they're not the fastest things out there, which means the racing is super close. If you picture kind of NASCAR with a few more corners, we stick nose to tail. The slipstream makes a huge difference, and it's really about racing to the front. And it's very, very difficult to pull away once you're at the front.
And that's what I mean about a purity to it. You've done quite a bit of high-level car racing, British touring cars in 2020. So, as I say, it came as no surprise. And was it that purity of actually racing so close to one another that sort of attracted you to it?
I'll be honest, the main thing that attracted me to this series was the cost. I would love to be racing really, really expensive karts, although my body can't take too much speed nowadays.
Yeah.
But the fact that you could race something this close but for this little money, and really the whole point of this series is the cost effectiveness. The fact that you've got the controls, which mean you're not allowed a chassis that's newer than 2018. That immediately takes massive amount of cost out because you can't go and buy thousands of pounds worth of chassis. The engines are obviously closely controlled as well. One set of tyres, you'll notice my nicely wrapped up tyres here that have been with me since April. I've carried these through every track of every season, come rain or shine.
Can I just ask you though, one set of tyres per season, so that's 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the Maxi Sport.
That's it, and they've lasted brilliantly. You can't see because they're in this cling film, but they've still got a lot of tread left, still offer loads of grip. My practice set, which are underneath the kart here, they've gone through the same amount of use, obviously just on the practice days, and they're all hanging on really well.
So 2018 chassis, what, you'll pick that up for 1,500, £2,000?
If you want a rolling chassis that's in absolute mint condition, that's how much it would cost.
Yeah,
but if you want to do it yourself and build one from scratch and do all the renovation yourself, £400. We actually have a limit on the Facebook group, £400 for a chassis, £400 for an engine. You can obviously go outside of our Facebook group to, and I say it's not mine, but I'm one of the competitors. You can go and find more expensive things, and I and some of my little posse around me here have spent probably a bit more than that. But yeah, you can certainly get on the grid for under £1,000 if you're happy to do a little bit of maintenance and cleaning yourself.
And I noticed the engines are sealed, so no shenanigans going on there.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so they're sealed, and before next season they will have to go to one supplier to all be checked, fees checked, all that kind of thing. But yeah, they're sealed. We're not allowed to do anything other than really take the emulsion tube and jet out and clean them and put them back in. So it's we just clean the engine and then leave it. So very, very simple.
You say simple, but there's a lot of attention to detail on your kart and your teammates' karts. One of these things I want to just bring everyone's attention to. So you see how free these bearings are? Right, I've barely touched that, right? That's going to spin for about 20 minutes there, Brad. Yes, of course I did. Because when I saw you guys, and I've checked out some YouTube videos of your Alex Van Geen, for instance, and I thought, underpowered karts, that's where your attention to detail is going to come into play with regards to bearings and everything else, chain lubes, the lot. Anything exotic involved?
I wouldn't say exotic, but certainly there is some painstaking maintenance, like you say.
Yeah.
I certainly change my bearings relatively regularly.
Right.
At least once in the middle of the season, I'd change. I've actually done a couple.
That's not too bad. I was going to every heat, I was thinking.
But what we also do is clean them after every single session on track and re-lube them with very expensive lube. We also, something that we've done, I don't want to give away our secrets, with my friend Alex stood there in the background, but we're trying to minimise all kind of rolling resistance and also rotational mass. So we've gone down to small brake discs, that kind of thing, to really try and minimise just how much is rotating, because it's all about being efficient with this engine, which doesn't have a lot of power.
So I'm about 105 kilograms, so I'm going to need a lot of tips, right? So I'm not expecting you to give everything away on air. In fact, we're not going to give anything away on air because I'd like to be competitive. But I can see that. So in a season, Brad, including all your entry fees, etc., what I mean, you know, you've raced cars. I know you've been searching for budgets pretty much forever. So what's the budget then for going racing for a full season in Access?
That's a really good question, and I haven't sat down and worked it all out, is the honest answer. But I can tell you what the biggest expenses are, and it's really travel and hotels.
Right, okay.
Running the kart itself, I've had no damage all season. I'm sure other people have had to spend money on accident damage, but that's just normal. But the fact that the karts are not brand new means that, and especially since we all run, or most of us run something like an OTK where spares are readily available, second hand, it's not that expensive. Even if you were to entirely write the kart off, you could probably get it back in shape within a couple of £100. So it's getting to the different tracks and then staying in hotels if that's what you choose. A lot of the guys will camp at the circuit and cut that cost out, or stay in our van, which someone did last night. But aside from that, because you can't spend money on new tyres, that's eliminated. Fuel, it barely uses any fuel, 5 litres probably on a weekend. I have to buy more because I need to use fuel for ballast. I've just run out of places to put lead. But yeah,
he's showing off now, Alex. Ballast, fuel for ballast, yeah, whatever.
But yeah, so aside from that, there's not really much more. Unless you want to do fancy stuff like I've done and get it painted and put fresh sticker kit on, which is obviously not remotely performance enhancing. That's really, you've got such a limit to what you can spend that you end up doing stuff that's cosmetic, and then going out for a pizza in the evening and spending money on that instead.
I came over to your awning, and Nash, I need you to get this. I thought, you can tell the guys with the attention to detail. That's their schedule. That's a car racing thing, isn't it? And the other thing I want you to get, Ash, is this little device here, this spring device. Keeps the steering wheel straight, keeps the presentation look of the kart. As you can see, Brad has got an absolute OCD about these kart presentation. And to be honest, I admire that. And I think in this class, the GX class, you've got to have that OCD to get the best performance. And talking about that, it would be remiss of me not to talk about here. Here we are at Ellough Park. You're leading the championship. In my view, that's where the pressure is. When you come into the last round, you've got everything to lose. Have you? I mean, what's the points gap to your next competitors?
Well, in fact, I've already won the championship.
All right, okay.
So my pressure is really not getting excluded in a way which means I'm not allowed to drop this round. So if I was to go and deliberately ram someone off the track or do something nefarious, then I could then get 0 points for this round and not be allowed to drop them. That would put me in a tricky situation. I'm not intending to do any of that. So as long as I just drive and don't do anything silly, the championship's already sewn up. So my aim really is just to win the race tomorrow. I don't have anything to lose in that respect, apart from some rubber marks on my sticker kit. So I'm going to go get stuck in and try and win again.
Which will be changed for next season, Brad. Brad, great to see you again. Best of luck. I know the racing's going to be fab. This has become my favourite kart class, no question. And you might even see me competing in this next year. You might need another. What are you looking at me belly for?
3, 2, 1.
GX UK Juniors out on track, and it goes green. Ronnie Townsend and Angus Langley lead the field into the first turn, with Oliver Misters, Joshua Padgton, Thomas Platten, Gabby James, Harry Platten, Jensen Concannon, Chris Mayo, Lucas Brown, Leo Rose, Theo Purchase and Lexi Hewlin. That's the junior field out on track now.
And 5 karts didn't get around the first corner.
I'd
just like to say that was the best timing ever to get an 8.5-minute video out. But now all about the GX Junior Championship. When they come round at the end of this lap, it's going to be a real kerfuffle on that leaderboard you see on the right-hand side of the screen, because they're going to be all over the shop. I think leading is Ronnie Townsend, unsurprisingly, but there was 5 karts, and there's even stragglers catching up now. No one's not running. They've all got going again. That's the advantage of having a clutch, of course. They've all got going again in the GX UK Junior Championship. Penultimate race of the day here at the round 6 of the Access Karting at Ellough Park.
Here they come.
Now, who's going to be where? And was the kerfuffleage all at the back of the field?
Let's have a look then. I think it's Ronnie Townsend who's going to be leading, commandingly. Four places. Harry Patton into 4th.
Gabby James is one of the ones who fell off at the first corner, unfortunately.
Yeah, down 6 places for Gabby James.
No, she's down more than that. She's down in 11th places. Now. Okay.
Yeah. Theo Purchase and Lexi Hewlin at the back of the field. But Ronnie Townsend, Angus Langley, Joshua Padgton, Harry Platten, Oliver Misters, Chris Mayo, Leah Rose, Thomas Platten, Lucas Brown, and Jensen Concannon. That's your top 10.
Get to the front of the field with our very own sponge, Mr. Lester Forbes.
Here comes Ronnie Townsend.
That's 4, 5, 6. So we'll pick up the leaders, and there they are.
That's Ronnie Townsend in the white Tony Kart livery on the M plate.
Bit dark.
A bit dark out there. That's been challenged by Angus Langley
on
the run down to the first corner at Degner, and out of Degner again. Look at that. Ronnie's saying to him, "Let's work together.
Let's get away from everyone else.
Let's work together and get away from everyone
Drop
else."
Mr. Pankis, let's get away.
Yeah. They are doing that actually. Joshua for dropping away in third place with plenty of time left on the clock.
I mean, Angus really hasn't. Yeah, Ronnie has won all the heats so far today and looked untroubled. So I'm kind of surprised he's getting involved in either. You think he just kind of give it a little bit more of whatever Ronnie's got. And in doing that now, he actually is now breaking away by probably a third to two-thirds of a second. And just put Angus, firmly in his place. Third place is Joshua with the, now, I think, was he put a wetsuit on? He already had a fluoro suit on. We've got a wet overalls. It has been mizzling in the air, as you know, here near Lowestoft in the county of Suffolk.
Now Ronnie is giving a thumbs up to somebody.
Did he just go for it? I don't know.
Thanks for not overtaking me.
Could well be.
Yeah, Angus trying to come back at him, but he's gapped him by half a second going into lap 4. And the blue cart there, with the driver with the blue overalls and the white helmet, that's Angus Langley, and he's chasing down the black helmeted Ronnie Townsend, the Macy Cup winner on the Tony Kart. Turns into that sweeping left and right. Rossi and Clinton's is the name that they call it here at Ellough Park. And I'm thinking, Nick, that now that the tyres have clearly come up to where Ronnie Townsend wants them to be, he's got more confidence in that kart, and that's why he's pulling the gap.
Yeah, I think also that, there has been water on the track. I think that mizzling stopped again, by the way, or it's kind of very intermittent mizzle. So it would only have ever done enough to effectively wet the track for one running over by a set of tyres. So that gets dried very quickly on the race line if it ever gets wet. So he's going to have the feel. But in fairness to Angus Langley, he's hanging on well to Ronnie, who's been effortlessly pulling away from the field for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's right. It's we've not really seen that, have we? He is hanging on to it, and I'm getting the feeling though that Ronnie is completely aware. Look at that!
Close
he's come right back onto him. The gap was half a second. That's not half a second, is it?
No, that's
we're going to see exactly what
that
is.
That was a couple of tenths. I know whether Ronnie made a little error or he got poor drive. Because what can happen with these low-powered karts, of course, as you know, Joe, is everything can look right, but you actually do make a minor mistake that takes your momentum out.
Yeah, it really does.
And it doesn't look anything on our cameras, especially when we've been used to the super fast karts. And he's going to go, well, that looks fine, but you're sitting there bouncing on the seat hoping for the best.
That's Lexi Hewlin and Theo Purchase who are about to have the leaders with them.
Yeah, they lost a lot of time.
Let's hope they don't come into play as the leaders get by, but that's held up Townsend a little bit there and allowed Langley to get back on his bumper. Well, he was already on his bumper, to be honest. It hasn't really affected anything, has it?
Well, it was interesting, but just so you know, Lexi and Theo both had a problem that first corner as well. So, whilst they haven't been the fastest people in this race today, they certainly wouldn't normally be lapped on lap 5. That's been down to having a problem. They lost, I think, 20 seconds in the first lap. So Townsend, as he goes up and over Clinton's and into the short run into Wands. And it is getting very dark, by the way. Just so you know, these cameras are doing a good job. It is nothing like as bright out there as it looks like on the cameras. It is very, very overcast now. And we are creeping towards, we've gone past 5:30. So, the natural light is beginning to fade in late October, mid-October.
Early October.
Well, it's fading in early October as well.
Ronnie is now being pressed by Angus. Now, Ronnie Townsend, we did a lovely interview with Ronnie, a really nice kid that we chatted to, very well spoken. And if you want to see the interviews we did in our paddock walkabout, we will be putting them out on our YouTube page and on our Facebook socials as a package. You can watch them all. As
they'll be out tomorrow. No, I'm not saying when tomorrow.
Yeah.
I will try and get them out for lunchtime, but worst case scenario, it'll be early evening.
And Ronnie does really have a really nice chat telling us about the championship. He's got this championship wrapped up, and it was only. Did he say that he was, as long as he didn't get disqualified?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of people. Yellow flag at the end. Oh yeah,
yellow flag at Degner.
There's a marshal there. I can't see a cart. Oh yes, there's someone on the far, someone right off the bottom end of Degner there.
Right, that's out of
Not
harm's
quite
way.
sure who it is.
Yellow light flashes.
And the lights,
ever
lights
brighter
now are
in the
so
dim.
bright.
Yeah.
It's very dim, really dim.
Yeah, we're nowhere near sundown, are we? It doesn't go down
Just
for another
got
2
very,
hours.
it's very heavily overcast. That's what it is, really.
Yeah, got thick clouds.
We've had a fantastic day, really, because it was lovely and sunny. It just need to hang on for another couple of hours, didn't it?
Yeah, that sunshine. It was forecasted to mizzle, in fairness. Anything? As Ronnie Townsend comes through
Thanks, guys.
the final couple of turns, and the gap out to 4/10. So Ronnie Townsend controlling things at the front of the field. The whole field's strung out, actually, Nick. There isn't anybody battling. No, in fact, that battle at the front is the
Someone
closest.
just spun on their own at the at Holmes.
I think the mizzle might be increasing because
Are we re-mizzling?
Ronnie Townsend slid really wide.
I haven't got my weather report from Leicester recently, so I don't know.
The officials putting his,
right.
his hood up.
The official putting his hood up. That's one of the big ones. The umbrellas in the crowd, or the official putting his hood up.
Yeah.
As we mizzle on. One more race to go, 2 minutes 23. Not every race is a classic, and this is proving it, but it's very effective for Ronnie Townsend and the GX Junior champion, who just needs to not do anything very, very naughty to retain the UX Junior, to win this championship. There's a car off in the background. That's the 14 machine. No, I think it's the 74, isn't it? Yeah,
it says 14.
Yeah, but it is a 74. He's just got I think it's been a kind of a bit of sticker has fallen off. That's Theo Purchase in his second ever race, or second ever race meeting, sorry. So he's having he's having a bit of a baptism of fire, and certainly when you get mixed conditions, that's a double baptism.
Finding his feet, we've got yellow flags pretty much on the infield out of the Hulme hairpin.
Yeah, thank you. Who's that is off?
I'm not sure who that is.
They're okay wherever they are, but they're walking away.
Yeah.
All Ronnie's now, it's all hands out and flags up.
That's just acknowledging the yellow flag, keeping his foot in, of course.
Well, I think he was actually. I think it was a bit of a. It wasn't. That's not 1.13 seconds, is it?
No, that's not 1.13. That's
the dead cart paddock now is getting quite large. No one's hurt on this one. That's fine. It's just spins and everything else. Everyone's absolutely fine, which is what really counts. Mending a steering arm much easier than mending an arm.
Gaps come down. It was 1.1. It's certainly not that now. We're going to have a very quickly find out what it was.
It's going to be about.
If you think about that, Nick, look at the way the carts are sliding coming out of the left-hand hairpin beyond us. The gap is 0.7.
Pagin's only another second back, so that's your third place man now.
Yeah.
And in fact, Pagin, I think, is gaining quite quickly. I mean, visually it looked like he's gaining quite quickly. Yeah, look.
They're coming together. I think the track's getting a bit wet.
I think you're right. I think
if Leicester could give us a bit of a report on just how mizzly it is.
But it's nice. I didn't see anything on his camera, which is rare, because normally his camera immediately. It's definitely now not as good as it was.
We've got 30 seconds.
So with
on
the first
clock.
three,
we've got 30 seconds on the clock, and these three are coming together right when we need it to come together. It has been very much spaced out, and if it is down to track conditions, then the track conditions is going to play a massive part in this final.
Pagin's the big gainer because he was nowhere, and now he's right on the tail of Langley. So Pagin in the right yellow flory suit, he is right on the tail of Langley, and he was nowhere. A lap ago, he was 1.1 seconds behind, and it's looking more likely that Townsend may not get his perfect finish to his GX Junior Championship career.
Well,
he intends moving up next time.
He's got to get past Angus Langley first as Joshua Paxton. Paxton right on the rear bumper of Langley as they go through the sweeping right-hander now and then into the hairpin at Hulme.
2 laps to go, so they've got a lap and 3/4 now. And don't put your hand up.
I don't know what that means, actually, putting your hand up. Is he looking for the rain?
Yeah.
We've got the one lap board that's going to be shown to our leader, Ronnie Townsend, who's beginning to pull away from these two.
Yeah, because they're scrapping.
If
done him a favour.
Angus Langley is having to defend, isn't he? Into the hairpin right, followed quickly by the hairpin left, and then they're going to be very quickly onto back markers that might come into play. Ronnie Townsend.
He's away, I think.
It's
been an absolute manna from heaven, this argument. And it's like, and Angus saying, you stopped me from catching up, Ronnie. But this is now battle for second. And Pagin,
I'm not even sure he has.
He keeps his arm like this, going, there we go. Pagin's going to look for the drive. No. Well, interesting. Langley kind of.
He has the pace. Langley has the pace. what he shouldn't try and do is get tripped over by this number 99.
It's Leo Rose.
He's going to have to try and get round the inside,
I
and
think
that's
he did
allowed
get
Padgton.
tripped. He did get tripped.
Padgton's alongside. Padgton's alongside through the sweeping left and right when he needed to be. And even though that back marker, number 99, Leo Rose, tried his best to keep out of the way, it was how they read it, isn't it? Angus Langley didn't read it as well as Joshua Padgton. Padgton tips the wheel as he turns right, but it's all about that Ronnie Townsend just ahead of him, as Townsend will take the checkered flag and acknowledges the checkered flag with a fine win to finish off his season. Joshua Padgton steals that for Angus Langley on the final lap.
Great comeback with Joshua.
Great, absolutely amazing. Angus Langley finishes on the third step of the podium. And then just off the podium, Oliver Misters and Thomas Platt and Chris Mayo will finish in sixth, and the rest of the finishers are there on the timing board. We are all
ready for the last race of the day.
Preparing for the last race of the day, Nick.
Yeah, they are. Where are we now? We're officially 17:38.
Right,
so we have run a little bit late.
Yes, we have.
I don't know. There's a very flexible curfew here. Are they going all right then?
Yeah.
There's like an all right then curfew.
Yeah, curfews are fine.
My feeling is the curfew.
But if it stretches to 10,
I think it's a hard 6 o'clock, and they try and get people off prior.
I'm sure it'd be hard 6 o'clock to be honest.
Apparently, there's a village like 3 miles where it's moans.
Suffolk's a very sort of laid back kind of place.
I don't think it is.
Do you not think so?
Fletcher Racing asked me 5 minutes ago when is 100 UK Juniors, and the answer is about 25 minutes ago. But you can scroll back the live stream to find it. Yeah, Fletcher, you can scroll back the live stream.
Guy Hefford.
Oh, there's a cart on the side there. The 36, it's all smashed. Not sure what that's going on about. That's a 36. That's Gabby's.
Ah, yeah.
Gabby James.
That's not that smashed up.
Isn't it? What with
rubber.
that? With the bumper off the back.
Oh, I didn't notice the bumper off the back. Yeah, good spot. Yeah, Gabby James will have her cart recovered. And we get ready for the 115 UK.
Do you want some more Mod 160 news? Not more, sorry, more F300 news.
Yeah, can do.
Not all eligible engines. This is Guy Hefford is in the race. Not all eligible engines are 4K to the comment above. There's currently 2 eligible carts to sell, one of which is £1,800 and would be a front runner in the right hands.
Really? There you go.
Have we got £800? No, we've decided we need to do lightweight GX stuff.
We need to do the GX.
We haven't got the
It's a lot. Guys, even Brad Philpott said it's a lot less brutal on your body, didn't he?
And he's a racing driver.
He's done some proper.
Guy, thanks for that comment, because it's good to get the from someone who knows an update. And there are always second-hand outfits of and as you say, you can vouch for the quality of that one. That's fantastic. Right, so doing a bit of kart rescue, I take it, before we begin the final race of the day, which is the 115.
So a bit of a reflection on Access Karting as a series. We have been graced with the pleasure of live streaming their final, or their championship finale.
Final round.
I think we found a little jewel in the karting crown here with lots of the classes.
Really enjoyed it.
I've got to say my favourite is the GX Engine Seniors, obviously, because I'm a senior, but also one of my I'm a big fan of the F300s and even the Mod 160s, but that's going to change next year. So the F300s for me, just the variation in engines, the motors, the way that the drivers, the owners can, engineer and tweak.
I would say
get the best.
For listening pleasure, the F300s. For watching pleasure, the GX Seniors.
Yes.
But no, what I would say is often things aren't named correctly, but Access Karting is.
Yeah, very
because
much.
It gives you access. There are a number of things you can choose. This is the lowest budget opportunity to go racing in a proper national series there is. It is the obvious and effortless step up from rental karting and indoor karting. Recommend you all give it a go. I've really enjoyed it. We'll talk about it more, but we do have a grid to talk about.
We have indeed. 115cc TKM engines are out for the 115 UK class. We've got an 11-card grid that has come out to play. Luke Ogden on the pole position with the Dragon plate, the York plate holder Gordon Smith alongside. Ash Robinson and Ben Jessup on row 2. John Kendall, Andrew Hicks on row 3. James Purchase finds himself on row 4 with Tom Starker. And then we've got Jordan Coulson, Kai Draper,
you can slow down, they're going round
and
again.
Don Cliff. I had a feeling they would, because that kind of is how they've done things.
You get going, and I'll slow down again.
Yeah, absolutely. So 11 karts with the these are the modern iteration of the TKM engine. These days Formula TKM that run in other series like the Vera Tools British Championship and the like. They're 115cc air-cooled TKM engines, pretty much the same, and it's proved to be a relatively popular class in the Access Karting series. Relatively low maintenance. Remember when Formula TKM came in back in the 90s, Nick? It was a cost-effective motor. The motors had a longer life than something like up against a Pirelli TT27 or
2.5 hours.
Yeah, or a DAP or something.
Hour and a half.
But I think they've still got a rebuild time of like 3 or 5 hours or something. I may be corrected on that. Please, if I'm wrong on that, please let me know. But it's a two-stroke racing, direct drive, slightly different feel to a Pro Kart, slightly different feel to a Rotax Max.
Absolutely.
They've got a bigger punch out the corner because of the direct drive. And here we go. We're about to get directly on and drive towards that first corner with the green
it's
lights
not
going
really
on.
this bright. It's much darker. Look at how bright the lights are showing. That's how dark it actually is. But they get away around the first corner. Ogden has scored lead over the first timing. But and they're going wide. Just trying to take my camera out on the last race of the day.
Yeah, very wide on the outside of Degner. It's the D plate holder, though, I think that is.
I'm
he
not
has
sure
a number.
that may have changed, actually.
Yeah, he's changed the number on the back.
It is the D plate
It
holder,
is
you're
the
right.
D-plate
So
holder,
D from
Luke
0
Ogden.
from 58. Ash Robinson's third in the Tony Kart. That's the infamous green and grey and white colour scheme. And they go up and over. It's not raining, I can tell you, because nothing on our little cheerful rain clouds camera at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely dry conditions to finish the day off. And Luke Ogden is a man on a mission, isn't he? Look at the determination from that body language. Plate holder, Gordon Smith giving chase, and then Ash Robinson giving chase likewise as they cross the line to complete one lap. Ogden, Smith, Robinson, Jordan Kendall, Ben Jessup, Andrew Hicks, Tom Stalker, Dom Cliff, James Purchase, Jordan Coulson and Kai Draper rounding off what is an 11-kart 115 series.
Yeah, battle is on here for second and third. Gordon Smith on the O-plate with that kind of black nose and then the red flashings on the Nassau Pano. And our Tony Kart standard sticker kit on the 58 Robinson. There behind them, we've got a bit of a battle also brewing for fourth and fifth between Jessup and Hicks, but we'll carry on with second and third because it kind of trumps fourth and fifth while being further ahead.
You can tell how dark it is, Nick. We're seeing sparks off the bottom of the
Exactly,
karts.
All the warning lights look amazing. You can see sparks on the karts, and the autofocus of the camera is having a nightmare.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Into turn one. The gap has come down. Now, the gap across the line was 4/10. It's come down through Degner and now into Shoemaker. The two plate holders are coming together on track. We've only had 2 minutes of this race. So if this is 8 minutes of cat and mouse with Luke Ogden controlling the pace at the front, Gordon Smith in second, we're going to have a delightful end to the Access Karting Championship Series.
DBO, and down they come into the hairpin.
Into the Warnes hairpin, and then just one more corner before they come underneath us, and they are definitely together. It was 4/10 last time by. They crossed the line to complete 3 laps. Luke Ogden, Gordon Smith.
Oof.
Well, 0.17.
He had a little bit of a think there, Smith, and then thought better of it.
I think you know what it is, Nick. The tyres are there, aren't they? It's lap 3. The tyres are there. We forget that. Like, karts seem to come alive. And if you're going to challenge now, you've got the kart what you wanted underneath you, giving you the confidence on the brakes, on the turn-in, certainly through these very fast sections here.
Very wide from Ogden in that
right.
one, and Smith just drops back a couple of lengths. A bit slower. They go into the hairpin. And they clip out now, and they come back, and they go underneath where we are. We are basically underneath, above them, underneath here. So you come back 10 metres where we're watching from. And they go across the line with these incredibly bright lights now, which we couldn't even see earlier on the screen. And through Degner 1, and at the end of the day, no real change. It's 0.2 of a second, which is the watching brief distance, and then Ash Robinson is back by another second, 0.2.
Into the infield section, then they'll be through a left-hand kink here, and just playing a waiting game. I think. I know they're doing as best they can, using all of the curbs and more to keep that momentum up. Is Luke Ogden. And the gap out to 0.19. So it's remained about the same. Accelerating down towards the braking area for the Wool's hairpin. And he's not too far away. Ash Robinson in third there, just coming into the picture in the green kart. He's about 1.2 seconds off the back end of the second place kart of Gordon Smith. There's been no changes. Dom Cliff has come up 3 places to 8th from the back of the grid. So he'll be happy with that, and he's just coming up the back of Tom Stalker.
Very much about the top. I'm looking at the whole field now, and these two are the closest of anybody in the field to making a move. There's a couple of other sections of karts which are within a few tenths of each other, but absolutely this is the battle on the track. And it's come the question is, can Robinson actually bridge the gap? He's looking a bit racy. And he was timed at 1.3 behind last time round. Looking visually, and I don't think you can see him there in the background. It's probably about the same, but in the Tony kart they're really hoping to get through, and these two, and that's a bit of he's gapped in a bit, hasn't he? Ogden's got a little bit of a better one that time. He had 2 tenths. Amazing how big 2 tenths can be, Joe.
2 tenths looks massive, doesn't it? That's what I mean. We talked about this earlier, didn't we? We said something about 2 tenths. Like 2 tenths is massive. It's 2 thousandths of a second can make a massive difference with these karts. And you know, we are getting I say controlled. You know, we sometimes think too much, us commentators. These lads are absolutely just driving as fast as they can. They've got a little bit in reserve at this stage, just clicked by half distance. But, you know, they are going as quickly as they possibly can. And we know that, Nick, because Luke Ogden's just put in his quickest lap of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the first driver into the 46.
I think Smith has just gained a tiny bit this time. Yep, he gained a 10th back, or 10th and a half back. He gained a bit more under braking then, and he's now back to that watching brief of 2 tenths again.
Yeah, keeping him just in sight, isn't he?
The question is, does he have the 2 minutes let's go ability, or is he just is he just literally hanging on?
Remember that Luke Ogden may have something in the toolkit to react to the 2 minute warning. I said a 2 minute warning. It's like the American football, that isn't it?
Yeah, I think we should invent it. We've
Yeah.
invented the karting 2 minute warning. I can do the beep beep again.
We watch a lot of karting, don't we, over the course of the season, and the body language in the drivers change when they see that 2 minute board come up, and they see it on the timer, 2 minutes to go, and then they think, right, time's running out, I need to make a move.
Yeah, the sensible drivers do what they've done here. No, 2 minutes
Here
is way
comes.
too early.
That's
3:40.
the move. Yeah, 3:40 is the time that Gordon Smith has chosen to move ahead.
Now that was really easy, and I'm going to postulate that wasn't fought.
No, it wasn't. It was accommodated, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you know what? That's sensible, really, because Gordon Smith was alongside into the braking area.
Yeah.
What can you do when somebody, comes down your inside? You've got to just make the room. And now I think Luke Ogden,
if he's got something, he needs it. Now he hasn't got particularly gapped, so it's not like suddenly he's gone and gone.
That's right.
So it's not a disaster for the D plate holder, Luke Ogden. That's the dragon for winning at Landau, but he doesn't want to get gapped too much. I think it's going to be the 2 tenths again, but this lap's the key one.
Yeah, and we're about 50 seconds away from that 2 minute mark. So we have got a chunk of racing to go, and the gap has extended to a bit of a cushion,
amount,
but it comes back.
Yeah.
It comes back together in the infield bit. So yes, it extends out of Degner and down the back straight, but by the time we get to this point here, just coming out the infield hairpin there, then through the sweeps here, the left and the right, and it just comes back together, and they're bumper to bumper almost.
Yeah.
So this is cracking.
I mean, this is you know what you finally got. You finally got a high-speed game of chess.
I really have, haven't I?
Finally, it's taken just 7 hours of the day, 8 hours actually, and you've got one. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I was thinking, this lap, can Smith drop Ogden? The answer is no. But Ogden, if the situation is that the extra top speed that Smith has against the extra punch that Ogden has, it's easier to go past with top speed here than punch.
Yeah, it's I think
3 tenths.
You've got to have a good handling kart here at Ellough Park. It's all about the punch out the corners.
Looking good news for Smith at the moment. He's just, I know we're talking about 3 metres or 4 metres, but it's looking more like an extra metre of lead. But obviously it's a quarter of a mistake ahead, but he's just looking a little bit better for that O plate rather than the D plate.
He's got a cushion, hasn't he? And he's carrying the cushion at the point of the track where he needs it. And this is where right, okay, all bets are off. This is where you have to push now. You get the radio message, wouldn't you? All right, guys, push. But they already know that. They're making their own decisions. They haven't got a pit wall talking to them, telling them what pace they have to hold. They have to race intelligently. And Gordon Smith, if anything, Nick, I think with just over a minute to go, Gordon Smith is looking very, very tricky indeed to get past. Absolutely on the limit, isn't it?
They've got 2 more at least. And just in fairness to Luke, and no Gordon is in the second of those with the O plate. He's got the blue and the orangey brown kart. So, you go through one corner, you think, it's fine. And you go through 2 corners later, you go, no, look, that's a gap. And that's the biggest gap we've had.
It is. All right, across the line it was 0.3.
It's not much more, but I think it's more unless these corners are particularly good. No, it's more now.
Let's see what it is.
That's at least half a second.
Let's see what the stopwatch says. They cross the line now, 0.6. He's doubled it. And he's going to continue doing that.
2 laps.
2 laps to go. 2 laps to go now, and just look at the way he drifts that little bit of opposite lock on the exit of the corner just to change direction. Perfect, really. The rotation of the kart pointing it the way he wants it to point.
Yep.
And then fires it towards the home hairpin. High speed through the left and the right here, and then up and over the brow with that banked exit. And he's pulled another couple of tenths here.
Just found it at the end, last couple of laps. We're going to come in now about onto the last lap of the 115 UK Championship final, but also the last lap of round 6 of the Ellough Park Access Karting, and our last lap of commentating here on our first visit to Access Karting. And what I will say is, it's been great fun.
Yes, I hope we get invited back, because I've really enjoyed all of our classes here this weekend. This one included. That's not quite over yet. Let's not take for granted that Gordon Smith has to push the brake and turn the steering wheel at the right time.
We've all got that wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like he's had a great race. The O-plate holder has got just a couple of more corners left. He's got the Wool's hairpin to get through, and then the T73 hairpin. And then he will be coming underneath us. So a couple of corners here. And Gordon Smith will take the final round of the Access Karting Championship. That will take him across the line. And Gordon Smith takes the checkered flag with a gap. Let's see what it was. It was a gap of 1.3 seconds as Luke Ogden on the D plate takes second. We have to wait a little while for Ash Robinson, who will take the third and final step of the podium. And then behind them, Ben Jessup, Jordan Kendall, Andrew Hicks in 6th. The rest of the finishers there on the timing board. Yes, Nick, just to kind of repeat and reiterate what I said, been a thoroughly enjoyable introduction to the Access Karting series. I think they've got a little hidden gem here, and
not hidden now. We've covered it.
Certainly not hidden from us. So yeah, been an absolute pleasure and delight. I hope we get invited back.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you very much, James Purchase and the rest of the gang. Matt, obviously, historically, who's worked with us on the 100 UK teams. Fantastic with you, GX. Thank you everyone who chatted to us yesterday in the paddock. That'll be a paddock show that we put together very, very soon. I'd like to say thank you to Lara Cockcroft to my left, who has done some excellent button pushing. I'd like to thank our very own hydroscopic Lester Forbes, the ultra attraction of the race, and of course, meal deal himself, Ash Leontine. We'll join you, well, I won't join you, but Ash and the rest of the gang and Joe will be with you next week for the NKC from Warden Law. You'll get to hear the dulcet tones of Gaz Bury as co-commentator, which should be exciting. We are Karting Live TV. We've really enjoyed being with you. We'll get the highlights out of the interviews out tomorrow. Until then, thank you very much, and we will see you very, very soon on Karting Live TV.